Oh, looks like I was muted. Okay. Yeah, so with that, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is John. I'll be serving as the workshop chair. I'd like to recognize the rest of the workshop planning committee, the amazing folks that have helped to make this workshop possible in the first place. For everyone here in person, if you have any questions about the workshop, please feel free to grab one of us, and we'd be happy to help. If you could, just real quick, when I call your name, please stand so that the rest of the audience can recognize you. Marco, who's not here, Casimo, not here since he'll be probably busy coordinating the other parts of the conference. Dan, who was unable to join us today, myself, Luis, Maximilian, who's not here, but hopefully he's virtual, Roshan, and Skylar, who's not able to join us today. Okay. So really the topic of this workshop is talking about the ways and means for encoding structure into our learning algorithms for robots. So that means, which structure to encode for what applications and how we do this. And our assertion here is really that by encoding the structure, we can improve generalization, reduce sample complexity, and achieve greater interpretability of our models. This workshop really aims to answer two questions. Why do we need priors in the first place for what types of applications? And, what types of structures do we have access to for that application? And then ultimately, there's a lot of ways to be able to encode these priors and various available outside of robotics. And so, what are those priors that we don't already know, and how can we use them in our field? So these are the two primary questions that we hope to shed some light on, and encourage you to be sort of thinking to yourselves when you listen to our speakers today. So we have a diverse set of speakers, great lineup of folks who come from different fields of discipline, talking about their research today, from robotics to machine learning to applied math. Really thrilled and privileged to have experts be able to shed diverse ideas about this idea, and being able to better encode structure within our learning algorithms for robotics. So just some administrative things. We accepted 22 posters, so really excited to have everyone contribute. We'll have two sessions, two 30-minute sessions. Session 1 will be in the morning from 10 a.m. to 10:30. Session 2 will be from 3:10 to 3:40 in the afternoon. We also have 3 spotlight talks. Those spotlight talks will happen from 11:40 to 11:55, 5 minutes each. And at the end, what we'll do is we will select basically the best spotlight for best paper award. And so you guys will be involved in choosing who wins that. Voting will commence at 12:30 right before lunch, and we'll do this via electronic polling. And then we'll conduct an award ceremony at the end of the workshop. And so with that, I'll stop talking. I'll go ahead and hand it over to our first speaker, Robert. Robert, please take the floor. Thanks.
Second. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually pretty happy that you made it. And it's actually, when the 2-1 was scored last night, I knew some more people will be here. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak today. Thank you. I will be speaking more from I would say, a soft robotics practitioner perspective and how we are exploring the question of using learning physics for soft robots in particular. I'm at ETH Zurich, and our focus is really on exploring what we can do in terms of building soft robots, controlling them, and also modeling them. And maybe let me start with this directly. So this is a kind of a potpourri of source systems that we built in the group. And here, a lot of what you see is actually centered around the question of, like, can we build new embodiments, new ways of thinking about building robots? And as we are doing this, this obviously leads to a lot of new modeling challenges that we have no really existing toolboxes for it. So just to give you a quick idea, on the top left, you see a musculoskeletal robot. That means we're using multiple muscles, and I will talk about this a bit later, about how we're trying to model these. There's also robotic fish that we use for underwater studies, and we're also interested in manipulation, using robotic hands to do robotic manipulation. And another thing to maybe highlight is we're also building biohybrid robots. That these are robots that use muscle cells to contract and to swim, in this case, in a Petri dish. This is a robot that has about 2 centimeters in length. And here, lots of unknown territory. It's very interesting to use. So let me dive into my favorite example. This is this fish that's going in the stream. So question to you, who has not seen this video before? Okay, that's a few. All right, so I will explain to you what's going on here. So you see a fish is going against the flow direction. And you see how, through the undulation of the fish, it is able to swim upwards against the obstacle in the flow. And then at some point, it loses traction and it falls backwards again. Actually, the first time I saw this video was from Russ Tedrick when I was taking his class back when I was a student myself. He showed this video for me the first time in the underactuated robotics class, and it was extremely fascinating. I guess that's why I've been using it very often since that point in time. But one thing that I haven't mentioned to you here is that this fish is actually dead. So the fish is doing this without actually consciously thinking about this process. It's just able to use the flow phenomena that are being caused by this obstruction in the flow and swim upstream. There's one trick here. They put a string into the mouth of this dead fish. So every single time it falls back, it will start gathering momentum again from a point where it's centered into the flow. But that doesn't mean that you cannot do this experiment also with living fish. Like living fish here, this is an alive fish, a real fish that is able to use these flow phenomena. Here in this case, you see a paddle on the left side of the video, and you see how it's sharing off these vortices, and these vortices are then being leveraged by the fish to minimize the energy consumption of this animal. And it's doing this really by itself. So it was able to detect these vortices from up above the tank and go for it very actively. So there's no string involved in this case. And so this is extremely interesting, but the question is, how do we start capturing such things? How do we model these? And then how do we build these kind of systems as a robot? So these complex interactions with multi-physics, in this case, what I showed you is fluid and a solid. There have been multiple ways of trying to tackle this. So here, one of the works that we showed last year at ICRA is actually on using a coupling of a sort of a rigid articulated body with a fluid simulation. And it allowed us to, in non-real time, to start looking, at least in 2D, at the interaction of this swimmer that you see here and with the vortices that it's shearing off. Another thing you could do, this is a custom framework here. Another thing you can do is, oops, I jumped one too far. Okay. Another thing you can do is you can obviously, for example, in this case, do a console simulation. You put everything in there, and you have to start tweaking a lot of the settings. And here, Mike, one of the students on my team, he got to work that he could get this dead fish into the stream with the simulation, but it took a lot of effort and it's extremely slow. And we'll get to this in a moment, how slow it is. Another thing you can obviously do is you could start using supercomputers. In this case, this is a work from in a framework called Corrali. And there you basically have access to a supercomputer cluster, and you can start simulating the fluid structure interaction at a way different level that we could do in COMSOL up here on the right side. So, and the way you could describe these problems is you could, for example, look at the uniform grids. And here I'm showing you an example where we set up a uniform grid with adaptive meshing to it. So that means we have a grid, and only in individual areas around the flow, we would adaptively mesh them. You can do mesh grids, so you actually properly mesh it. You don't use a uniform grid to look at the problem of fluid structure interaction. Or we can also go into particles. So you could use particles to simulate all of this. And here, this is an example where they are simulating sort of a shipwreck situation. And but it's all using particles in the simulation instead of having meshes or uniform grids. Let's look how these things scale. So for the first one, which is the uniform grid with the adaptive meshing, it takes about 20 CPU hours per simulation second. And that means we have here 500,000 degrees of freedom, just to give you an idea of that's the amount of compute you need to do this. If you do the normal meshing approach, like with a normal mesh put into the whole system, here you see the fish with its mesh structure on it, we talk about 10 CPU hours per simulation second, and here we have 400,000 degrees of freedom. And then if you go to the situation of using these particles, we have 30 CPU hours per simulation second with 20 million particles. So yeah, that's not really useful. If we want to do things that have a high resolution, like the fluid turbulence, like as we needed for the swimming example, we need to understand the fluid turbulences. We have to have this high resolution. We need to somewhat resolve at a small scale the details that we see in this fish swimming. And if we want to really scale this up for real-world robots that swim not just in 2D, but in 3D, we need to have means of being faster at this. So that means if you want to make a swimmer, like you see on the left, this biohybrid swimmer, or even if you want to make a soft robot, like these pneumatic arms that we built in a group, which are inflated and they have structural reinforcements, these are silicon rubber arms, we need to have a way of modeling the same way for the soft robotic fish. Here, I call it hydraulic robots, where we are pumping liquid into the tail of the fish. So that really brings me to the point of we need learning-based methods for, in my opinion, more effective robot optimization and also real-time control. In case of robot optimization, if you want to optimize a robotic structure over and over again, you cannot have such a huge computational cost. And if you want to do real-time control, obviously you need to be able to run this in the range of 10 to 100 hertz. And that's not possible with these methods. So I've structured the talk from going from all the way from black box to white box. And I will be covering on 4 different techniques that we've been diving into with my group more recently. And if I mean black box, I mean we can be quite accurate, but not necessarily very interpretable. And if I talk about white box, that means we can be quite explainable of what this model captures, but maybe you have trade-offs in terms of accuracy, of how accurately does it capture this problem. I will not only be talking about robotic fish. I just use this as an example to give you the idea of one of the multi-physics problems that we're interested in. I will also be talking about other multi-physics problems. So the first one that we're looking at is called Opex. And this is a method that was started to be developed by a colleague of mine. His name is in the group of Andreas Krause at ETH. And here we are looking into using a method that falls more under this umbrella of being a black box method. Then we talk about residual physics. Then I talk about disco. And then the fourth thing I will be talking about is SSM. And I also already would like to point you to Joa, who will be having a poster with more details about the last method today. So starting talking about Opex. This is work that Jorge in my group has been doing. And it stands for Optimistic Active Exploration for Soft Robotic Systems. So this is still work in progress. So I will show you some of the initial results that we have here. And I'm really excited we've been started working on this direction because it's quite promising as a technique of understanding the complexity of the systems that we're building. So let's get started with a bit of background. So in a typical reinforcement learning algorithm, you would try to optimize policy for solving one particular task. And what do we have here? We have our state action pairs, and we also have our state model, how you transition from one time step to the next. And what we really would like to learn, obviously, is what we see here as F star. We would like to understand what is F star, how are we transitioning in space? For example, here you see this half cheetah model that with reinforcement learning had learned how to move forwards in space, and it is actually has learned with a reinforcement learning approach to move or jump forward. And the part of forward is important. I will get to this in a moment. So now, if you have learned this with a model-based reinforcement learning approach, you can typically not really apply this to an unseen task. And by unseen task, for example, very simple, move backwards. So if you were try to use this and force this RL policy that you just learned to move backwards, that's what's going to happen. It's not very much what you want to have. But if you actually can explore something like active exploration, you can very quickly start also exploring these states of going backwards with the same system. So how does this work? So if you use a Bayesian neural network architecture, you can use this for epistemic uncertainty estimation. So here in this example, you see all of this area where we have data, and then on the left hand and the right hand, we have no data. And that's obviously indicated with this huge amount of uncertainty in the space. So everything that you see here with the blue dots, this is all data that we have. And then actually we know that our system would, in our ground truth system would develop this way, but we don't have any data, so we can't pinpoint it down. So for the no data area, we need to have a way of exploring the no data area and learning about the space. And this is the high epistemic uncertainty part of our problem. So now, if we are now going to start looking into this, we can do an active data collection approach, and you can propose different ways of doing this. In this case, we do it to minimize the model uncertainty. So every single data point that you're trying to explore is trying to get closer to the true dynamics of your system. So here, for example, we have gotten 2 data points. And these 2 data points are currently kind of capturing our model at these 2 places. So we have reduced the uncertainty at these 2 places that you see here, one over here and one over here. Maybe let's just switch to my laser pointer. So you see here's one point and there's the other point. So now if I want to capture the true dynamics, which is not what the mean currently shows me here, but this dashed line, I need to look into where can I get my maximum information gain. And this is plotted down here at the bottom part of the picture. So if I look here, this point where it's indicated with red, that's where the maximum information gain can be gotten. So the next data point should be collected in this area. Voila, so I take an extra observation, exactly this point, and you see how I'm pinpointing down further my uncertainty and minimizing my epistemic uncertainty about the system. And so now you see in the next stage, I have a posterior uncertainty that remains and a posterior mean, which has gotten a bit closer to the actual ground truth that I want to get towards. And so you can keep exploring the data by further minimizing the peaks of your area of information gain. And then this way you can get a very efficient way of exploring the space. So we try to use this method now for 2 examples. One of them is the soft Koszorot rod arm. Here we have 58 dimensions for this robotic arm. We're using a Koszorot rod model to model this, and that's based on Pi Elastica. And we want to see how well can we use this approach of Opex to explore the space. And the other example I will show you is the soft fish example, where we have a dimension of 20 in terms of the soft body structure. And here we would like to also use this approach of exploring the space. So if you use a model-based RL method, for example, HUCRL is one of them, you see that for reaching a fixed target, which is sort of like a part that you've seen before, as a task you've seen before, we get fairly comparable performances for all of the methods. Opex is what we are trying to show you here. I'm trying to, this is our methods. And these are other ways of exploring the space. But the moment you start trying to do reaching a target you've never seen before, and I show you this in a second in the video, you start seeing that most of the methods will start failing. So here, for example, the model-based RL method will start failing, while various approaches of our Opex can actually reach the target and reach the reward for reaching a target. So this is how it looks like. So I would like to be able to reach this point on the left. So the soft arm is trying to get to this point. And there's a certain velocity penalty that Hugo has put into place for this problem. And in the end, we can get to this point over and over again. It's part of the training set also for the model-based RL. But now if I want to reach an unseen target point, as simple as moving my target from left over to the right, and the arm has to bend the other way, you see with Opex, we can get to this and we can achieve this new downstream task, while the model-based RL algorithm cannot do this. So that's basically also in swimming, we see a similar behavior. If I just want to swim forwards and my model-based RL has learned how to swim, it will be able to do this. But the moment I would like it to turn around and swim in the other direction, as a very simple experiment, only our Opex can actually achieve a high rewards, while down here again, model-based RL will be pretty poor in its performance. So here is 3 swimmers, the Opex swimmer, the random swimmer, and the model-based RL swimmer, which is the HUCL. And you see how the random swimmer is fairly slow in exploration, so that's why it's trailing behind, while our Opex swimmer is trying to catch up with the model-based RL. So it's somewhere, there's a trade-off in some way. The model-based RL can learn quite efficiently to swim forward. And that's great. It can do this already, but now with model-based RL, which is the koi fish that you see here in this brown pattern, if I show you now the next example of not swimming forwards, but like here you see the swimming forward performance of Opex, random, and model-based RL. If I now do a turnaround, so they're actually being rewarded for going around, you see how our model-based RL just goes off the charts. So this is why it's this inset video. It just goes off in the wrong direction. Even though it's supposed to swim downwards in the negative X direction, it's not able to do this. So with random and with our Opex method, we can much better explore this epistemic uncertainty. So this is kind of a quick summary. You see with the koi fish, we are able to actually swim away from the target efficiently with this method. And now we are currently exploring, this is another data example, sorry. So here we are also trying to swim away from a target and going away. And again, this is another task that we're trying out. And we are now in the process of putting these tasks onto our actual fish robot that we have in the lake in Zurich. So quick takeaway from this is, I believe that with a method that's fairly black box, but a good way of exploring epistemic uncertainty, it's a quite nice way of actually making progress in this direction. We can test this on a couple of soft robotic environments, and we can generalize to new downstream tasks. Let me get to the next point, which is residual physics. So this is another exploration that we did more on our soft arms. So here we were looking into, can we use a residual physics learning part where we have most of it simulated, but what we are not able to account for, we use an additional forcing. So here, the way to explain this is we have first a simulation that is, in this case, we're using diff-PD for the simulation of our soft arm. And then we have the real robot that's shown up on the top. That's the caster robot made of silicon elastomer and has this reinforcements. And then we would like to go to the next state. And here we are basically using this residual physics model where some of it is being learned and some of it is just a simulation. So it's a hybrid of learning the error, the residual physics, and the other part is using the actual simulation. So now if stepping forward, you see this part here takes in the learning data that we have from the learning model, that takes the registration points that we have from the real arm. This means our motion capture markers. And down here from the simulation, it gets the other parts of the forces. So that means in simulation at time step t+1, we would have a certain amount of states and actions that we would want to have. And in the next real time step, we apply the residual forces to it. So let me show you this on 2 examples. So we have here the sim-to-sim example, where we have soft and stiff as 2 example systems. So we, for example, change the Young's modulus of our soft beam, and we apply various torques to it. And that means in the simulated example, we have the wrong Young's modulus, and we're trying to learn it for the right Young's modulus. So we introduce the residual forces to explain the error in the Young's modulus. And we tried this in different ways of, for example, torquing, twisting, and so forth. And then so here this should be able to show you here. So we have the soft beam, and we're applying forces to it to displace the soft beam. And I'm not sure why it's not showing. We also do the same with torquing. And then in the end, we do experiments to do the transition onto the real beam. So down here, you see the real beam, and you see the real arm where we did the same thing, where we assume a certain Young's modulus in the simulated beam, and then we apply it to the real beam, and the same we do for the soft arm. So here, this is a result for the soft arm, where we're running the system, and you're seeing in green, in red, the individual points, and the residual forces are applied to make the matching work out in this case. So in the pipeline, we basically have our external force. It gets information from the current simulation states. This is the full pipeline. We run it into our simulator, diffpd. We have our multiple MLP architecture down here that will apply the residual forces to the simulation, and then we're stepping forward in time. And every single time we have then step forward, we extract the markers from the real robot, which are these marker points you see down here in red. These are the markers that are at this and at this space of the robot. And then in the end, we can forward transition into the next state and use just this additional residual force learning that we gotten from the training data. So here, really important for the training is that as we are training this, we are taking the next time stats, xt plus 1, and they go into our labeled data sets, which we have to train a priori with some known information. And then we can apply this to our robotic system. Yeah, step forward. So here are now some results. You see on the top, we have the bending beam with the displacement and this displacement error. If you were just to use a system ID approach to identify the parameter of the beam, meaning its Young's modulus, you would have a fairly poor matching of the behavior, while with residual physics, we get a very low error, which is shown here in blue. If you do the same for a soft arm, we also have the situation where we get a lower residual physics error compared to, let's say, system ID applied directly onto the system model. So what we're trying to say is you could use a system ID approach to try to identify the parameters. It will nevertheless not capture all of the residual physics that we don't know about. Okay, there's another method that we've been looking into, and this is a bit more of a method that is not anymore black box, but more white box, and it's called deep stochastic Koopman operator. Here, we basically start off with an input-output system like our soft arm that I just showed to you, and we would like to devise a controller that can explain the behaviors from putting an input into this arm and then getting an output out of it. So what are the dynamics of the system? One way we could use a Koopman operator for this example. That means in the system, we have additionally obviously noise occurring both on the plan side and also on the controller side. So really the motivation here is, can we learn an accurate and concise model using a Koopman operator, which is a compositional operator, and doing this in a stochastic manner using a deep learning approach. So here we start off with having a state xt, which we observe of the system. And then we have our model, let's say our MLP, which is here indicated for lifting us into our Koopman space. And this is actually an MLP that we use for this. And then in the end, we can transition in a sort of linear control space with a Koopman matrix A and a control matrix B from our observable space T to T plus 1. And in the end, we are projecting it back to the next high dimensional space to xt plus 1, which we are using for the robot itself. So here is a way of looking at this in a, stochastic way. So we have xt, we have our network that's encoding all the states into a distribution of observables with a mean and a variance. And now we can fully operate in this linear space where we are projecting our distribution, P psi t, forward into psi t plus 1, using just the Koopman matrix A and the control matrix B. And in the end, we only need an observation matrix to project it back again. So that's actually, that was also necessary for us to show the stability of this approach for a model predictive control approach, that we didn't use an MLP to project back, but we actually just used a linear observation matrix. So the pipeline is this. We have, again, our soft robotic arm plant. Then we sample from this plant and we get a data set. With this data set, we train the core things. We train the neural network that lifts us into Koopman space, and we train our control matrix A and our input matrix B in the lifted space. And this is what we are minimizing in terms of loss. And then in the end, we get our MPC controller. Here we just use a well-known MPC controller approach to then apply this model in the lifted space for control. And every single time step, it's projected back with our matrix C, which I showed you in the previous slides. So here you see in the end, we have our plants. We have our control gain K. we have here our nominal system, and here we have our MPC controller. The nominal system is the system that's operating in that lifted space, and the MPC controller is acting on top of this. So we've tried this in a couple of different examples. We used a card pole, we used something non-soft robotic-like, which is a gene regulator network, but we also used a soft robotic arm, and we used a half cheater. And one of the things is we tried 10 different systems, this method on, and it worked quite well. One example is we did it on the arm to just track, for example, a trajectory S, where we compared our stochastic approach against a non-stochastic approach, and we got better tracking performance for using this, just using some initially randomly collected data sets of actuating the arm pneumatically, collecting data with the marker points, and then applying it to our model. The last thing to quickly mention before I'm ending my talk is the SSM method. That's a method that Joa is doing together with the student in my group, Amir. Here we're working on top of a method that was developed in George Haller's group at ETH, which is basically taking spectral submanifolds for nonlinear dynamic systems. And so here, you can basically start off with saying we have a system that's described by x dot equals ax, and you can additionally introduce a nonlinear term, f of x. And with the methods that Joa is the expert in, and we've been very glad to work with him on this, is we can use SSM learn algorithm to take a lot of measurements of our soft robots and then embed them into this embedding space, find a parameterization for this embedded space, in the end, project it, normalize it, and then use it as a prediction model. So specifically, we're using this for our electrohydraulic muscles. Here, the working principle is that we have pouches that are filled with oil. This is a method that Christoph Keplinger developed originally. It's a muscle that we used for our robots. Here's an example that we set up in the lab to explain it. It's basically a capacitive muscle that can be charged, and then it squeezes liquid in the inside of itself around, and it can lift up weights. So we have liquids ongoing, we have maximal forces, and we have solid mechanics ongoing in these muscles. And we can use them to do stuff like making, for example, a jumping leg here. This is a leg with multiple muscles in it. And we have in total 4 pairs of muscles. Each of them are packs of multiple films, and modeling these is a nightmare. So that's why we want to use SSM to explain how can we actually model their behavior. And I won't go too much into detail to take away the ability for Joa to describe it also in this poster in more depth. But basically what we always start off with, we have training data that we record from these muscles. We put them into our test bench. We can record how well they are contracting and how well they are deforming. And then Joa can design from this for all levels of voltages that we apply our dynamics of these transitions of displacement of this muscle. So going back to this, it's basically the dynamics of how does this muscle contract when we are applying a certain voltage, and that's what you see over here. So you see for different levels we get different dynamics. So we apply a voltage, and where does it settle at is the question. So what displacement are we going towards? And then he can in the end identify from this dynamics for this embedded space that we have defined. And here you see how with our methods that we have applied to these muscles, we can already start tracking the positional data against the predicted data, and we get fairly interesting, good tracking results. And we are currently investigating questions such as hysteresis on these muscles. How does hysteresis affect the behavior of these muscles? And how can we capture them in these SSM models as well? And with this, I'm getting to my takeaway slide. So I talked about we can use learning-based surrogates to use as a fast and accurate alternative to modeling soft robots. And it allows us to, for example, capture fabrication inaccuracies and other disturbances that we get from the system. And we believe it's actually an effective way of building up models that can run much faster, so we can use them for control and eventually also for optimization. In the future, we are looking more also into more sparse data usage. We're looking into co-optimizing the shape and the control of these systems and building up eventually foundational models that can be used for soft robots. I'm out of time, so I want to just say thank you to my team. That was a recent outing. We actually just last week, we were on an outing together as a lab. And I have a group of people, some of them building robots, some of them modeling robots, and some of them designing also the multi-physical surrogates. So what you saw today is mostly from Jorge, Mike in the team, and that are working on this part of research together with Amir, who is working on the musculoskeletal robots. And with this, I say thank you to all funding sources, all the people that give us money. My chair was actually founded from a donation of Credit Suisse, which I'm very happy about. Unfortunately, don't exist anymore, but they're still giving us money, which is great. And with this, I would like to say thank you to all of the organizers of this workshop. Thank you so much for coming here, letting us come here today and talk about soft robots and how we are modeling them. And now I'm ready for some questions. Thank you.
Test 1, 2. Okay. Hi, thanks for the talk. I wanted to ask you about the first method that you presented, the Opex.
Yes.
You say you get an epistemic uncertainty out of the network, but I take it that's just an estimate again, so it could be wrong, right? Do you have any guarantees that you never sort of overestimate your certainty, or could it happen that you're not exploring some part of the space and then you find out while the system is running that you didn't explore that?
Yeah, so the thing is, it's an active learning approach, so we can keep improving the state even during running a new state, like a new task, a new downstream task I would like to do. So that means we're never stopping the learning process. That's an advantage of this. The question is, how do you explore which state you haven't looked at? Do you do it randomly? Do you do it in a greedy fashion? Do you do it a bit more and this is what Opex is describing as a method of like, you're trying to increase the information gain as much as possible based on the model that you're relying on it. So yes, you're making a good point. How certain are we about this, that we are actually going for the true information gain versus just a perceived information gain? That's a bit of the challenge. So that's still an open path to make sure that our models that we're using to describe the information gain, I think you're referring mostly probably to this slide here, right? When we are trying to look at, yeah. So yes, so it comes down to how do we model the uncertainty distribution in the end of the day, and what model are we assuming here? So what we found, at least we are pragmatic in the sense that we're trying this out on our robots, and we found it to allow us to go to unseen tasks much better than with, let's say, a model-based IL.
Yeah, but you don't have a theoretical guarantee, like it's not a Gaussian process or anything like that, where you say, okay, I know if everything is as I modeled, then this is exactly my epistemic uncertainty. It's an estimate.
Absolutely, it is an estimate. It is, in the end of the day, it's the most black box method I showed you today in that sense, right?
Thanks.
Further, I would like to ask about the data collection part. This was something like obvious, or it was more sophisticated?
For which of the 4 examples?
The soft manipulator.
Okay. So both for the disco model, the stochastic operator, and also the residual physics example, we had to do the data collection. It is not trivial. I mean, the way we do it is we put the arm into a motion capture rig and we collect motion capture markers. And from that, we can get solid bodies for those motion capture segments that we're capturing. And we, for actually getting the force estimations, we also use force transducers to ground the data to know what we're doing. So it is the most time-consuming part of all of this. So in simulation, you can run this much faster, but once we move to the actual robot, we spend months of doing these experiments.
What about the random or?
Oh yeah. So so for in different projects, so for the disco, it was just random. There we usually played with sinusoidal actuations, so it's not completely random, or it's actually executable from on the pressure side. But we have a valve array of proportional valves that can quite quickly achieve different pressure levels, which is nice. So we're not limited by a mechanical movement of a piston or so to achieve different pressure levels, but it is a big challenge to do the exploration properly. So in Opex there, we explore very selectively, right? We're trying to explore certain states because we believe our information gain is highest there.
Okay, let's thank Robert again. I think you don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker. Take it away, Bob.
Okay, so thanks, John, and the organizers for the invitation. It is really great to be here, and I'm excited to tell you about really our take on nonlinear system identification and control. Did I unmute, by the way? Is it okay? Good. So this will be the collection of results that we got in the Nonlinear Dynamics group, or the Haller group, led by George Haller. You can see some of us in the background here. This is a outdated figure, or outdated picture, sorry, but you get the idea. And I also will be featuring some results that were in collaboration with the guys at Stanford and also other groups at ETH. Hopefully this will be made clear from the slides. So to start off, I am going to discuss systems of this form. So x dot equals ax plus f, where f is some nonlinear function, and x comes from some vector space, which is possibly high dimensional, but let's say still finite. And then I want to address how time-dependent perturbations enter into this. So if this could be a time-dependent forcing or a control force or something like that. And if there's one key takeaway I want to really make sure you get, or one point I want to make, is that the structure of this equation should be respected. And what I mean simply is that there's an autonomous part here, which describes how the system evolves on its own. And then how we add this time-dependent part, or how we treat that, is something that is separate from all of that. So first, if we want to do system identification, then we should in fact do system identification first. And that means I want to understand how the system behaves when it is left to its own devices. So as a bit of foreshadowing, here's a diamond robot that will be featured later on in the talk. And all I want to understand at this point is how it relaxes back into its equilibrium position. So I could start with an equation, for example. If I know the underlying physics, I could start from first principles, but these are usually very complex and difficult to solve. And sometimes I might not even know the equations, or I might not trust the equations well enough. And that brings us to reduced order models, which could either be equation-driven or data-driven reduced order models, in which case I don't even know the equation, so I have to observe the system to find this model. And this is what I will be focusing on in this talk, primarily. And then once we have done the system identification, and I am fairly confident about this model I have of the system, I can now discuss what happens with the time dependence. And this time dependence could come from some external forcing. So let's say I shake this structure with a well-defined frequency, or if I wanted to do some control tasks, this could be a control input. And if I've done the system identification part really in the way that I should, then this is a representative model of the system. So that really adding this time dependence is very straightforward. So there are no multiple ways of doing this. The theory tells you how to do this. And this makes it very generalizable. So I only need to do the system identification part once. I learn the autonomous part, intrinsic dynamics, and then this is also applicable to other types of forcing or control inputs. And I want to find a mathematically justified setting in which this can be done. And one such setting is when the system has a low-dimensional attracting invariant manifold in the phase space, which is the space of velocities and positions that you see here. And you see that there is in this case, there's a trajectory that is synchronizing with the intrinsic dynamics of this attracting manifold. And if I reduce this system to this manifold, this gives me a very compact and representative model. It is low dimensional, the manifold, so that means the model is simple, reduced model. It is also attracting. So I actually expect to see the behavior in simulated or measured responses of the system. It is also smooth, so I can do calculus on this manifold if I want to. And it's a closed model, which is what invariance means. If I start on this manifold, then I am guaranteed by the nature of the system to never leave it. So that is very advantageous. And one caveat that comes with this is that the manifold needs to be normally hyperbolic for this to hold true, for this to be a good model. Which is a technical term. It means that the rates of attraction normal to the manifold should dominate the rates of attraction parallel to the manifold, which puts us in the slow manifold situation, if we want to put it loosely. But what this means is the following. So you see a non-normally hyperbolic manifold here. This is the red manifold. You see that the normal rates are actually slower than the rates parallel to the manifold. So a general trajectory actually doesn't even know that this manifold is there. It's just traveling past it, and then only converges right at the very end where it doesn't even matter anymore. So this is not a good reduced order model. But on the other hand, if we have this green manifold that is normally hyperbolic, so you see the normal rates are now much stronger than with the tangential rates. So all trajectories are just pushed together and they're converging on this manifold. So if we've identified this slow manifold, which will be an attractor for the system, then what we can do is seek some representation of this system in the full phase space, isolate some key reduced coordinates that span the latent space, such that I can model them separately with something called reduced dynamics, which usually will be a very low dimensional ordinary differential equation. And then to get back to the manifold, I can use this parametrization map. And I want this whole construction to be compatible, such that if I'm on the manifold, then the time evolution in the full phase space, so going like that, has to correspond to the time evolution in the reduced space composed with the parametrization. So that's what we want to do. And to search for these invariant manifolds in the phase space, we're going to use spectral submanifolds. We're going to use spectral submanifolds, which Robert already mentioned, which is very fortunate. And I also want to motivate this just very quickly. So starting with this system on the left here, x dot equals ax plus f. Let's ignore the nonlinearities for a moment. And let's assume that there is a fixed point somewhere in the middle that could be either attracting or saddle type. So it can have both stable and unstable directions. And then in this setting, reduced order modeling is very easy because of superposition of linear systems, or superposition that holds in linear systems, rather. So we know that eigenspaces of this linear operator are all invariant. Even their collections are invariant under the dynamics, so we call them spectral subspaces in general. And along all these spectral subspaces, the dynamics is simply governed by the corresponding eigenvalues. So I can isolate the dominant eigenvalues, the slowest eigenvalues, that will influence the dynamics for the longest time, which in this example is the green curve here. And then everything else just collapses down to that subspace. It's again a slow manifold situation, so I can just project to the slow subspace. And luckily, the picture is very similar, even if we add the nonlinearities. So under some generic conditions, you can show that this structure, this slow to fast hierarchy of invariant objects, survives even in the nonlinear system. And they are also attached to this fixed point at the origin. So they are anchored to the origin, and they're also tangent to the spectral subspaces. In fact, these can be understood as nonlinear continuations of these spectral subspaces, which is why we call them spectral submanifolds. But now they can carry nonlinear dynamics. So truly nonlinear dynamics, meaning they can have fixed points, limit cycles, and multiple of them at the same time. And again, the most important one is going to be the slowest one. So this green guy here, that is the continuation of the slow spectral subspace, because that acts once again as a slow manifold. Every trajectory of the system is collapsing onto it, so that I can use it as a reduced model. So that is what we want to do in general, and this process of reducing the system to these attracting invariant manifolds is called SSMR, spectral submanifold reduction. And this is achieved by this package called SSM Learn, for which there was the MATLAB implementation first, and now, more recently, there is the Python one that is available. So I quickly want to run through how we actually do this, mainly because it helps me fix some of the jargon that we will encounter. So let's say that we want to find a d-dimensional SSM in the phase space of the dynamical system. And the first obstacle that we immediately encounter is that the phase space is usually not accessible. So it's not possible to record all of the degrees of freedom of the system at the same time. But luckily, there are theorems that guarantee that we can embed this manifold, this d-dimensional manifold, if we have enough observables, so that we can measure the system in some places, and those will serve as observables. If we don't have enough observables, then there are also theorems telling us what to do. We can create more of them by delay embedding or taking delayed measurements of the same observables. That is what Takens' embedding theorem says. And if this observable space, so the dimension of it is P, if that is larger than twice the dimension of the manifold, then this is safe to do. So then in this observable space, which is called Z, what I see is the trajectories are coming in along the manifold like that. And I want to fit this manifold to them. And the first thing to do is to decide how I want to parameterize it. And now I want to parameterize it as a graph over its tangent space, so over its spectral subspace, in fact. So that means I have to create this coordinate chart that takes me from the manifold to the tangent space. And in this case, it's simply a projection. So I take some basis of the spectral subspace and then project the dynamics or the trajectories onto that. That gives me the reused coordinates, which are called eta. You don't have to know this tangent space a priori. The optimization procedure can take care of it, but that's not really important right now. But once I have the reduced coordinates, what we can do is parameterize this SSM, so going from the reduced space back to the full space in a polynomial form. So I'm going to look for a polynomial function of my reduced coordinates eta that parameterizes manifold. And given some training data, I can use simple tools like polynomial regression to do this, in fact. And then once that is done, I have the parameterization and reduced coordinates. I need to figure out the reduced dynamics. And as I said before, it's usually going to be a low-dimensional ordinary differential equation simply. So that is capturing the dominant dynamics of the system. And that means I want to regress the right-hand side of this ordinary differential equation. Also in a polynomial form. So this will be, again, a polynomial function of the reduced coordinates. And then this is, again, a regression problem that I can solve. Now I have to approximate the time derivative somehow of the reduced coordinates, but that can be done with finite differences as very simple. So that is roughly what I wanted to tell you about the autonomous case, where there's no time dependence for these SSMs. But before moving on to the time-dependent case, I want to show an example, which is a case study in system identification. So there's no control yet, but I think this is a very useful case study. So this is the so-called inverted flag problem. So this is just an elastic sheet that you see here. We put it into some flow, but the flow is coming from the unclamped edge of this elastic sheet, so it's free to vibrate, like you see on the simulation here. And this also means that the undeformed position of this flag is unstable. So it's like the inverted pendulum in some ways. And this generated some interest recently because the dynamics are quite interesting. And this turns out to be a very delicate fluid structure interaction problem that is difficult to model, and especially difficult to model in a reduced sense, so that there would be a reduced model that captures still most of the physics. And so that's what we wanted to do with our tools. And then it turns out that Filippo Coletti, who is a professor of fluid dynamics at ETH, he has this experiment, and they were able to conduct this. So this is what you see here on the left, from a top-down view of this water channel. There's the inverted flag that is flapping. You can see the endpoint is marked. So this is the type of data that we're working with. We mark the endpoint of this flag and then try to extract the dynamics, intrinsic dynamics. So we need an SSM, and so since there is an obvious fixed point to this problem, right, the undeflected state that I said is unstable, but this doesn't inhibit anything. We can still work with unstable fixed points. So we find the slowest spectral submanifold attached to this unstable state, which is two-dimensional, as it turns out, from the videos. And this is the reduced dynamics. So this is the phase portrait of the reduced dynamics that you see here. Immediately in the middle, we identify that that's the undeflected state. So that's a saddle type fixed point. And then this outer loop in blue would be a limit cycle. And this corresponds to the steady flapping of the flag. So that is also consistent with what we see so far. And interesting that there are two new fixed points that we've identified, or the model has predicted. And we didn't input this. So this is purely model predictions. And it makes sense that there would be other fixed points, so that correspond to deflected states of this flag. And that would be unstable, but still this is now a quantitative prediction coming directly from the model that we can verify. And we have done that. So we have prepared this flag or this experiment in a way that it's close to one of these predicted unstable fixed points. And what you see is that initially it's hovering over this fixed point, and then it starts to develop larger and larger amplitude oscillations, just as the model would predict, until it flips over and starts flapping with the dynamics of the limit cycle. So this was also a successful model identification task. I quickly want to talk about the non-autonomous case. So what happens if we add some time dependence to these SSMs? And this can be done in more generality than what I'm about to cover now. For simplicity, let's assume that this is a slowly varying force. So I introduced this epsilon parameter to express this, that this will be slowly varying. And then let's introduce alpha. Alpha is just epsilon t. So this tracks this would be the slow time. And then this introduces the slow fast decomposition of the dynamical system, which is exact up to this point. And this tells you that this system essentially behaves as a parametrized system, parametrized by alpha, and alpha is changing. It's drifting with some speed, which is dictated by epsilon, which I assume to be small. So then it is interesting to look at the epsilon equals 0 case. So when time is frozen, there's no time dependence, but we still take care of the alpha dependence. So what we see here is that there is a family of fixed points parameterized by alpha, and each of these fixed points has a corresponding slow SSM attached to that. So that is this blue guy here. And then so this is the time independent case still. And then what George and Roshan has shown is that if you turn on time dependence now, so let epsilon be larger than 0, then this picture survives. And so this family of fixed points turns into a slow trajectory, slowly evolving trajectory, which they call the generalized steady state. And even more importantly, there is the attached structure of the slow SSMs that survives as a slowly varying or adiabatic SSM, which again behaves like a slow manifold, but now it's time-dependent slow manifold, so it's a bit more interesting. And this was a very simplified picture. This is even true in under more general assumptions. For example, you don't need to assume slowness, but for the sake of exposition, I only wanted to cover this case. And I want to move on to an example, which I think is very, very nice. So this was done by Roshan, and this is a system of 2 point masses that are placed on a cart. So this is also this is the 3rd degree of freedom, the cart, and the cart is shaken by some outside force, which you see here. And in fact, this force is a chaotic signal. So this was taken directly from the Lorentz system. So this is a trajectory of the Lorentz 63 system. And just as the theory would predict, what you will see here is that there is this time-dependent structure, this time-dependent surface that is moving around in a chaotic way. In the middle, there is the time-dependent generalized steady state that itself is chaotic. And then there's the reduced model on the SSM, which is the red trajectory. And then what you should see is that the black trajectory, which is the full order model, it very quickly jumps to the SSM. So it follows the red SSM reduced model. And then together, slowly, they converge to the actual generalized steady states, which is itself a chaotic trajectory. So this very nicely illustrates this picture. And the way we want to use this is actually for soft robots. So this is connecting to Robert's talk also very nicely in a way. And these are the 2 robots that will be featured. So these are, of course, courtesy of the Autonomous Systems Lab at Stanford University, and the robotics expertise is also courtesy of them. And this analysis was done by these people that you see in the corner here. So first, I want to show the diamond robots that you see on the right here. And the task would be that we want to control the tip position, which would, so the tip position lives in the workspace, which is just a 3-dimensional space denoted by Q. And we want to make sure that this tip follows this prescribed trajectory gamma while also avoiding the obstacles. And so to do this SSM reduction, we need observables. So we record the tip's position as well. And we also create delayed observations of that. You can see here that make up this observable space Z. And now we know that these SSMs, they survive even in the control system. So because we have justified that there is a time-dependent structure that will be there that we can reduce to. But the question is, how do we actually target this? And the first approximation is actually that we don't care about the time dependence. We're just glad that this structure survives, and we assume that, well, the time dependence doesn't play a huge role. So that is what we do first. And then what you can do is find the intrinsic dynamics of the robot, which corresponds to this uncontrolled fixed point. So when there's no control force acting on it, is just in a stable configuration. So you can perturb it somehow, knock it out of equilibrium, record how it recovers, and then you can fit the SSM reduced model, which is illustrated here. So again, fit the parametrization, fit the reduced dynamics, and that turns out to be 6-dimensional in this case. But you do want to account for the time dependence when it comes to the control, or when it comes to the reduced dynamics. So we know that to first approximation, this is how the control force will enter the reduced dynamics. So with this B reduced times U-turn. And this is something we can infer by calibration. So this robot is actuated by 4 wires that connect to the 4 elbows. And then what Jonah and the others do is that they give it random control inputs and observe how it responds to those control inputs. And then, since we have done a good job of identifying intrinsic dynamics, we know that the difference between what we observe and what we predict is going to be the control effect. So that's how we regress the reduced control effect. But now we have a controlled model, so which means we can use it for model predictive control. And we're going to minimize the tracking error that is measured from this reference trajectory, such that the reduced dynamics and other constraints are also satisfied. So this is these are the results that they obtained. This was with a simulation, so a finite element model of the robot. They also have a hardware implementation and hardware results, which I'm not showing here. But the task was to follow this figure 8 here, which you can see in the dashed line between behind the panels. And this orange curve is our model. That's the SSMR model. And we compare it against other methods that are available in the literature. So for example, there is DMD, dynamic mode decomposition, EDMD, extended dynamic mode decomposition, and there's this TPWL, which stands for trajectory piecewise linearization, which actually uses the exact Jacobian of the system, but they are all linear methods. That's the common factor there. And you can see that if in the left, they kind of do a good job of tracking this figure 8. And this was because this was a slow traversal of this figure 8. So by eye, it looks okay. But of course, when you compare the metrics, relative error in the SSMR is far lower than anything else. So they, in fact, multiple times larger errors are committed by the other linear methods. And the story completely changes if we go to a faster tracking. It completely changes in that only the SSM methods now are able to track this trajectory. All the other methods fail. And then the second example that I wanted to show is this trunk robot, which is work done by Roshan and Jonas, and also much of the other guys that were featured. And what they wanted to do is account for the time dependence in a more diligent manner, let's say. So what happens if we take care of this time dependence somehow that we know that the adiabatic SSM will have? And the first approximation to this is to actually use static control inputs to stitch together this adiabatic SSMs. So what you do is start with the uncontrolled setup. So U is just 0, and then fix a local SSM reduced model, just as we've done before. And then move on to another static configuration. And also around that fixed point that is born for this other static control force, you then fit another model. And then also to a third position, and then you have another model, and so on. And then you start approximating this manifold. So we have these local approximations that you can interpolate between as the trajectory moves around. I want to now skip to the results, actually, because those are quite interesting. So this is a more challenging trajectory called this Pac-Man. This is called a Pac-Man. And this also has a Z component, which I'm not showing, this variation in Z component. You can see that the tracking is of course all best in the adiabatic SSM and the SSM reduced models, and the others, well, they struggle sometimes, and this is also reflected in the relative errors. And then what I want to show also is this video. So this is a simulation of the control results with the DMD and the SSM and the adiabatic SSM models. What you should notice is that the DMD model here, it struggles with the corners. So there's some jitters that it experiences, whereas the SSMR and the adiabatic SSM models have a really nice and smooth control input. And they also do a very good job of tracking the trajectory. Right, there's the jitter again. Right, if I have maybe one more minute, I want to cover this last example, which I think helps make a very nice point that I said earlier about generalizability. So there was this experiment in which this lab at ETH, they sent us some measurements of this vibrating beam. They want to use it to measure gravity in some ways, which is not really important, or it is very interesting, but I don't have time to get into it. But what they do is again, show unforced simulations, and then what we want to do is predict the force response. So they sent us these two types of data, and then this is the best we could do. So here on this diagram, you see for a given frequency, the response of the system, which is in black, and then our predictions were red. So it is quite good, but somehow this is off. And at this point, we were very convinced that our autonomous dynamics is correct. It really looked correct, and the data was very nice. So we suspected that something might be off. And then upon talking to them a bit more, it turned out that they forgot to account for some other experimental factors, such as the temperature. So they performed these two sets of experiments on different days, and temperature was a bit off. So then we asked them to repeat the experiments, and then when we got the data, repeated the experiments, or we repeated the analysis, then the curve very nicely collapsed. So I think this example very nicely brings home the message that if we do a good job of finding the autonomous reduced dynamics, then accounting for the forcing is really not up to us. It's just the way that it should be. And this, in fact, also allows us to notice experimental errors, for example, and results in generalizable models. So I very quickly want to end the talk with this slide. So what I wanted to convince you of is that you should use invariant manifolds to reduce your dynamics onto, if you can, because those will be very generalizable. You know that they exist. It's a very robust structure that you can target. And among these invariant manifolds, SSMs or spectral submanifolds are particularly nice class of invariant manifolds. And as a last note, I want to bring your attention to these two posters. So right after I finish, Joar will present the poster from 10 o'clock, and then in the afternoon, also related to this talk, Roshan will have a poster as well. So with that, thank you for your attention.
Maybe we can take a few questions. Does anyone have any questions for comment?
Thank you. Very nice talk.
Thank you.
Question about your dimension. So you seem to be doing it for the slide 3 or 4, where you summarize really nicely the methods doing the linear subspace, right?
Right. Yeah.
So assume this dimension is where you have more observables than twice the dimension. So how do you find this then? I mean, it seems to be single value problem. So is there always like a really super sharp cutoff that you say, oh, my dimension is 6 and it's not 8, it's not 10? How do you find that dimension?
So in principle, this is all dictated by the linear part of the dynamics. So because these will correspond to exponentially different rates of decay. So if you select some modes, then all the rest will be exponentially decaying from that. So this will always put you in an attracting slow SSM situation. So what you want to do is find the slowest one, the one that's the lowest dimensional and the slowest. In many oscillatory problems, we see that it's actually two. So you have one single oscillatory mode that's active, that is defining a two-dimensional spectral subspace, and then you can reduce to the two-dimensional spectral submanifold. In robotics problems, this was larger. This comes from the fact that this is not only an oscillatory problem, or maybe it has 3 modes that are sort of active at the same time. So you want to keep them, but the rest are you can reduce them. Okay.
You said that this all requires that you can separate the directions into slow and fast ones. Can you give me sort of a practical intuition of where this is not easily possible? Are there cases where you cannot apply the method because you cannot do it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if there are no degenerate directions in the space, so for example, there are no zero eigenvalues, for example, or no purely imaginary eigenvalues, then you can always do this. It might happen that some of these eigenvalues or some of these modes, they coincide by some symmetry. So for example, there's some symmetry that's forcing them to be the same. And in that case, you would need a higher dimensional manifold, because that's the best you can do. There's no separation in there. But a higher dimensional spectral submanifold still exists, and you can do the reduction.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we'll end there. If you have any other further questions for Balin, please find them. Otherwise, I think we'll go ahead and yes, they should be. Do they have? Perfect, thank you. Yeah, let me see it. Okay.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Do you have to turn open my speaker?
No.
Okay.
Like this like.
Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce Yunzu Lee from Columbia. He'll be talking about learning structured world models from and for physical interactions. Take it away, Yunzu. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So it's great to be here and to talk about some of our research on learning structured dynamics models of this environment. And the title of today's talk is to learning graph-based neural dynamics model from physical interactions and for the robot to do better physical interactions with the environments. And the goal of the talk today is by the end of the talk, you'll be convinced that we should add structure to our learning systems. And with the right structures and suitable structures for the robots, the robot will have much better generalizations and sample efficiencies in manipulating complicated objects in the real world. So specific thing that we are hearing about is robotic manipulations, where we run the robots to make complicated physical interactions with the environments. But currently, we're actually very far away from human-level robotic manipulation skills, where some of the commercial systems in the real worlds are focusing on relatively simple objects for relatively simple pick and place tasks. But we humans can actually do much more than that. We humans can crack eggs, spread butter on a piece of bread, making dough, and making sushi. All of these capabilities actually goes far beyond the reach of the current robotic systems. And I would like to argue that the one very, very important enabling factors of the humans to do those tasks is this intuitive models of the world, where humans can predict how the environment is going to change if we apply a specific actions. Specifically, we can imagine how the dough will deform and how the onion pieces will move around if you apply a specific action. And the general framework works like this. Our planner will get observations from the world, and the planner will try to plan some actions to execute in the real world. And inside this planner, we have these intuitive models that takes the current observation and actions as inputs and predicts how the environment is going to change when you apply that actions. And this is essentially a predictive model. And I want to argue that this predictive model plays a very, very important role, and there needs a lot of cares into how to design a good and suitable predictive models for the robots. And in order to build these models, there are generally two ways of doing it. One is to learn the model from data, which we can roughly categorize as model-based reinforcement learning. People generally do is trying to map the observation into some latent space and learn the dynamics model over the latent space. There's good things about this approach because it can directly learn from partial observations and handle systems where you don't know about their dynamics or have uncertain about their dynamics. We have success stories like Mu0 and controlling robots from pixels. But existing system typically doesn't really have a very structured understanding about the dynamics of these environments, where they consider Z to be like a one-dimensional single vectors, which is unstructured. And it's actually limited in terms of generalizations. For example, looking at the Play-Doh or the coffee bean here, where humans are not thinking of them as just one single piece. We actually have the structured understanding about the individual piece as well as their interactions to have a good understanding about this dynamics of those objects. So talking about the structures, arguably the most compact way and the most structured way is to use our understanding of the physics. For example, F equals ma. And this is arguably the most structured way to represent the environment and has excellent generalization capabilities. We have a lot of success stories like humanoid robots or rockets. But however, build this type of physics-based models for those dynamical systems typically require full state informations. And it has to have full state estimation of the state as well as parameters, which are typically very hard to obtain or sometimes impossible to obtain in the real-world manipulation tasks. For example, manipulating granular like pieces, like how can you estimate the full state of all those shapes and frictions and all the information for those onion pieces? Or if you are buttoning your shirts, well, humans only need to know like local information about these buttons before we can do these tasks. Whereas for physics-based model, you need to know the full state information about your clothes before you can do the simulation. So both methods have their pros and cons. On the left is model learning. On the right is structures in the models. So a lot of my research has been trying to get the best of both worlds, trying to learn models of the environments by using structures that inspired by our understanding of physics for us to have good sample efficiency and generalization capabilities for the model. Specifically, let's formulate the problem as this. This is our objective functions defined over the observation y and the action u, and trying to minimize this objective function c. And for these specific planning problems, we have to think through three most critical constraints. The first one is perception. Essentially, it maps from the observation y into some representation z of this environment. Then is the dynamics models. They map from the current representation z and action u into the next representations in the next time step. And then we have to think about these control signals. Given the current representations, how can we derive the control signals to minimize these objective functions? And if you look closely at this formulation, you realize that the choice of representation z has a profound impact on the structure of the overall systems. So it is very, very important to think very carefully about what the structures should be there in this representation z and how does it affect the structures of the overall systems. And I want to show later that the right choice of the z will give you much better generalizations and sample efficiency of this of your systems. The specific representation z we want to use for this talk is actually particles. Particles essentially that decompose this environment in a bunch of small dots. And you are actually using particle describing the geometry as well as the interactions within the objects and between the objects. And in order to model the dynamics of these particle systems, we use graph-based neural dynamics model, which is essentially graph neural networks. Specifically, given this graph of 3 nodes and 3 directed edges, the graph is described as a node set and edge set. And for each edge, for example, pointing from node B to node A, we have an edge encoder that encodes the information from the sender and receiver to derive the representation. Okay, I guess I will continue. To derive the representation on that specific edge, then for every node inside this graph, for example, node A here, we will aggregate all the informations on edges where node A is a receiver. Together with the information on node A, we'll derive some updated information on node A. Then we can define the objective functions to measure the distance between the predicted A and the actual next time steps to supervise the model into dynamics prediction. And one thing I want to highlight here is that the node is shared among all, node encoder is shared among all nodes, and edge encoder is shared among all edges. So it naturally generates systems that are larger or smaller than during your trainings. So this is a nice thing about structures we bring into the systems. And then we are trying to see how well we can model objects of different materials. Here is an examples where 2 fluids fall down and merging with each other. On the left is the ground truth. On the right is our model's open loop predictions. By open loop, what I mean is that the inputs to our systems are the initial configurations of the particle sets as the subsequent actions. It is making this open loop predictions that actually very nicely matches the ground truth. There's another examples where we're trying to mimic grippers to grip a deformable form, as well as shake a box of fluids where the container is fully actuated, and we are able to predict the wave of the fluids. As I mentioned earlier, because the nodes encoder is shared among all nodes and the edge encoder is shared among all edges, So it naturally generalizes to systems that are larger than during training. Here I'm showing generalizations to 2 times more particles than during training. You can also nicely like capture the incompressiveness and density constraints for the fluids when doing this kind of like waving motion. So our goal is never like just to learn the model. Our goal is always to see how we can use these models to help us do planning tasks. So because this learned model is naturally differentiable, so we can just use like off-the-shelf deep learning packages to extract the gradients to do the trajectory optimizations and apply model predictive controls to plan the robot's behavior. Specifically, given the initial configurations, D0 and the targets in the red we hope to achieve, we can have some initial guesses of the action sequence. It can predict the evolutions of the systems, and we'll be able to like derive these objective functions, measuring the distance between the predicted outcome and the actual targets, and backpropagate the gradients of that loss functions with respect to the action sequence to do this optimization. And the model may not be accurate enough, so we'll execute the first action U0, obtain a new state of this environment, Z1, and then re-optimize U using gradient descent again. So this is essentially like shooting methods. And the shooting method, people know it has drawbacks. So the key to the success of these methods is to leverage the parallel computing power of GPUs, where we sample hundreds or even thousands of trajectories at the same times and do gradient descent for all of them simultaneously. This allows us to like get around some local optimals through samplings and do some local refinements using like gradient descents. And here are some like control results. Here the task is to shake this box of fluids to match the shape shown on the top left. Here is the control process, and when count down to 0, it matches the targets shown on the top left. There's another example of shaking this box of fluids. When the count down to 0, it's getting closer shapes to the targets. There's another examples of gripping this deformable form into achieving the targets. There's another examples where the decision variables are the orientation, clipping distance, and positions of these parallel grippers. It is also able to achieve the targets. We have also extending the systems in the real world and trying to like grip this deformable form into achieving the target configurations shown on the left. And after a few grips, the shape of these objects is definitely getting closer to our target configurations as shown in blue. So the key to the capabilities of doing this real world experiments is to do sim-to-real transfers. Essentially what we were doing is to learn the models from a physics-based simulators to approximate this model but because this model is on GPUs, so we can do like massive parallel samplings to make the planning more efficient. But to generalize to the real world, we'll first use 3D reconstructions to obtain the overall geometry of these objects and do online adaptations to adapt to our observations by tuning some like material parameters. But we do not have a simulator that can simulate everything around us. So we are asking the question, can we actually remove the dependency on the physics-based simulators and just learn the dynamics model the way how a human learn the dynamics model by just interacting with these environments? And by that, we want the robot to learn the model directly from real data and ideally for even more complicated tasks. I'm from China, and given the fact that we are already working on elastoplastic objects, so we're like, why not make some dumplings? So dumpling making is extremely complicated, as you could imagine. It involves many different steps that involve like the transformations of these doughs into different configurations and different shapes. It includes like rolling, stampings, etc. And in the process, we're also using our hands and all different kinds of tools in order to like changing the dough, the shape of the doughs into the shapes that you desire. So in order to like build this type of systems, we are actually like using 3D printing to print a set of tools that gets inspired from our tools we might encounter in our everyday lives. Like for example, grippers, roller, pressers, punctures, etc. Those are actually 3D printed tools to attach to our robots. And some of the tools actually have actuations that can close and open. Some will just like move together rigidly with the movement of the effectors to like press and punch the doughs in the environment. And after we have printed those tools, we set up the tools in the workspace, and then we have this tool space shown in the red in the white dashed line. We have 4 RGBD cameras looking at its environments, and here the red circle shows the workspace of these robots. And here is how the robots can make a dumpling from a dough using these 15 different printed tools. One thing I hope to highlight here is that there will be a person in this video, there will be a person constantly perturbing the robot from doing its job. Here, the robots like cut the dough and the person puts the dough back. It's really trying to show that our system is robust to this external disturbance. And in this video, you realize the robot has to make two types of decisions. The first type of decision is at a high level, like what tool to use. And then given that tools, the robot has to make a decision at a lower level, like given the tool, what specific action to take in order to transform the dough into the next sub-targets. And during the process, the human is just so annoying, like constantly perturbing the robots. The robot has to take real-time visual feedback from these environments to make those decisions at these two levels. And the key enabling factors is, again, this nerd dynamics model that predicts how the shape of the dough will change if the robot applies a specific actions. And here, like when you're folding, adding, the robots will be able to be robust to that. Here's what really gets interesting. When the robots cast a circle out of the dough, the human shows no mercy, destroy everything. The robot knows it has to start from the very beginning in order to like proceed to the next stage of this task. So after the robots have a big enough like a skin, it will cut a circle out of it and use the spatulas to push away the peripheral parts, and then move the skins onto the dumpling clip. And then I know, like you might be expecting, why not use some fingers to make the dumplings? That's still like not done yet. So after the robots place this dumpling fillings onto the dumpling skins, it will close the clip to make a dumpling. So like I said, there are two levels of planning this robot has to do. One is at the high level and one is at the low level. At the high level, the robots will take the current observations and the targets as inputs and be able to use a tool classifier to classify which tool to use in order to proceed to the next stage. For example, it predicts it has to use a large roller. And then given this conditioning informations on the specific tools, the robots will have to decide what action to take. The robots will then call a policy functions that take in the inputs, the tool, the selected tools, and also the current and target configurations the robots want to achieve and trying to predict the actions. And then the environments will give the robots some new observations and will have this visual feedback process to help the robots be robust to this human's external disturbance. And one of the key enabling factors, like I said earlier, is this nerd dynamics model. This dynamics model is exactly the same as you have been seeing in the earlier work. It just this model is learned from the real world interactions. This is also a graph-based neural dynamics model that takes a tool, the actions, and the current state as inputs and predicts the next states. And then this graph-based neural dynamics model will be able to synthesize a lot of like synthetic data. And this synthetic data will help us do self-supervised trainings of these policy networks. And this policy networks outputs will be compared with the actions that actually generated that S1. And we will have a loss trying to like measure the distance between the predicted actions and the actual actions and trying to do this type of like supervised trainings to train our policy network. And our dynamics model is actually pretty effective. It will be able to like model the dynamics of this dough. Here I'm showing like the predictive performance. What you are seeing here is that we have this dough showing blue and the tool show in red. The first row is our model's prediction, and the bottom row is what actually happens in the real world through some reconstructions of this dough. You can see our models can accurately predict how the dough shape will change. Here's another example of pressing this dough as well as rolling these doughs. Our model can also accurately predict that the area of the dough will be enlarged as you apply these rolling motions. And all of these capabilities are actually learned through the robot's like random interactions with these environments using the specific tools. And what's surprising to us is that for each tool, we only require 20 minutes of real-world interactions to learn pretty compelling models for that tool's interactions with the objects. This is highly depending on the use of the structures in your systems, where we use particle representation and graph-based neural dynamics models, where the nodes encoder and edge encoder share among the nodes and edges that allows us to do this sample efficient training. And besides this dumping making, we are also able to, for example, like change the shape of the DOE into different like letter shapes. Here we are trying letters like R, O, B, C, and K to spell out the title of this work, like Robot Cook. So here is actually the manipulation process. Here's a robot is trying to like manipulate this DOE into a letter O. The robot will be able to like autonomously decide what to use. For example, this symmetric grippers to like get a rounder shape, and then use a puncture to punch a hole in the middle of this DOEs in order to get a hole for this O shape. And the second example is the letter K. The first, the robots will choose again a symmetric grippers to grip to deform the DOE. And the second tool the robot selected was actually pretty clever. I don't think I can find these solutions before I see this video. The robots will actually select these asymmetric tools to like grip the DOEs to form a shape of letter Ks. And we have also tested our systems by like using different type of materials and show our system can also have certain levels of generalization capabilities to objects, all those like elastoplastic materials, but with different like physical properties. So here is actually our quantitative results. And the take-home message here is that our systems have the highest like human accuracies and the lowest planning time, where we ask the humans, like, does this look like a letter? And if it looks like a letter, like which letters that letter is, to ask the humans to do this type of classifications. And the human actually recognize the letter most often through our methods. And we compare with baseline that using cost entropy methods with this graph-based neural dynamics. And we find that policy learning significantly improves the efficiency of the overall systems. We also compare our systems with a baseline that doesn't use graph-based neural dynamics model. Instead, it uses the state-of-the-art deformable object simulation techniques called MPM, material point methods. And we find that even with extensive system identifications on MPM, our model that directly learns from real interactions is noticeably more accurate than MPM. So to summarize a little bit of what you have seen so far. So far, what I have described is the structure. The structure is particles plus graph neural networks that give us graph-based neural dynamics models to capture the structures of the underlying systems. And then this dynamics modeling capabilities allows us to model like rigid objects, their interactions with fluids, deformable objects, plasticement DOE, as well as those interactions with various of different tools. And then like we can use this dynamics model to do planning, both for long horizon planning or planning that involves the tool selections as well as the motion plannings to make a dumpling out of a DOE. And there's actually one very important missing piece, which is actually a more fine-grained and nuanced understandings for tasks that requires the careful and precise modelings of intra-class variations. What you have seen so far are, for example, objects, for example, DOE. Like typically, if you want to make a letter K, you don't have to be that precise, like for people to recognize it's a letter K. But for many of the real world objects, like even if they are in the same category, for example, all of them are ropes, they can still have very, very distinct dynamics when you're actually pushing them. For example, the first row are the pushing of ropes. And on the left is the cotton ropes. When you push it, it will deform a lot. On the right is actually a cable. And the cable is actually pretty stiff, meaning even if their initial configurations are nearly the same and the actions is also the same, their resulting configuration can be very different from each other. Similar things also is true for granular objects. But on the left are very small coffee beans. On the right are some larger like cubes. You can see the initial like configuration is similar, pushing action is the same, but the coffee beans will leave a long trails compared with this larger like blocks. So we are actually want to model their dynamics and be able to like model this kind of intra-class variations. So given this rope, again, we are using exactly the same like modeling techniques, using graph as a representations for these objects, and using graph-based neural dynamics models to predict the dynamics for those ropes. It just in these times, we condition our graph-based neural dynamics model with parameters. of this rope. For example, stiffness describing how stiff that rope is to have this intra-class variations. And we also like do this type of modelings for different materials. Examples like, for example, center of mass for rigid boxes, granularities for these granular pieces, as well as stiffness for ropes and clothes. And we'll be able to have these predictions for objects of different materials and also be able to model this intra-class variations. This is actually an RSS paper this year. So if you are interested in chatting more, please come by our like poster sessions. So here is actually interactive visualizations of how the graph is actually looking like in relation to our real observations. On the left, what we're showing are ropes. And after this, like pushing in the red arrow directions, the shape of the rope will change. On the right, what we're showing is actually the graph representing the objects. And the graph is in the 3D space. And we are showing the graph for the boxes. We are using the graph to represent the box for the granular objects, as well as for the clothes. Here, the orange showing is the actions. The blue is the initial configurations, and the green is the predicted targets configuration. And given this like material conditions, graph-based neural dynamics models, and we can obtain like real-world observations through the robot's active interactions with the environments and try to maximize the information gain. And then we can use this data to do inverse parameter estimations to try to find these parameters that best explain the observations of these robots. And this will allow us to do very efficient like inverse estimations of those parameters. And after we have estimated those parameters, we'll be able to, for example, compare the adapted models with the model that don't do adaptation. For example, this is like, let's see if this works. Okay, it doesn't work. That doesn't matter. So here is actually a rope with low stiffness. And for the model without adaptation, that is using like an average stiffness. So it is predicting a motion that is actually larger than what it actually be. But with adaptation, it can match the actual movements of this rope pretty accurately. And another example is actually pushing a high stiffness rope. And our model can also match the target's configuration much better than the one without adaptations. And so is true for other categories. We are also providing some kind of analysis about how this kind of estimations and identification of the parameters has been going as you obtain more and more observations. For example, here, what you are seeing is a type of granular pieces. It has like larger like granular size. And as the robots interact with these objects more and more, it will actually converge its estimations into something that actually minimize the objective functions. And if the granular size is a lot smaller, it will also be able to like estimate this granular size that is actually small. And we'll actually see these estimations very well aligned with our humans' intuitive understanding about their granular size. So it's true for ropes. For example, the yarn is very, very like soft, as well as cable is actually very stiff. And also it's true for like close examples. And after we have like obtained the estimations, we'll actually be able to use this model, adapted models, to do planning. Here to push this box of very weird center of mass, you might realize from these videos, into pushing into these target configurations. And with a good estimation of the center of mass, we can accomplish these tasks very efficiently. But without these adaptations, it not only takes more steps, but also end up in higher errors. So it's true for many other categories of objects, like straightening ropes or gathering these granular pieces into these target configurations, as well as like trying to transport the clothes into some target configurations. Like what we observe in general is that with this graph-based dynamics models, you can model the dynamics models for all these kind of materials. And with this additional add-on of this material conditioning, you will be able to like estimate those parameters and have very good estimations of their dynamics. This is a take-home message. The take-home message is that we use the structures that is graph-based neural dynamics model. It's actually very well at modeling the objects that are compositional or with high degrees of freedom. It allows generalizations to systems that are larger than during training, or some unseen targets configurations, like all those like letter shapes for those dolls. And it also gives us these sample efficiencies. We're only 20 minutes of offline interactions per tool. We can learn pretty good models for even making a dumpling. And this additional parameter conditioning will allow us to do very efficient like online adaptations for those type of parameters. And this thread of work has really inspired two major threads of follow-up works. One is on learning large-scale graph-based dynamics models for large-scale particle systems, intuitive physics, and mesh-based systems. Another thread of follow-up works is trying to like learn these models for deformable object manipulations, like for amorphous materials, closed smoothings, elastic materials, as well as benchmarks that's trying to like use particle as representations to model the environments. We also have this follow-up work that trying to like push these granular pieces into different like target configurations, like target configurations. I will skip to the ends, like are all the letter shapes from letter A to letter Z. The same graph-based neural dynamics model will be able to model all different kinds of materials, even to do this very fine-grained manipulations of the objects distributions. So in the end, I want to thank all the collaborators I have for the work I have shown. Without them, it would be impossible to do all these works. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to ask you about the detail, which is where do you put edges and where don't you? So what is how do you choose the connectivity of the graph? Is there some distance cutoff where you say if the particles are this far away, we don't put an edge? How do you do it?
That is a very good question. So question is basically about how to construct the graph. So the construction of the graph involves the construction of the node set and the constructions of the edge sets. The construction of the node sets in nearly all of these cases are through farthest point sampling, which is trying to like sample particles on the 3D reconstructions of these objects in a way that have a good coverage and good uniformities of the particles covering that objects. And then to establish the edge is actually established according to how far away two particles are from each other. If they're too far away from each other, there won't be an edge. If they're close enough to each other, we'll establish an edge there. So we are some artificially inject some kind of nonlinearities and discontinuities to like model some like discontinuous like motions. And also on the edge, we also add some additional information describing whether these two particles belongs to the same objects, or if these two particles belongs to different objects, then we'll be able to have this node attributes and edge attributes to have a good modeling of this what actually happens in the underlying environments.
Can the graph connectivity change dynamically? Like, can you plan ahead and remove edges or add edges as you change, as you sort of simulate what's going to happen, or is it fixed at the start and then the connectivity stays the same?
That's again very good questions. So we do not actively changing the connectivity of this graph. It just as our model make future predictions. After the future predictions, two particles that were close to each other might become further apart from each other. So we'll just like update the graph at the next time step. Again, we do not actively like adding edges or removing edges based on like planning. We just observe how the particle set is moving and then dynamically changing the graph.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the talk. I'm wondering, are there particular like situations or like limitations for graph-based neural networks where you feel like it doesn't work so well? Like you've talked a lot about benefits, but are there particular instances where it doesn't work well?
Okay. Talking about limitations, I would say there's like two major limitations. I would say two major limitations. The first limitation is scaling up this graph-based neural dynamics models. Currently, we have ongoing work and trying to combine this graph-based neural dynamics model with some mapping technique to extend it to some even larger environments. But we very quickly realized, like, if you scale this up, it suddenly becomes there's so many particles in these environments, you just cannot model them like simultaneously. So in that regard, some attention mechanisms or some hierarchical graph constructions can become necessary when you're trying to obtain the best trade-off between efficiency and effectiveness. And the second major limitation, I would say, is the identification of the graph, like I just described, still relies on a good perception model. They can do like good 3D reconstructions of these environments, as well as some type of like segmentations between different materials. For example, if you have like a scenarios where, like, for them making a salad, there will be like interactions between the coatings and the leaves and also the bowls as well as your utensils. In those cases, it's very, very hard to identify this graph that will be able to model this very complicated interactions. So in that regard, like how to scale this type of graph into scenarios that involve very complicated heterogeneous object interactions is actually another very, very interesting direction.
Okay, unfortunately, for the sake of time, we'll have to conclude there. Let's thank you two again for the amazing class.
Unmute. Mm. Mm. Everyone is listening. So, hi everyone, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to speak to you about our work on structured robot learning for intelligent manipulation and human-robot interaction that we conduct at the Pearl lab at the Technical University of Darmstadt in Germany. To give you a bit of background, I share this long-term vision among many roboticists to build these general purpose robotic assistants, and we have seen them in movies, we have seen them in cartoons, and they are these human-like robots that perceive objects and humans. They learn multiple tasks and they can sequence them, and they also can adapt to human needs. But the question is, why don't we have such robots yet in the real world? And what do we need to arrive there? So unfortunately, up until now, this is the level of interaction that we can have, and we can also argue this is not very safe or very intelligent either. So one of the points that we could discuss, okay, looking at where we are in intelligent autonomy in robotics, is that while in navigation we have done a lot of progress, and even when we look at quadrupedal locomotion, we can still argue that manipulation is very difficult. And you can see some early examples from Herb the Robot and DARPA Challenge for whole body manipulation. Yes, we have done progress, but I think still more of a paradox. Even if we take VLMs and LLMs aside, we can still say that we are far away from the skills and the efficient way that humans learn, even when you see at a 1-year-old compared to just building AI algorithms that can do some sort of reasoning, like for solving games like checkers or the game of Go. And while we know that there is a lot of discussion in the community about needing more and more data, I argue that it is not about the data, but what do you also do with them? How do you collect them? And how do you structure your problem? So I believe that one of the key issues, one of the problems that will keep existing, even if we are working with visual language models, etc., is that we view robots as a disconnected system from the overall geometric and semantic world and its structure, which means that we make both classical and learning data-driven approaches incapable to scale and generalize. So the real question is, how do we enable the robots to reason and act in the physical realm safely also and robustly? So my proposition is that we need to invest more of our efforts into structured robot learning. Of course, we all know here what robot learning is and the methodologies that we can use to learn different behaviors and policies of robotic actions. But I believe that we need to take the structure of the problem into account in order to enable faster, safer, and more generalizable learning of robot behaviors. So in this talk, I will try to convince you that this approach is the one that we should follow. And I think it connects very well with the talk of Yunzo before. And I will show you a collection of works that we have done in the last couple of years at TU Darmstadt with collaborators also, where we use structure of objectives, the scene representation, also imposing different types of priors, we also investigate how we can structure constraints, and also how we can use geometric locality in order to generalize and learn from fewer demonstrations than, requiring to get more and more data. So let's start by considering how we can learn to compose different objectives in order to coordinate robot actions. We started investigating this work back 2 years ago, where we wanted to capture multimodality in demonstration. So we considered that we have a task that it is the same, but it can be on multi-goal tasks, like navigating and reaching different goal locations. And then you can see the demonstrations are quite multimodal, and they don't always share the same density. So you really need a model that can capture this. So we started with energy-based models because they can be easily used as implicit priors when you do planning as inference approaches. They can capture the multimodalities, as you can see also in the energy landscape. Here, they are composable because you can use these energies as cost functions for trajectory optimization, as I will show you in a while, and combine them with already handcrafted or other learning objectives and do trajectory optimization over them. And also they are differentiable. You can couple them with differential kinematics, and therefore being able to switch between configuration and task space. Now, while energy-based models have certain difficulties, luckily, we revisited the way that we learn these kind of generative models, and diffusion models came into the foreground. And in a work that we presented last year, we showed how we can take the classical diffusion model and append it into a C3 manifold. And in this paper, which you can find if you scan the QR code, we have shown how we can actually learn diffusion models in SE3, and we have tested this for grasping. And as you can see, grasping of different objects is inherently very multimodal. So we can capture now this multimodality. And from this multimodality, we can now do inverse diffusion and actually plan in order to have the best mode or even condition on it to select the mode that you want, the sample that you want to get. The network that we used was actually quite simple. It required to somehow learn the geometric manifold of the object, but also represent possible samples of grasps in the SE3 manifold using Lie algebra. We supervise the SDF of the object in order to take the features that represent the manifold of the object. And we then flattened these features and did rounds of diffusion in order to get the noise, or we can also integrate these and get the actual energy. But this is not actually needed because, as I will describe in the next step, we can use directly the gradient of the energy, so the score function, inside gradient-based optimization in order to do basically motion planning with multiple objectives. So this is the training of this model for different objects from the dataset that we used. And just to connect back to the trajectory optimization, remember, in trajectory optimization, we have certain waypoints that we want to optimize over till we reach a goal subject to some constraints that we want to optimize for. Now, given that we have learned this cost function in SE3, which here it represents the grasp cost function, we can utilize, which is learned in the task space, we can utilize the differential kinematics, the forward kinematics, basically, in order to map between task space and the configuration space of the robots. Because remember, when we do trajectory optimization, we want to find actually the configurations of the robot in order to execute a trajectory in the task space. And now we can combine these approaches. We can do planning as inference and combine the energies that we extract from the diffusion model with the other cost functions that they have to be differentiable in order to be used inside our planning as inference approach in order to do trajectory optimization. And what this gives us, it gives us the opportunity to now do grasp and motion generation in a single optimization pipeline. You don't need anymore to just sample some grasps from your whatever detection or generative model you have, and then use these samples and check if your RRT or any other motion planner can actually execute the trajectory. You can do this in a single pipeline. And we have also tested it in the real world, and you can see how we can achieve a very good generalization in unseen scenes where we need to know to detect the pose of the object, and then having that together with the defined additional constraints or cost functions, we can plan trajectories for different configurations for pick and placing sequentially. So we have already seen that the scene itself, it's very important in order to achieve generalization. And this is a point that I will be coming back throughout this talk. So in the next work, we have used graph-based reinforcement learning in order to learn long horizon manipulation tasks. The test bed that we used in this scenario was assembly discovery. So in this particular setting, we assume that we are given some considered 3D Tetris objects. We know that we have some 3D volume that we need to fill up, but you don't know the sequence. You don't know in which way you need to put the objects in order to fill up the volume. So this is a combinatorial optimization problem, and you need to find this sequence effectively that will not also make the robot collide with the scene, with the object that it creates, but also it should guarantee that it is stable, right? So every action has to be stable. In order to do this sequential reasoning task, we deployed, as I said before, graph neural networks in a reinforcement learning framework, while at inference time, we found it very useful to also use SERT, MCTS, in an AlphaGo fashion, and this really increased the generalization abilities. So here you can see an example of a simpler structure. The robot is able to reason about the relations, the relative relations between the target area that it has to solve, to fill up, and the different objects that are around, and basically will keep building till the full volume that it has to fill up is completed. Although in the first approach, we found that this generalizes very well. However, the training time was very, very long because the combinatorics are very high, especially if you increase the complexity of these objects. If the objects start looking like Tetris, there are so many different ways to rotate them and put them together. So the combinatorics are very, very high. So we took another look into our approach, and we introduced an optimization prior. So we said, okay, why don't we try to solve a resource assignment problem? So relax the problem, don't consider the sequence, do not consider any part of the dynamics, so also the stability, etc., or possible collisions, and just solve the mixed integer linear program in order to find possible ways to fix the volume. Then we can use these solutions as a guidance for the exploration phase that the graph neural network reinforcement learning approach will follow. And what does this tell you? It just tells you the sequence, so from where you should grasp and in where you should place, which object to grasp and where you should place in your current structure in order to keep building and fulfilling your goal of filling up the volume. For just executing the actions, we used grasp and motion planning to execute these sequences. I will pass this quite fast for the interest of time. So we were doing some classical mixer integer linear programming where we were just trying to see whether or not something should be filled or not. What you see with pink is the area that needs to be filled up. So it is the target area, while whatever it is green should not be filled up. So it is free space. It's not part of your volume that you need to pack your objects in. So in this case, as I said before, we don't consider structural stability, robotic feasibility, or the task sequencing itself, only the possible combinations. Now, we solve these combinatorics, and we take these solutions that MILP gives us in order to know which block type could potentially be placed where. And now we go and do graph-based reinforcement learning. So we represent the scene. We represent the scene as a graph where we have the placed and also unplaced objects represented with some local connections. We do rounds of message passings with multi-head attention, which we found to work the best. And then we do basically Q-learning in order to figure out which connections should change and how, in order to end up transferring the unplaced objects into the area of construction to build your assembly. And here now you can rely on the environment and your reward function to consider the structure stability, whether the robot is really able to place an object or it is going to collide, therefore you punish it, and the actual task sequencing, because with the horizon that you define and your discount factor, you can push the agent to really finish up this structure as fast as possible. And we have also checked this, compared it against heuristics, and we figured out that our approach performs much better, faster, and with less collisions. It's way more informed. And we can transfer this into the real world with a digital twin where we take a snapshot, let's say, of the scene, and then the agent is able to plan. And potentially this could do online replanning if you are keep tracking the scene. So a caveat here is that we don't really perceive the scene. You assume that you know the initial poses of the objects, and then the agent starts constructing according to the plan that the reinforcement learning agent is proposing. So another type of priors that we can use, except for the structure of the scene, as we saw before, compared to what is the problem that we want to solve, is to use robotic priors themselves, because we know things about our robots, which we can use in order to accelerate learning or even use it to boost the learning performance of our learning agents. So in this work that we presented 2 years ago, we created a new algorithm for learning mobile manipulation. We take this perspective of decoupling navigation with manipulation because intuitively we believe that the agent should be able to reason when it needs to navigate, when it needs to activate its arm, or when it even needs to do whole body manipulation, which is actually ongoing work combining what I will propose, what I will explain to you now. So we used a hybrid action space reinforcement learning algorithm, hybrid because you have this continuous pose change of the robot together with this discrete variable decision of whether should I manipulate something or not. We introduced reachability priors from classical robotics, and we introduced boosted hybrid reinforcement learning that allows you to keep building on top of prior behaviors, new behaviors that are more and more complicated, that are necessary for mobile manipulation. So what is this behavior prior that we created? So we took a look at the how people were actually solving the reachability problem in mobile manipulation and humanoid robots. So what they would do would be to take the operational workspace. As I said, this is something that you can do with your URDF of any robot. You can compute the operational workspace, which you see here, and it gives you the manipulability of different voxels in 6D. And then you can consider the floating bay scenario because you have a robot that can move anywhere. You can invert this operational workspace map and cut it on the level of the floor, and then you get what we call the inverse reachability map. And what does this map say? It says that if you move your robots towards the bluer area, there is a chance of finding a solution in order to manipulate the 6D target. And this has to be done for every 6D target. And usually you have to have stored with some hash table all these solutions. And if you don't have the exact 6D pose, you have to do it over and over again. And we said, okay, why don't we use this information, given that it is standard for any robot, and use it in order to learn a smooth Q-reachability map. So we frame it as a reinforcement learning problem. We give an additional reward whenever you actually reach the target, because in the previous case, it is just some statistical measure of whether or not you will actually be able to reach a target. And we get a completely different map that gives you almost 100% success rate in reaching. Now, this is information in the locality of the robot. It only tells you what is the next step I should do in order to reach a target and whether or not I should activate my arm in order to manipulate something. But my mobile manipulation is inherently long horizon. we want to take this information and learn more complex tasks, for example, doing rearrangement while avoiding obstacles, considering also that the robot that we used in this particular research was a differential drive robot that imposed additional problems in terms of the navigation to be very efficient to reach a certain pose in order to manipulate something. So in this regard, we introduced boosting. Boosting very simply allows you to create residuals on the Q function space. So we found out that this approach is much better and more robust compared to just learning residual policies. You are actually going and say to your Q function, I will make your life easier, your learning problem easier, because I will take an initial task, let's say the simpler task that I showed you before, and then when I try to do also obstacle avoidance on any other task, I will just keep learning the residual of this Q function. So the composition of these two creates the new Q function that I try to learn. And this makes learning much easier. It allows you to handle changing observation spaces. When the observation space becomes larger, you can actually handle it effectively, or else this we call it asymmetric information from in transfer learning. And we also found out that if we put a bonus, a KL bonus in the actor update for remembering good actions from the previous task, it really also enhanced the learning. And so we did some pre-training in simulation in different scenarios for navigation, grasping, and so on. And we transferred this into the real world without needing additional training, because in essence, the level that we are reasoning, it's more high level. We say, which is the next sub-goal, and whether you should activate your manipulation policy in order, in this particular case, to grasp an object from one location and place it on another location. A caveat for the transfer was the fact that in simulation, we didn't use the same navigation policy that we used in the real world. We used ROS navigation in the real world, while in simulation, we had a much simpler strategy. And this dropped a bit the performance, but this can be mitigated by using exactly the same navigation policy also in simulation. So this was a behavior prior, and I showed you that we can learn quite fast by doing boosting. But when it comes to interacting with humans in many other scenarios, you really need multimodality. You need to be able to reason, for example, about the intentions of your partner that can change depending on different people, depending on the context of the task. And you need to impose this multimodality. And we have developed a long line of work where we try to investigate how we can impose multimodality in generative models. And here are some scenarios of interest, like object handovers or physical interactions, like handshaking and so on, where this comes handy. So we started this line of work by trying to figure out how we can make human-robot interaction timely, and also to ensure that it ends up in coordinated interactions between the two agents in a similar fashion that a human and human interaction happens. For that, in a first work, we investigated how we can impose multimodal priors in variational autoencoders. And this variational autoencoder would be tasked to actually learn a joint distribution over the dynamics of the two interacting agents. And the goal of this is to condition the robot policy generation on the actual state of and intention actually of the human agent. So in this first part, we started by taking human-human interactions and training a VAE with an HMM prior. So instead of using just a Gaussian prior in the elbow training, we imposed an HMM, which we were learning alternatively. So we were, every time we were fitting the VAE, we would update the HMM and then again fit the VAE in order to learn this multimodal latent space that not only learns the interaction dynamics, it also learns the transition between the different modes during the interaction. Let's say you are reaching, now you are extending your hand, now you do this palindromic motion, or if you do high five, etc., there are different modes that has to be sequenced. So the HMM takes care of that and ensures now that the VAE that you are training is going to be also multimodal, will capture this multimodality. So you start from the human-human pre-training and you go to the conditioning phase where you want to train the robotic dynamics. And for that, we introduce a latent conditioning while keeping the upper part frozen. And in this case, you ensure that you are aligning the representation of the robot to the interaction dynamics that you have learned before from human-human interaction. And in inference time, you use this conditioning in order to move on. From the interest of time, so that I can present also the last part, I will move this quite fast. So we tested this in prediction in different interaction scenarios of handshaking, waving, etc., with simulated robots, but we also collected our own data sets and did a large-scale human study in order to understand how different methodologies affect the perception of the interactions of humans. And we found out that combining the learned dynamics with IK solutions, so basically differential kinematics, yields the best performance. We also extended this approach in our latest work that it is now available on RAL and will be in IROS by removing the HMM approach and introducing now a unified methodology for learning multimodal policies, in which case we are learning an encoder of the human trajectories. We learn in the latent a mixture density network that captures the latent policies of the interactions together with the mixing coefficient of the different sub-policies that we are detecting. And then we are having a robotic VAE that it is trained with explicit now conditioning on the latent policies that we have discovered. And this enables us to capture multimodality and also keep mixing the different policies. Here with red is the observed trajectory, so the human, and with blue, it's the simulated robot. And with green, purple, and yellow, you will see the mixing coefficients, how they change during the interaction. This can be used for both bimanual interactions and unimanual interactions, even if the model has not been trained on unimanual interactions. And you can see that even how reactive the model is. Here the agent starts going forward to give something and then retracts, so the model reacts backwards, or even you may start with a single hand and then suddenly decides to give both hands and the model react. We also transferred it into the real world with pretty good results. And as a last part, I will skip this part and I will go directly to the last part because it relates to what you will hear later from Niklas. By the way, the last approach with the mixture density networks, Vignesh, that is the first author, will be here in the afternoon poster session, so you can discuss it with him too. So the last part has to do with geometric inductive biases for learning generalizable behaviors. This is our latest work where we are interested into learning efficient, accurate, and fast manipulation policies. Our desiderata is to be able to do high frequency control with generative models. We want to be able to capture the special relations in the scene and also with respect to the actions that the robot has to execute in the scene. We want to be able to generalize, and we want, of course, to, in the end, have dexterous policies. How are we going to do this? We will do it by combining the fastest possible deep generative model that currently is the flow matching models that are conditional normalizing flows with geometry-aware policy representation. So I will go quite fast because I hope that Niklas in the spotlight will present it and later on in the poster. So as a background, flow matching tries to do a bit better what the diffusion models do, or at least a bit faster by drawing lines of optimal transport between your original sample and your target sample. You can use Newton-Euler in order to do this process, which makes things much faster. And really, for example, rectified linear flow, that it is the current state of the art for image generation, yields much better results in image generation than the standard DDPM diffusion model. But as I said before, it's not only about being fast in the generation, it's about also preserving geometric information. And the goal is to be able to generalize, therefore, to impose some SE3 equivariance. So learn during training from some demonstrations and being able to abstract the geometric relations such that once you apply some transformation on your observations, to be able to impose the same transformations or also in your actions, even if you have not seen this explicitly into your data set. So in this work, we introduced new approaches on how we can encode local spatial relationships. To do this, we introduced specific SE3 frames on the robot observations, but also the different actions that the robot has to do in the environment. And in order to capture the relative information, the relative geometric information, we introduced a new transformer architecture that we call SE3 invariant transformer that builds on top of the invariant point attention model that was introduced in AlphaFold. This requires the poses that I said before, some samples about the actions, some learnable features about your actions, as well as some features that come from your observations that come, for example, from any VLM or some object detector, etc. Or, as you will see in a while, also from point clouds. And then you use this invariant transformer multiple times in order to do your denoising and finally end up into getting your vector field that tells you how you should move in order to execute your action. What is interesting in this case is that I am talking about SE3 equivariance, but then I said that this model has to be SE3 invariant. In the paper that you can also find in the listed accepted papers of this workshop, you will see, and we actually prove, I will also skip this part, that by having an invariant model, you end up having equivariant action generation, which is what you actually wish for from your model. So this is how it goes. You need an invariant point transformer, you do SE3 equivariant flow matching, and you end up with our new policy representation that we call action flow, and Niklas is going to present in a while. I will go fast on this part. We collected different data from teleoperation. We tested on different settings, for example, like mag hanging, here directly from point clouds, using some point net encoder in order to get the features and different poses that we extracted with unit rotation. And we can show that even if we train with specific setting and a few demonstrations, we can now generalize with different configurations between the hanger and the cap, showing the equivariance properties of our model. A shout out to the people or some of the people that helped in all of these works that I presented to you. And as a takeaway message, I think it's important to remember that we stand on the shoulders of giants. We need to use what we know and learn what we don't know. We need to exploit geometry and priors because I think this is the only way in order to scale. You cannot just keep collecting data for eternity. And learn and structure of constraints can lead to smooth and safe interactions. And finally, I hope I convinced you that structured robot learning is the way to go for getting efficient and generalizable learning. Thank you for your attention.
Questions for Georgia?
So thanks. On Earth, we have gravity. So things that I do, like if I screw in a light bulb, say downwards or upwards, it's different for me to do. Doesn't SE3 invariant or equivariant, like if you impose that prior, doesn't that sort of neglect gravity?
It would not neglect gravity. I guess you have a point there that maybe you have not learned to adjust for these dynamics properties. But the point is, if you need one demonstration out of it to abstract the model, then you can still use geometric equivariance so that you can place this kind of model in any other configuration and still figure it out. So yes, a part of it has to be learned, obviously. Otherwise, you would just solve it kinematically. So it has to be incorporated inside the features of the model. The dynamics that you don't really know. But the generalization of from some demonstrations into placing this configuration in any other possible way will come from SO3 equivariance.
All right, thanks. I guess it's because you're not basically actuating things by muscle strength or so. You tell your robot arm where to go. That's why it doesn't have to take gravity into account, right? You say robot arm go here and the robot arm does it. You're not really programming the motor to how much force the motor has to.
But you could adapt for it with a like local adaptive control, for example.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, we're going to go ahead and end here. We'll go over to the spotlight talks.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and move to the spotlight talk. Our first presenter will be Max, who's joining us online here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, anyway.
Can you hear me?
And so we'll have 3 5-minute talks and then move on to the next speaker. Before we move on to lunch, we'll vote on who will receive the best paper award. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Max, take it away.
Hi, John. Thanks for the kind introduction. I hope everybody can hear me. Otherwise, please let me know. Yes, and sorry for not being able to be there in person. So today I'm going to be talking about how we can leverage coupled oscillator networks as a structural prior when learning latent space dynamics. So we're considering a similar problem setting as some of the previous speakers today. So we have some high dimensional observations, and we want to learn some latent space dynamics in a much smaller dimensionality, just because this is way more efficient and tractable. This is obviously an important problem in robotics and soft robotics, but this also translates into a bigger challenge and that the AI community is working on, namely world models. So we are trying to understand the environment around us better so that we can optimally plan our actions of the artificial agents we are looking at. Here, the latent space dynamics in the state of the art are mostly MLPs, recurrent neural networks, or for example, SSM. But they have some issues. For example, there's no global stability guarantees usually. We usually cannot, for example, interpret a recurrent neural network as a mechanical system. And finally, we don't have access to a closed form control policy. So we have to revert back to, for example, reinforcement learning or MPC, this we also have seen a few times today. So how we are planning to solve this is by replacing these latent dynamics with a specific network structure, in this case, a coupled oscillator network. I don't have time to go into the other details, but this is the quintessence, the biggest take-home message. And this coupled oscillator networks consist of a unit, namely this harmonic oscillator, that we are able to very well understand, and we know what kind of influence these parameters of this oscillator have on its behavior. So we can combine multiple of these oscillators together into a network. We can map our inputs into some forcing on these oscillators. And to increase the expressiveness of the system, we add some nonlinear potential coupling. And this gives us certain benefits, namely this is where the structural priors come into play. First of all, the latent dynamics now have a mechanical implementation, so we can understand their behavior really well. In case our original, so full order system is globally asymptotically stable, for example, we can now also enforce the same characteristics on the latent system. And finally, this mechanical structure allows us to perform closed form model-based control, so really efficiently using potential shaping. And I will now explain you into more detail how this is done. First of all, we consider our physical system, in this case, a soft robot, and we assume that we have access to some high dimensional observations. In this case, it's images. We also assume that we want to give the robot some kind of target observation. So this is the shape the robot should be in at the end. And we encode both the target and the current observation into the latent state. And then we reshape the potential field such as that the global minimum is at the target observation. So now already automatically our system and our latent dynamics will converge to this target observation. In case there's a bit of modeling errors, we can compensate for that by adding a feedback term. Now we project these latent space talks back into an actual actuation we can give into our soft robot. In this case, we are looking at or considering a simulated 2-segment soft robot, and we are doing control. So on the right side here, you can see the desired behavior, so the desired shape of the robot, and on the left side, the actual behavior of the soft robot. And as you can see, we are able to really rapidly approach the set point, and we get really good control performance out of the box without much tuning of control gains and also with minimal computational effort. So in conclusion, we proposed a new oscillatory network that is input to state stable. We leverage this coupled oscillator network for learning the latent space dynamics. And the structure of the latent dynamics really can be exploited for stability analysis and model-based control. And what we use here as a structural prior is that we enforce these shared characteristics between the full and the reduced order system. So both systems are mechanical with energy-like expressions. They have a single isolated equilibrium. And finally, we can also make sure that they share the stability guarantees. So for example, the global asymptotic stability in case of the unactuated system, or the input to state stability in case of the actuated system. And for future work, we would like to validate this on more system types, for example, a damp mass spring or a pendulum. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Yeah, it's animated. And here this isn't great. Is it unmute there? Ah, there we go.
Okay. Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Niklas Funk, and today I'm going to present you our work, Action Flow, Efficient, Accurate, and Fast Policies with Spatially Symmetric Flow Matching. So the starting point of this work were the impressive results of generative models for robotic manipulation. However, we also discovered that these works typically lack structured representations, especially with respect to the geometric relations between observations and actions. However, the choice of the policy representation is crucial because this influences the generalization capabilities and also the efficiency with respect to how many demonstrations do you have to collect in order to achieve a specific level of performance. So the question that we try to address in this work is, how can we learn geometry-aware, equivariant, fast and accurate policies from demonstrations? And our proposed action flow builds upon 3 inductive biases. So first of all, we leverage a geometrically grounded representation of the scene, combined with a special transformer architecture that takes these geometries into account and yields invariance. So it yields the same output under global transformations and rotations of the scene. And lastly, as a generative model, we use flow matching. Flow matching is a new type of generative model that has been shown to generate high quality samples within very low inference times. And flow matching also works by refining initially drawn samples. Now I will quickly walk you through the method in this scenario where the robot has to pick up the mug and place it onto the hanger. So as you see here, we represent the scene through a set of observations and actions.
And importantly, the observations and actions, they live in exactly the same space. All of the entities, so the sequence of actions and the observations, which in this case is the view from the wrist camera and additionally the pose of the hanger, are represented on the one hand through features that describe their properties, and additionally they are also described by an SE3 pose, which gives the inductive bias that this representation is geometrically grounded. Based on this representation of the scene, we can use a transformer architecture that especially considers the geometric relations between the entities. And in particular, in the transformer, when we compute the compatibility between the individual entities, we actually consider the relative pose. And this results in this transformer architecture being invariant. Finally, the output of this transformer are velocity vectors for every actions, and based on the prediction of these velocity vectors, we update the pose of these actions. And what is important to note here is that the updates are with respect to the action's current local frame. As George already mentioned, we trained this flow matching generative model through SE3 rectified linear flows, so moving in a straight line from randomly sampled actions to samples from the data distribution. This concludes this action flow framework, and what is important to point out is that because this transformer is invariant, but the flow matching, so updating the actions, happens within their local frames, this whole action generation procedure is equivariant. Here you can see a rollout of our action flow policies on the real system. And in the bottom right, you can actually see the flow matching process. So how we refine the initially randomly sampled action trajectories very fast to generate this robot actions. Finally, we also conducted experiments and simulations. So here we look at the RoboMimic environment. And what is important to note here is that the x-axis is in a logarithmic scale. And we compare our proposed action flow against baselines where some of our proposed components or inductive biases are missing. And as you can see, all of our components are effective in that we can get substantially better performance while using fewer demonstrations. Therefore, we conclude that our framework is really efficient, accurate, and yields fast policies. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your attention, and if you have any questions, please catch up with me later.
Hi everyone, my name is Jean-Baptiste. I'm a postdoc at Berkeley, and today I'll present the work I've done. It's called PoliceRL, and the goal is to learn hard constraints in reinforcement learning. Typically in RL, what we want to get safety is to have hard constraints that cannot be violated, and that's typically done with control barrier functions or with reachability analysis, or with something like a projection onto some safe space. But all these methods require white box dynamics. In RL, we typically have black box dynamics, and so we've developed approaches like control barrier transformers or PPO barrier, where you train some neural network to learn and approximate control barrier function. The problem with this approach is that the safety depends on how well your neural network approximate your control barrier function, and you need to verify everywhere in the state space that those equations are verified. So you lose the guarantee. Our framework, we have some black box continuous system with a state, an affine constraint that we want to satisfy at all times once training is over. And we want to learn, obviously, a policy with some neural network and try to optimize the reward at the same time. So our insights towards this is, so you have your state space with some unsafe area where you don't want trajectories to go. So first, you'll build a buffer in front of it so that if trajectories go to that unsafe area, they first have to cross your buffer, and we'll try to make this impossible. We'll need to estimate how nonlinear is dynamics in that buffer, and then we'll use the police algorithm from Yann Lequin that can make a neural network affine in some specified region. So we'll make our policy affine here, and everywhere else in safe space, we'll let the RL algorithm optimize the reward. And then with this affine policy, we can easily verify that our flow is actually repulsive by just checking the 4 vertices and then using convexity to guarantee that your policy push away from the unsafe area everywhere. And so that gives us our theorem on guaranteeing the safety. And so I have some, like that's kind of a toy example. We try to learn to reach a target in blue without crossing a constraint. And the baseline R algorithm never succeeds in learning both at the same time. Whereas with our police algorithm, you can see in the buffer area, that green area, the arrows are affinely correlated. And so it's much easier to learn to not cross that constraint and still go towards the target. We have some better examples on like a KUKA robotic arm. Was trying to reach a target in green without crossing the red constraint. So the unconstrained just takes a penalty and go through. Constraint policy optimization, CPO, is like a soft constraint. And when you set that threshold violation at 0, it never reaches the target. It just stays too far away, it gets too shy. With our approach, you can see the arm is like pushed away from the buffer, that blue area above the constraint, and that push it away to not cross the constraints. And so the results from those trials that like a baseline algorithm has typically a low average constraint satisfaction. Whereas if you use some kind of CPO, it's very good at constraint satisfaction, but never reaches the target. PPO barrier is pretty good, but same, we don't have that 100% of constraint satisfaction because you learn that barrier function and it's not respected everywhere on the state space. Whereas our approach, you can actually guarantee that 100% of constraint satisfaction. And so the takeaways from our approach is that with police RL, you can provably enforce an affine constraint. You only need a black box model on the environment. And the safety verification is tractable because you only need to do at the buffer vertices and not everywhere else in the state space. And that's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Then thank you for your introduction and the invitation. So I am Michael Luther, research scientist at Boston Dynamics. I have joined 2 years ago. I've been mainly working on, or I'm officially a research scientist for behavior, which basically means we are doing reinforcement learning or behavior cloning research for Atlas or Spot. And I kind of interpreted the topic of the workshop a bit different than everybody else before. So everybody else before kind of looked at how can we use structure into our learning algorithms. We actually don't think about this so much. However, we think about it more from a systems level. So if you have a blank slate, if you want to build some robot, how do you combine various components? Let it be learned, let it be model-based. How can you combine them? And how do you get the most capable robots? So it's more from a systems perspective rather from a learning perspective. So the main question I wanted to start this talk with is how can we build the most capable robots? So if I give you a blank slate, I give you 70 engineers, how would you build a robot system? Would you start with model-based methods? Would you start with NPC? Would you start with end-to-end deep learning? What would you do? Would you do BC? Would you do RL? There's so many questions. How would you do it? So you could do model-based versus data-driven. You can do both. You can do combinations. You can do modular versus monolithic. So, I mean, the hot topic right now is tail operation, behavior cloning, end-to-end. Let's do it all the way. Do you want to use L? Do you want to use BC? Do you want to use Latin representation, explicit representations? Do you want to use frame, twist, footsteps? Or just want to say, oh, it's all a big model. We just connect Latin states to anything. There's quite a bit of different options, and we think about how can we combine them optimally. And unfortunately, there is no optimal solution. Optimality kind of depends, like always, on your cost function. And in this talk, I also want to bring up a few differences between academia as well as industry. I've transitioned from academia to industry 2 years ago. And this is a bit like fun stories which I learned along the way. So if you are in academia, you might be thinking about like funding projects and like individual PhD works. In industry, it's a bit different. So you usually have a lot more people and also a lot more money. However, you also have to deliver on shorter timeframes because you promise some kind of demonstration down the line. For example, if you are a PhD student, or like a lot of like discussions when we have interns, or if I talk to nowadays PhD students, is learning locomotion for quadrupeds. It can be easily done with a PhD student, give him Isaac Jim, Sim, whatever, and giving a GPU, and he can do it quite good. However, if you have a bit more, a lot more engineering, a model-based controller kind of becomes optimal. So I wanted to like talk a bit about like what we do and how we approach this problem. And Boston Dynamics has been quite known for model-based systems. It used to be, everything used to be MPC. Spot is a large chunk of model-based controllers put together. Atlas is completely MPC-driven. And everybody kind of knew us from it. And we started setting up to like robot learning 2 years ago. And since then, we've changed quite a lot. So we fully believe in modular systems. So we're not going to go the end-to-end route of building one BC policy, which does it all. We're kind of a combination between learn policies and model-based controllers. However, in the last 2 years, in every product or in every research project we've done, learning has been an essential component, and we are going to use learning quite a lot. However, the question is, how do we combine different modules? And this is quite an open research question, which we have done very different projects on. And today I'm actually going to talk about 4 different projects, which are much more for, mostly on RL. So mainly reinforcement learning for navigation, controller selection, and for grasping. A bit more into the structure. So most of the talk will be on a quadruped locomotion. First, I'm going to present 3 topics on 3 different approaches. One is first combining reinforcement learning with MPC, how we did there. Then more the classical or approach of, hey, let's get rid of all the structure. Here, let's use reinforcement learning as a full body controller. How does it work? How good does it work compared to a model-based baseline? And then actually one of the most non-learning parts of this talk is learning controller selection. This is how we did productize a bit on a reinforcement learning controller. What does it take to actually put a control or put a learn policy into product. And lastly, I want to like foreshadow a few things which we are mainly working on like nowadays is manipulation and how we're approaching manipulation for humanoids. Let's start off. So initially we started off with saying, hey, we have this amazing MPC, and MPC is great at like locomoting Spot Atlas across the lab. How can we use learning with it? So the naive approach was, hey, let's just learn a navigation policy. We just put a policy on top of MPC and it's actually going to be great. Everything will be super smooth. Everything will be super sample efficient. Training will take not many samples. However, that's usually not how it goes. So these are results of MPC plus learning. So here the learning kind of selects footsteps, it selects gait timings as well as body velocities, and it works quite okay in simulation. It can walk over different things. However, we were quite unhappy with the results. So the problem with combining MPC and RL in a naive way is actually that you get the worst of both worlds. So what we had, we kind of hoped for a very high sample efficiency. However, it wasn't what we got. It was still as sample inefficient as PPO always was. However, it was, in addition to it, very excessive training times. So we were talking about training times of 2 to 7 days, just because MPC was that slow. Or MPC wasn't slow. However, in learning, you kind of want to parallelize tens, thousands MPCs, and parallelizing MPCs is just excessive. And then MPC has a very bad optimization surface. So MPC is quite used to exploding. So actually learning MPC and RL in the most naive way wasn't that great. So we wasn't really super happy with the performance we achieved. So we kind of twisted our way and just said, academic PhD students can do it quite good with just like bare bones RL. So we looked at how can we use RL as a whole body controller. This was then just a bit looking into how can we use reinforcement learning to overcome the limitations of model-based control. We've all played around with model-based control and know quite well that you need very good state estimation and like world perception to do model-based control. So if you want to locomote over like slippery terrain, you have to estimate all your feet, the position of your feet. You have to detect slip. You have to detect whether the floor is high friction or low friction. And it actually gets quite challenging. And this is quite a real life example where our production controller failed quite often. So if you think about industrial sites, you always think about flat concrete floors, which are perfectly for locomotion. However, there are some facilities, beer breweries, for example, where they just put soapy water on the ground and just like flush everything. And they expect the robot to walk over the soapy ground just like this. So we looked a bit, how can we get a policy which is slip resistant? And from a learning side, this was actually quite a straightforward problem. It was vanilla PPO with very little domain randomization, and the results were amazing. One of the few things we discovered, and which is a bit in contrast to the literature, all of the work we didn't use any privileged information. We didn't do any student teacher. We didn't do any curriculum learning. We didn't do any actuator modeling of all kinds. We kind of didn't need it, so we didn't do it. The only thing we did a bit different is we didn't do bare bones RL. We had some kind of gate generator, which predicted some footstep targets, and the policy was just doing offsets to the targets. We did it that way because people really liked symmetric gates. People really liked, they wanted the robot to behave exactly as they expected. So this was an easy way how to write reward functions and do exploration in the right domain. We also get our fair share of idiosyncratic policies. I think everybody has seen them, but it was a quite fun experience. This is the spot on the left is actually the happiest spot I've ever seen. It's quite jumpy and like trots into weekend. However, it wasn't really what we wanted. So it was a lot of reward tuning, but then we got it quite well. So this is a comparison between our learn policy. Our learn policy is and the spot production controller at the time, I have to say. The last one is our IL policy, and what is walking is our Atlas lab. The Atlas lab is quite nice because it has polished concrete. So the yellow thing is polished concrete with water on top of it. And it gets quite slippery. And we see the production controller actually can't handle it. It doesn't fall, however, it loses control. So if it walks on top of the surface, it kind of stops walking and just like starts fast tracking. However, the reinforcement learning policy was actually quite good, just walked over it without like any effort, which kind of convinced our leadership that reinforcement learning is actually a thing. And since then, we were able to convince them a lot more to actually do reinforcement learning on the robot and ship it to customers. Same we could do for oily floors. So this is polished concrete with oil. I mean, everybody knows hydraulic robots. Hydraulic robots leak quite a bit. So we had quite a supply of oil on our floors. Like also the reinforcement learning policy just walks over it, while the production controller doesn't even walk on top of it. If you walk it on top of it, it basically loses control. It stays upright, but it really doesn't walk on it. Kind of drifts. So this is quite amazing. Works quite good. We also took it outside. So another interesting thing we did is all the policies we show here are completely fine. They have no terrain observations. So quadruped locomotion really works great without like any terrain. Even if you go to like rocky terrain where rocks kind of slip away or like hills, it usually kind of works as well. However, you also see some idioms of strategy involved reinforcement learning. So, for example, what in the snow really likes to tilt the base. You don't know why. Getting it out of it is really hard. However, it works quite well. So this was actually quite a successful project for us. We kind of outperformed the Spot production controller at the time, which was really great because the Spot production controller is a controller which is optimized by 20 to 30 engineers for 5 years, and was like single person learning project. You were able to like outperform it. One of the key learnings was we didn't need a lot of the things which were suggested in literature, so no privileged information, no student teacher, no curriculum learning, no actuators models, or not even terrain observations. The one thing where we struggled quite a lot is stairs or like discrete obstacles, because we had the gate generator, which is a curse and a blessing. So if your gate generator is really good, however, if it's really good, it works quite well. However, if it isn't good, it kind of makes your life worse. So especially on stairs, the gate generator wasn't really great. It was hitting the steps or like hitting the edges quite a bit, which was also where robustness comes in. So one of the key learnings we had is if your policy is robust, it doesn't have to be intentional. Like in industry, everybody wants the robot to behave exactly how they expect it to be. So if it walks up the staircase, it should hit the center of the stair every time. However, if you're robust to like slipping downstairs, you don't need to learn to be intentional, like hit the center of the stage. You just like ram your feet somewhere. If you slip, you recover, but you keep on going. But like getting some intentionality into it was for us at the time not that great. So the question we often get asked is, did you productize the policy? Even so, we like outperformed the Spot production controller and like actually showed that AL can be very great. We didn't productize it really, because being good at one thing is usually not enough. Like there's still a lot of work to do in like quadruped locomotion and learning, because we are usually just showing the policy being good at one thing. However, we don't have it to be perfect at whole things. And also, if we're talking about a robot, we're talking about a lot of different robots. So if you go Spot into the field, it's not a single robot, it's a robot with very much different payloads. So if you put an arm onto Spot, it's double the weight. So you need a policy which can be robust to any payload, whatever the customer puts on the robot, it has to work with. And just getting this randomization in is kind of tough, and we didn't have the time or the resources, or it wasn't worth the effort to do it at that time. We did, however, do a bit of different things to productize. So every spot has nowadays a reinforcement learning controller inside it. However, it doesn't do whole body control. It doesn't do like real, like selecting the torques on the actuator. It is more a controller selection algorithm. So one part, which we use quite heavily inside the spot controller, was there's a component which just evaluates 10 to 20 different controllers and selects the best one for the current situation. So and the different controllers is basically different gates, different gate timings, different footsteps, and you just parallelize it on the CPU, run it, and see whichever comes best. The system is quite computationally expensive, so we have a full-fledged Intel CPU in these spots and just like fully maxing out the CPU just to like compare controllers. And then there's also like infinite heuristics for comparing the controllers as well as velocity scaling. So the idea was, let's not go fully in RL. However, let's just do an RL policy which selects the gate timing and scales the body velocity. So it's just 6 floats. And even this float, 6 floats just make a large difference. And for the training, we also didn't use anything super special. It was basically supervised learning for initialization. So we bootstrapped the previous engineered solution and just like learned via supervised learning, L2 laws on the previous actions, and then improved with PPO. And if you think this was just a learning problem, it wasn't really. It was just an engineering problem. Because a lot of the work is just like generating environments. So here you can see a lot of like the different environments we need to create. You want to have, or your controller has to observe every situation it's ever going to be evaluated on. So a lot of like time and effort was spent into like generating environments. So you wanted to do rocks, you wanted to do obstacles, stairs, or like even these fellow ones where you accidentally sometimes hit, or like your feet goes onto like one of the boxes. Then there was a lot of like payload randomization. So you put different payloads onto the robot and you train over it. And then you still have to make sure that your controller kind of works onto it. And the hardest part was mainly like optimizing the environments and like coming up with the distribution of environments. However, if you do this, it can work quite well. And this is more in-depth.
We have to like decide how much product size.
If you either use legacy or timing can adjust off, it is the old controller. Legacy means it was the previous controller. And this is just with L doing the controller. So it's much more stable. It's not as good as the whole body controller. However, it can transfer or it can walk over plastic. You can also see how we use different things to like simulate low friction. Kind of also to get consistent low friction. And like even so, it's a model-based controller and we use it as well, where it can also use the app. And this is right now shift stuff which we're running. Also a bit more an in-depth comparison between like previous system and the current system. One of the nastier things is actually the most on the left, which is you go from something high friction to low friction and you have to step over a hurdle, which is quite common in industrial settings because you kind of have to step over a concrete barrier and then suddenly you get a low friction environment. So you have no chance of like state estimation picking up, oh, it's low friction now. This was quite a success. However, if you want to productize something, you also have to test it quite a lot. And being optimal in terms of control doesn't mean it's optimal for customers, optimal even if you deploy it. So after we made all the changes on head and awesome controller, we kind of got a lot of complaints about aesthetics. So especially the one about the stomping. So the robots were quite stompy because from a control perspective, stomping is actually quite nice. because if you stomp, you really feel the ground. Your state estimation really picks up, hey, I'm on ground, I'm hitting ground. However, if you work in a building where you have 30 spots roaming around you, stomping actually becomes quite unattractive. And we had quite a lot of engineers complain, I can't work here. Like they're super stompy. And then also the way how we deploy code to customers is actually quite an intense testing thing. So someday it actually makes it into the product and we run thousands and thousands of kilometers on this software release. And even so, we tested it quite heavily during development. This was our robustness class after we deployed RL into our internal robustness fleet. It wasn't the policy which was bad, it was just software bugs. However, you only find them if you run thousands and thousands of kilometers. So to actually say what actually means reinforcement learning or like behavior cloning for industry, most of the problems or like challenges in this project weren't reinforcement or learning based. It was mainly engineering. So learning was not the challenge. It's actually still vanilla PPO with some supervised learning, and it worked out of the box. However, the 18 months which this project was mainly into, hey, can we do the training scenarios? How do we test the policies? How do we actually incorporate aesthetics into the reward function? And how do we even combine like model-based controllers with reinforcement learning? Everybody's kind of like used to, I do pip install gym and I get this nice gym environment. However, if you have to put a model-based controller into this becomes much more challenging because people develop these model-based controller with the assumption, oh, my robot has a complete computer for itself, so my algorithm can have a gigabyte of RAM. If you now want to do 10 or like hundreds of these controllers on a single computer, you suddenly have terabytes of RAM, which the computer doesn't really have. So with this, we kind of showed reinforcement learning can be good in combination with model-based controllers. It can make model-based controllers more robust. It can actually make them more robust in cases where they should fail. So in the case of slipping, it should have failed, but it didn't. We have actually deployed it, so every spot is running it. However, we are still a bit like unhappy about the training times because model-based controllers are hard to parallelize. So this training still takes a day to like 3 days, but it is doable. Lastly, I just kind of want to like go over our work on manipulation. So I've worked for Locomotion for the last 1.5 years. I've been slightly retasked with working on manipulation. So nowadays we're looking a lot into how can we use humanoids for manipulation? And there's quite a big questions. Like, first of all, we think learning is going to be essential for manipulation because we've seen that our classical model-based methods kind of don't scale to manipulation. So for manipulation, just state estimation is really hard. If you touch something with your hand, like I would have to predict all the contact points between the hand and the object, which is not really going to happen. With model-based methods, I have like really hard time of integrating different sensor modalities into my controller. So an open question is, how do you even incorporate tactile sensing into an MPC? Because if you want to have an MPC, you have to predict. So you kind of have to go down tactile sensing to forces, to dynamics. However, this is like quite unclear. Can your tactile sensor even like get forces? And manipulation requires much more generalization, where we see learning quite a bit. So how would you do it? If we think about a humanoid, doing BC or L is actually quite challenging. Where do you want to like cut the robot? How do you want to do it? Do you want BC or L controlling the whole robot? Do you want to have the teleoperating being responsible for like balancing the robot? Where do you cut it? For example, you could do something like, hey, MPC does a torso, while the upper level is kind of just learned. Or you can also just like go again and say, hey, our BC algorithm actually teleoperating on top of MPC, and then we're going to use MPC for the stabilization and effective tracking. I am working quite a lot on RL, so I'm mainly talking about RL. We have a separate BC team. Here we actually took our learnings from the initial MPC plus RL combination and kind of wanted to do it again. So this time we are doing it again of combining RL with MPC. However, we changed quite a bit. So first of all, we said we're not going to have MPC during the training. It's just not possible. So we came up with some kind of abstraction between MPC and the learning algorithm, and we kind of like mimic MPC inside training. This gives us still like training hours or training times in the hours rather than the multiple days or weeks. With like RL, we can still like incorporate all the nice tactile feedback. However, we're also going to just like focus on stabilization of objects. So this is, we are going to cut as a wrist. So we are going to assume MPC. We give MPC some end effector set point, and MPC is going to track the end effector set point, and the algorithm is going to control wrist as well as fingers. And it's then responsible like for tracking objects. This works quite great. So if we can do it in simulation. This is just like some simple examples. Which we did is we assumed we have our disembodied hand, which is identical to Atlas, and just train it to grasp a handle or to train it to grasp any object in SE3. We were also able to like apply it to some robots. So this is MPC with an RL policy actually running. That's our classic test object, the kettlebell. And here the goal is mainly to be very robust, where RL is really good. So if you think about MPC and state estimation, it has to perceive the kettlebell very accurate and very precise. So it has to have perfect position and orientation. If you want to do it like open loop. However, if you have an RL policy, which is more like feedback driven and tactile sensors, it works quite well. And you can like be very robust, even in the presence of like perception errors. Lastly, I kind of want to like foreshadow what we're doing or what we're planning to do in the next few months to years is what we believe in. So we've seen that reinforcement learning is really great for small myopic kind of tasks. So RL is really robust. If you do sim-to-real nowadays, you can do everything quite nice. It's even so we saw domain randomization or like sim-to-real transfer is quite hard. It actually proven to be quite nice. So what we are mainly focusing on, let's use reinforcement learning for some low dimensional problems. So in sim, we can do privileged information, we can do perfect state estimation, we can do noise. So just do this in simulation and then do sim to real transfer. Oh no, then do policy distillation to get more generalized policies. So we kind of want to get to policies which can grasp or manipulate any objects. So our approach is let's learn small experts for like 100 different objects, distill them into like a generalist policy, and then you have a big transformer or like model which can work from point clouds and like doesn't require so much perception to actually work. And one nice thing which we want to do is actually closing the loop, so you can use your generalist to retrain experts and then hopefully bootstrap everything that you don't need. Like you don't need to add new objects very heavily, but you can just drop in new objects into your simulation and you can just learn everything over and over again. And also, we're not thinking about just doing like simple RL. You can also include much more internet scale data. You can use teleoperation data. You can use external data sets into it and then come up with your big policy, which can do anything. To summarize, slightly running over, we have incorporated learning in all to our products, from behavior cloning to reinforcement learning to perception. Even so we were a model-based company for 20 plus years, in the last 2 years, we've kind of adapted that learning is the only solution. Learning is going to be, it's going to be learning. Model-based methods as well as MPC just won't cut it for manipulation. We are not into like monolithic BC end-to-end approaches. We are going to do BC. We are going to do all the classical methods and just combine them to see how we're going to do it. There are many open and unsolved problems, which we kind of wanted to like just put out there. How do we do learning for, oh no, actually the first one is how do the learning-based methods, which we have shown for locomotion working quite amazingly, do they also apply to manipulation? can we generalize BC or L to generate from any objects? Where do we actually get the needed training data for? Like one of the last questions is, how do we generate the training data? Even if we think about YouTube, YouTube is great. YouTube shows us a lot of like humans in kitchens and everyday objects. However, if you're talking about industrial sites, there's not so much training data. And then much more on our modular approaches. How do we even do shared control? How do we share control between learn and model-based modules? How do you incorporate safety? How do you know when to fall back? When do you know how to like turn on or off your model, your learn policy? And then a bit, if you think about hierarchical learning, so if you have a whole body controller and you have to learn your whole body controller and you don't really know whatever is ever going to be the upper level, is how do you train like lower level module when you never know what the higher level model is going to do? So how can you make sure? And last thing is a bit of advertisement. We're actually hiring quite a lot. So if you're interested in BC or L research scientist positions, software engineers or mechanical engineers, we have quite a few open positions, and come talk to me afterwards. And basically, I want to close off with a fun after. Quite a few days. And if you want to learn more about today.
The force measurements in the joints or something like that?
No terrain means we don't observe height fields. So like the common approach would be we sample height fields and then give it to the policy, whether you do CNN. There's no pixels, there's no.
Would that be information that the robot would get from its own cameras in a real situation, or is that cheating, so to speak?
So two things we actually tried. So first of all, you can just train it blindly on any terrain and it observes it in the terrain. From your proprioceptive, you could, from your proprioception as well as body orientation, you could infer how the terrain looks like, which is totally true. And we actually tried with terrain observations, but the policy didn't seem to use them at all. Like the blind policy was just as good as the policy which observed the terrain samples, which was a bit surprising to us. It's also more a statement that you can do quadruped locomotion, or quadruped locomotion is quite easy. Even so, like we've seen it quite often. For which problem? Increase the weight on minimizing contact forces.
So the reward function tuning.
Reward function tuning. A lot of our work is reward function tuning, especially if it goes down aesthetics routes with like, is more of like how we also changed L from locomotion to manipulation. Because for locomotion, a lot of people have very strong opinions how a robot should locomote, how symmetric it should like, how it should sound, how it should look like. And getting this into your reward function is kind of impossible. And even if you have it in your reward function, it's still impossible that the policy learns to like obey all of them. So we kind of went away from doing, or to do like from bare bones L, we kind of need demonstrations to reward stuff. Like we need demonstration to guide the search. And then on the manipulation side, we are more looking for like object handler actions where there's less more aesthetics priors. So just like stabilizing the object is much more, hey, it works or it doesn't work. And then we're going to be using BC for approaching stuff, because BC is much easier to like get general aesthetics into.
One follow-up, do you think we should change something in terms of boundary? Like you say, just the engineer and the USP, there's something missing in terms of adapting to the environment and remote adaptation, or it's something like this, is there like something that you're looking at?
Yes and no. Yes, we are missing something. However, the bitter lesson kind of prevails. So just honestly, if reward function tuning and just giving it double to triple the amount of data is easier. So the method we often had, just use the naive algorithm and give it double to triple the amount of data, and it just works as good as the fanciest algorithm. It might not be the fastest, but it's much easier.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Thanks a lot for the nice talk. I mean, you mentioned a lot that like the requirements for MPC are kind of like in a different world and what we need for learning. Did you ever try to approximate the MPC like with supervised learning or?
We have discussed this problem. I think I've been in meetings discussing these problems close to 50 times. It is possible. It is just an non-doable engineering challenge. It is the MP. It has more to do with like code structuring. MPC is C++ written in encapsulation. So there's objects and objects and objects. Just you can't accumulate the state on which MPC operates. And then you can't extract the observations. And then it's like you can't mimic it because you can't extract the observations. So if you would rewrite MPC to fit into like this thing, you could do it fast. It's not possible.
Okay, let's thank Michael one more time. And okay, so before everyone leaves, I'll just flash the QR code for voting. We'd really appreciate it if you guys just sort of logged in and voted. But you're free to leave for lunch. So sorry, let me just share. Back on. I'll be back there. I have something to go lunch break. Be back in. Yeah, what time is that? That's it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Please vote. Okay, so you're gonna keep this for a bit and then you'll flash. Yeah. I'll once everyone leaves, I'll flash it. Okay, let's mute ourselves. I'll mute. Sure.
Hi, David. Nice to
Hi,
meet
Matthew.
you.
Good. Right. Shall I just test my slides with this connection?
I cannot really hear you yet. It's
No.
some echo chamber sounds.
Okay.
But maybe that's actually.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Answer.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
I think what it seems like the answer is.
Wait, John, we're meeting with,
Hello.
let's see.
Hello, can you hear me? I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, guys.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine. It's quite clear. I think can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, we got you. We got you loud and clear, David.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So
Yeah.
the audio is good, and then when the time for the talk comes, you should be able to just unmute present, and people will hear you through.
Yes. Right. So can I confirm with you that I should use this link for connection?
Yes.
Because I think there's an email that from I think was John or Laura that sent a link, I think.
Mhm.
Let me see. I think from John and Laura, they sent sent another link saying I don't know exactly whether it's the same link or not, but
I think it should be the same link. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I think the same
okay.
link. Either should work, but if you join the one you just joined, this is
Good.
working right now. Yeah.
Okay. Can I just check with one more thing that my slides has some audio on it? Can I just check with you? Would I be able to check with you that whether that would work?
Oh, yeah, let's test that out. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna unmute the room, and I'll let you know.
That's right. Yeah. So I just do I think you have to let me share the screen.
Go ahead and share.
Okay. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I need to find my slide. Just give me a second. Right. Share sound. Sound. Share. Yeah. Let me
Yes,
see.
I can see the screen.
You can see the screen, right? So just give me a second. Let me go to the segment with audio narration. Let me set it to the play mode. You can see so it's okay, right? So this is the right screen. Yeah, sometimes because there are two screens and it just doesn't get right to zoom.
No, I see the correct screen. Perfect.
Okay, yeah. So do you hear the audio?
First demonstrate
I see
an
some hear some audio,
pushes
audio
the
as
rigid
well.
chopstick
Indeed,
through a small opening.
So that you can hear the narration, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I think we are all
Direct
good.
imitation learning.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thanks for testing the zoom out, and see you in a bit for your talk.
Yeah. So it's in another hour, right?
Exactly. I think you, if I remember correctly, we have another speaker first, and then it's you.
Okay. Thank you so much for.
Thank you. See you soon.
Okay. See you soon. Okay. Bye-bye.
Unmute. Great.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. This is the second session of the Priors for Robots workshop at RSS. And today we have the privilege of having Terrence Rowley from Princeton University talking about almost optimal agnostic control of unknown linear dynamics. Terrence, take it away.
Thanks so much. Yeah, and thanks for inviting me. First, a disclaimer, I don't really do robotics, so I feel a little bit out of place, but I'm hoping that some of the things I'll talk about will be relevant to some of you. And I'm going to talk about this kind of what for me is a new line of research in this thing called agnostic control. And I want to talk about a couple motivating questions. So the first one is this. Suppose you have just a linear system like this. So U is supposed to be the input, X is the state, and Y is the output. And let's say we don't actually know what A, B, and C are, these matrices that determine the linear system. And we'd like to learn these while simultaneously controlling the system. And you might say, well, why in the world would you ever want to do that? And the scenario I have in mind is, let's say you have some sort of autonomous system, maybe like a flying drone or something, and something happens to it so that it gets damaged, so its dynamics change. And you'd like to, it's an autonomous system, its original controller is not going to work because the dynamics just changed. So it has just one chance to figure out its dynamics, or it's going to crash. You know, how can it land safely, or figure out what to do? And that's the scenario I have in mind. So you want to determine these on the fly without the luxury of being able to go do many, many trials with reinforcement learning and that sort of thing. So that's the first motivating question I want to think about. The second one is, suppose on the completely other end of the spectrum that you have known dynamics. Now maybe they're nonlinear dynamics, but they're very, very complicated. They're high dimensional. Maybe I do a lot of work with fluid flows. Maybe you have some soft robotic system, flexible structures with many degrees of freedom, so many that the model can't be evaluated in real time. And what you'd like to do is determine a model of much lower dimension that captures approximately the same dynamical behavior. Okay, so here's an outline of these two problems I'll talk about. First one, optimal agnostic control of unknown linear dynamics, and the second one, model reduction for known nonlinear dynamics. And here's some collaborators and students that I've worked with on this project. Okay, so let's start talking about agnostic control. And I want to think about the actual system I want to look at is almost laughably simple. So we have one variable, the position of a particle on a line, that's Q of t. There's one control input, U, and the dynamics are just linear. There's one parameter, A, and that's what we don't know, one unknown parameter, and there's also noise. You actually need to have some sort of noise or forcing to make this problem even slightly interesting, because if there's no noise, you can just observe the state Q for an infinitesimal period of time and figure out A perfectly. But if there's noise, you can't do that. So that's the problem we'll look at. And I want to say what the control objective here is. So we got sort of a standard quadratic control objective, finite time t. Now, much of the literature in this area focuses on asymptotic results for as time goes to infinity. We're going to think about a finite time horizon here. And we're going to consider a notion of regret by comparing our strategy for an unknown parameter value against the strategy of an opponent who knows the value of the parameter and plays and does the optimal thing. That's the setup for agnostic control. Agnostic meaning we don't know something. And I'll think about 4 different variants here, which I'll discuss. So the first, the easiest, we have the most information. We know A, we know everything about the system. And then that's just the standard optimal control problem from, like the linear quadratic regulator. The second variant is we don't know A, but we know some probability distribution for A, some prior, and that just leads to Bayesian control. And the third thing, knowing even less information, is we don't know anything about A, except we do know that it's bounded. And that's what we'll call agnostic control for bounded A. And finally, fully agnostic control would be we have no information at all about the parameter. So let's look at these variants and what we're actually going to be optimizing here. So in the classical linear optimal control case, we have this quadratic cost function. Now we need to minimize the expected value of this because we have noise, we have this Brownian motion. And we'll write J as a function of sigma, our control strategy, and the parameter A to denote that expected value of the cost. And what we'd like to do is come up with a control strategy that minimizes the expected value of that integral, minimizes J. That's the classical case. So next we have the Bayesian case. Now we don't know A, but we do know some Bayesian prior for A. And it's going to be concentrated, say, on some interval minus capital A to capital A. And now we want to minimize the expected cost. This is the same J from before for known A, but now we have to just take the expectation now over A as well. So this J was an expectation over the Brownian motion, and now we have this also expectation over the value of A. That's what we want to minimize in the Bayesian case. Okay, so that's, now we want to think about, let's say we, in the agnostic case, we have no Bayesian prior, so we can't even define this expected cost. We don't even know what to minimize. So instead of minimizing some expected cost, which we can't even define, we're going to minimize regret, which, as I said, we're going to compare our expected cost for each possible A with the cost incurred by an opponent. And we'll try to minimize sort of the worst case regret. Now, what do I mean by regret? Well, we have this expected cost for a given A. Now, the opponent gets to know A, so they have a different expected cost. It's going to be, lower cost than us because they get to know A. And the way we'll define regret is the following. So we're going to fix some parameter greater than or equal to 0, and we're going to find the smallest value of R that satisfies this inequality. So if you think about this, if gamma is 0 here, we're just minimizing the ratio of our cost to the opponent's cost. That's something that's sometimes called the competitive ratio. The problem with competitive ratio is that the worst case for that could be for a very, very small cost. If some values of A are such that your controller needs very little input to do anything at all, the ratio of these things could be very big, but you don't care because the control cost is so tiny that it wouldn't even matter in reality. So this gamma is just designed to give some sort of very small penalty so that situation doesn't happen. So think of, if the cost is $10, gamma might be 2 cents, something like that. You just want to, because you don't care about the ratio of the cost if it's between 1/10 of a cent and 100th of a cent. Okay, so the smallest such R is what we'll call the regret. And we want to minimize this R, this worst case regret. So that's our problem for agnostic control. Now, fully agnostic control is we're going to drop this assumption that A is in this bounded region. So now we have no Bayesian prior, and there's not even any stabilizing gain because A can be arbitrarily large, leading to an unstable system. And regret will be the same as before, but now A can be anything on the real line. Okay, so I just described four problems we could look at: classical and Bayesian control. We want to minimize this expected cost, and then agnostic control, we want to minimize this regret. So for these problems, the classical case is well known. It's given in textbooks. The optimal policy is given by solving a differential Riccati equation. The Bayesian control is also well known. Now we have a known prior probability distribution on A, and we need to solve a PDE, the Bellman equation. We can get this optimal strategy. So for agnostic control, the first result that's sort of new is not very surprising. It says that the following: the optimal control strategy for minimizing this regret is a Bayesian strategy. And it's a Bayesian strategy for a particular well-chosen prior probability distribution on this parameter A. So what this says is that in order to solve this agnostic control problem, even though we don't know anything beforehand about A, besides that it lies in this interval, we should pretend that we do. We should pretend that A is governed by some prior distribution and then solve that Bayesian problem, and that will solve the agnostic control problem. So now you might ask, what is this special prior? And this turns out to be interesting. And to me, this was shocking. I would never have guessed this. So a reasonable guess is maybe just kind of a uniform prior. And we know the parameter lies in this interval. Maybe guess a uniform prior. Maybe that will give you the optimal, minimize regret. No, that's not right. Maybe it's some other shape like this, some other probability, density function like this. No, it turns out the optimal prior is this. It has some point masses. It's not even a probability density. It's point masses. You assume that A can take on only a finite number of values with these probabilities. And that turns out to be the optimal prior for solving this agnostic control problem. To me, that was just astounding. I would never have guessed that. So that's the surprising result. The prior distribution that gives this optimal strategy for minimizing regret is supported on a finite set. So we should pretend that A can take only a finite number of values with specified probabilities and then solve the Bayesian control problem. That will then give us the minimum regret problem. So we know how to find this set. We know how to find the probabilities. And we've produced optimal agnostic strategies. I'll show you some results for a particular case. So this is if the unknown set is in the unknown A is in the set from -infinity to 1. Here are some probabilities, and they depend on the time horizon. So if the time horizon is short, this set contains only 2 values of A. There's one which is, by the way, very close to the boundary of the where A might be, and then a negative value. Those two with these probabilities, probability 0.2 for A being 1, and then 0.8 for this negative value of A. And then as you increase the time horizon, these prior distributions change. And in this window, you have 3 possible values of A, and here you have 4 possible values, and then 5, etc. So this is what the picture looks like. Very surprising. I would never have guessed beforehand that this is how things played out, but this is what one gets. Okay, so finally, the fully agnostic control problem. Here we know nothing at all about A, and we have really just a mathematical result here, which is that if you start with some epsilon, there exists some A for which the following holds. Given a strategy for control, assuming A is in this bounded region, we can find a new strategy for fully agnostic control with no assumptions about A, such that the regret is only epsilon. If A is in this really big interval, then you can sort of extend this to the whole real line. I could say more about how that works, but in the interest of time, and I'm happy to do that afterwards with questions if people are interested in this, but for the interest of time, I will move on. Okay, so we've solved these problems of agnostic control for this very simple model system. There's a series of papers that talk about the various results I've talked about here. If you're interested, you can have a look at any one of those. Okay, so the second thing I wanted to talk about today is, this is unsolved problems. There's a lot more to be done with this agnostic control approach. A very seemingly elementary thing is just extend this to an unknown parameter B, which multiplies the control input here. And that turns out to be surprisingly tough. Even if you know B might be +1 or -1, you don't know which, even that is a hard problem to do this optimal, to really find the best possible strategy. And of course, we'd really like to extend this to higher dimensional systems with not just one unknown parameter. That's computationally pretty challenging. So doing that in a good way is future work. And then I think really what's going to have the best practical value is to determine some heuristic strategies that come close to this optimal regret with much less computational effort. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say about this agnostic control problem. Now I wanted to shift gears and talk about the other end of the spectrum where we know the dynamics perfectly, and but they're too complicated. So we want to get a simpler model for this. And I want to start with an approach which works very, very well for linear systems. And the main thing I want to do in this second part of the talk is extend this to nonlinear systems. So here's how one does this for linear systems. And again, if you're in the controls community, this would be total review, but I think there's some surprising things here that are good to keep in mind. So in model reduction, we want to figure out a model with smaller state dimension with approximately the same input-output behavior. If I give this the same inputs U, I'll get very close to the same outputs Y, even though the matrix A and the vector X will be smaller dimensional. And this is a good method for doing this, balanced truncation. So I want to start with a little example, which is a cute example. It's only 3 states here. So U is the input. and y is the output. And we want to ask, is there a two-state model that would do nearly the same thing as this one-state model? And the thing I want to point out about this model is that there's only one coupling term. These are nearly decoupled. X1, X2, and X3 are nearly decoupled, but there's this one coupling term through X3. And it's got a kind of a big coefficient here, 100. So if you just stimulate this ODE and see what it does, say for an impulsive input, this is what, so there's the output, which is what we're interested in modeling. If you look at these states, you see that X1 and X2 both grow really big, and X3 just decays. So the first thing you might think to get a better reduced order model for this is, well, let's just neglect X3. It never gets very big anyway. That's going to cause very little error. Sounds very plausible. However, if you do that, this is what the model looks like. Now everything really is decoupled, and you won't get any of this growth. X1 will just decay monotonically, so will X2 decay monotonically, and you won't get any of this growth. So you get completely the wrong answer, right? So that's actually not the right thing to do. So what went wrong there? Well, if you look at the sensitivity, you can understand what went wrong here. So let's look at the sensitivity of this output y of t to perturbations in the initial state. So if we look at just the derivative of y as a function of t with respect to the initial state, this is what I'm plotting here. I'll call those three things Z1, Z2, and Z3 of t. And we see that y is very, very sensitive to a perturbation in X3, in that third state. Very sensitive, especially at these times. Much less sensitive to the first two states. And that's what we neglected. We neglected this third state altogether. So even though we made just a small perturbation in that had a massive effect on the output y. So according to this picture, what we should do is this should be the most important state to keep, and these first two should be the least important for the point of view of sensitivity. So what does balanced truncation do? It gives you a nice, elegant way of incorporating both these things. And just as a result on this system, the original system is here in black dashed line. And if you do this balanced truncation onto two states, you get the red curve, which is just right on top of it. If you do just naively project onto the first two modes you get from SVD of this data, you get the blue curve, which is nowhere close. Even if you take the first mode and the third mode from SVD, you get also not very good answer. So this balanced truncation does something that's much, much more clever than just naive SVD of the data. So what is this doing? Well, the way that balanced truncation works is it quantifies these notions of controllability and observability. So controllability is quantified by this matrix here, the controllability Gramian it's called, and the observability, a different matrix here. And the idea is that there's a change of coordinates in which these two concepts of controllability and observability or sensitivity are actually aligned. So here's the picture, and balanced truncation changes to these coordinates and then just deletes the states that are least controllable and least observable. So the picture is this. So these blue states that are sort of at the extremes of this ellipse are what we call the most controllable ones. And that's like X1 and X2 in my original example. Those are the ones that were most excited by the input or by an impulsive input. But then this orange ellipse shows you the states that are the most sensitive. So the ones at the extreme, this would be like the state X3 in the original example. We were most sensitive to that. And those might not align with one another, in which case it's hard to know what exactly to do because you need to keep both of these. You need to keep the states that grow big, but you need to keep the states to which you're sensitive. So what balanced truncation does is it says, all right, there's some coordinate transformation in which these notions of controllability and observability are aligned. So if you shift into those coordinates, now it's very clear what to do. You'll just truncate the state Z2 in the new coordinates and keep the state Z1. And that works very, very well. So it's a great way of balancing energy and sensitivity and gives models that are provably close to optimal. Often does much, much better than just naive singular value decomposition, especially if you have these things like large transient growth. And it's even computationally tractable. However, it applies only to linear systems. So that's a pretty big caveat since many systems that we're interested in are nonlinear. So what I'm going to do for the last part of this talk is tell you about these two methods for extending this to nonlinear systems. So now we have a nonlinear system. This is now in discrete time. And we'd like to do this sort of similar thing, get reduced order models for this nonlinear system. Okay. So what we'll do is, for now, let's ignore the input and just look at the output. So we're going to look at a map from the current state, x0, to a sequence of future outputs. Okay, y at time 0, y at time 1, up to y at time L. So we have a map from current state to sequence of outputs. And if a good set of reduced order coordinates will allow us to construct that sequence of outputs from our reduced order, from our smaller dimensional system. So Z is supposed to be a lower dimensional representation of this. H of X maps us from some higher dimension into lower dimensional. And we want to be able to reconstruct the outputs from that. Okay, so if we want to do this, the best way to do this, if we have a projection onto the states that we keep, X1, and states that we neglect, the optimal estimate would be just to average over the states, condition on the states that we keep, and average over the states that we neglect. That would be the best estimator for this. So for this to be a good estimate, we need two things. We would need this state X2 to have small variance. We want to have very little variability in that variable. And we want F, this output map, to be not very sensitive to variations in X2. So you can start to see a little parallel between balanced truncation, because we're trying to balance two things, variance of X2 and sensitivity to those variations. Okay, so variance can be quantified just using the covariance of the state itself. This is the first thing you think of. How big are the different state variables? That's the covariance matrix. Sensitivity can be quantified using the covariance of the gradient of this output map. So we have this output map, a sequence of outputs. We take its gradient with respect to X, and then we form this n by n matrix now, and the expected value of that over all of our, say, sample points, we get an n by n matrix. And the idea is you want to change the coordinates in which these two matrices are equal and diagonal, just like you do in balanced truncation, and then truncate the directions in which there was simultaneously least variance and least sensitivity. That's the idea. Okay, so that's just like balanced truncation, and in fact, the identical linear algebra procedure can be used to do this. We can actually calculate these things. We can get the covariance matrix of the state by sampling. We can actually get the covariance matrix for the gradient by a similar sampling method. We have to sample an adjoint system and run it backwards in time. But that can be done and is computationally tractable. Good. So we call this method COBRAs, covariance balancing reduction using adjoint snapshots. COBRAs. There's a generalization to nonlinear projections using a kernel method. If you like that sort of thing, reproducing kernel Hilbert spaces. The method relies entirely just on inner products, which can be done implicitly via the kernel function. So we could extend this to nonlinear features. Okay, that was this method. I want to tell you briefly about this variant of this. Just very briefly, we can get an even better choice of subspace if we do some iterative optimization. So we can start with these subspaces we found in this last method by balancing these two quantities, variance and sensitivity, and use that as a starting point for iteration. Here's the idea. We could, again, consider the sequence of observations along a trajectory. We want to take some candidate subspaces for projection of dynamics, and we want to compute the corresponding observations for this reduced order model. And then we essentially want to minimize the difference between these two, y0 and y0 hat, the whole trajectory. So we make a loss function that depends on these subspaces we use for projection and tweak those iteratively to minimize this loss. There's a little niggling thing that we had to add this regularization to make sure that the subspaces don't become orthogonal and lead to a projection that doesn't work. But that's a minor detail, little optimization problem that we can solve. This we call trajectory-based optimization for oblique projection. Okay, good. There's some interesting things about how you solve this, but I'll skip that. Okay, so that's two different methods for doing this model reduction for nonlinear systems. One is just balancing variance and sensitivity. That's called COBRAs. The other, we use that COBRAs as a starting point and then do iterative optimization, and we're calling that TROOP. So let's just see how this works in practice. So first I want to try a variant of this little model problem I showed for linear systems. Now it's a nonlinear system. So the only nonlinear terms are these products, x1, x3, and x2, x3. Now, for the same reason that x3 was important in the linear system, it's now important in the nonlinear system because that's the only thing that gives this coupling. But x3 does have this fast decay rate. So if you just naively look at the system, you'd be tempted to throw it out. Also, if you linearize this about the origin, about x1, x2, and x3 being 0, the linearization of these terms would go away completely. So that's why it's challenging. And we're going to, like before, seek a two-dimensional reduced order model here. So here's some training trajectories. So we look at the only things we use for training are these 11 sample points from this simulation of an impulsive input with just magnitude 0.5, and then a bigger impulsive input, magnitude 1. So we use 22 sample points total to find these subspaces. And this is a comparison with some existing methods. And the bottom line is both these methods, Cobras and Troop, fit very well and better than existing methods. If we look at performance on some test data, so lots of different inputs, different magnitudes, we find that, so again, this is Cobras. This is where we just project onto the two linear subspaces. We find balancing variance and sensitivity. This error stays quite low even over all the testing data. Troop, it's even a little bit lower than Cobras. And the other methods have, some of the existing methods work very well as long as the size of the impulse is sufficiently small, but for more nonlinearity, they don't work as well. Okay, the last example here is a real high dimensional system. I mean, that's the goal, do this for high dimensional systems. This is a fluid flow with 100,000 states, and we're gonna look for a 40-dimensional reduced order model. So the idea is there's a jet here. 0 is the center line of a jet. Then this red yellow region is the border line between the jet and the region of no flow outside it. And that border becomes sort of unstable. You get these vortex rings that appear. And that's the kind of dynamics we want to capture with a reduced order model. So if we look at what happens for the full order model, FOM, this is what this looks like if there's a little forcing here. And our methods capture this very well for this at time 5. Naive SVD does not get any of this dynamics right. And another method for linear systems, balanced POD, also gets a lot of spurious stuff here. At a later time, the linear method just completely blows up. SVD is also doing poorly. Cobras, where we don't refine the subspaces, is drifting apart, but Troop really stays with it for a remarkably long time. All right, I see John standing up, so I better finish up here. But this is just an example of the error in the projection. If you have existing trajectories and just want to figure out the best subspaces for projecting that, then SVD is the best. And that's this green curve here, singular value. That's what SVD is designed to be optimal for. Cobras and Troop, though, are not much worse. There are these curves here. Okay. But if you actually want a predictive model, SVD is not very good at all. So this predictive model here, so black is the null model that just reports 0. There's an output of 0 for every time. So it's really giving you no information at all. And actually, SVD gives you not really any better than the null model, and then it just diverges. So SVD is really terrible for this fluid flow system. Whereas both Cobras and Troop are these curves here, and they do quite well for, at least for small times. For larger times, this is a very challenging problem. It's a chaotic system. But for small times, both Cobras does fairly well, Troop does even better. Okay, so just acknowledgements. There's a couple papers on that work. And I want to acknowledge the great students, Alberto Padovan and Sam Otta, who did most of this work. All right, so there's a couple of takeaways for agnostic control with learning on the fly. Even this extremely simple problem I showed can be surprisingly challenging. And in this example where we tried to minimize regret, the surprising result, what was surprising to me, was the strategy that minimizes regret is a Bayesian strategy with this prior that's supported only on a finite number of values of the parameter. To me, that was really amazing. And it's more complicated problems are actually pretty challenging using this methodology. And then I showed some results on model reduction for nonlinear systems, these two methods, covariance balancing, and then an optimization by looking at trajectories did much better than some earlier results. That's all. Happy to take any questions.
I wanted to ask for the model direction when you using model balancing. How hard is to find prediction? Does it depend on the cost of the nonlinear systems, or is it very general?
Yeah, so the projection matrix P actually was so in this case, it's fairly simple because it's really just it's a linear projection. So it comes out of these covariance matrices. The way you do this is you'd factor each of them, do a Cholesky decomposition, and then do an SVD of the product of the Cholesky factors. That's how you find the directions of this. I didn't quite hear.
It's also any.
And then, right, it's for any nonlinear system, then but you're still projecting onto a linear space. So this is unlike, say, spectral submanifolds, where you're really projecting onto a nonlinear manifold. Here, I'm just projecting onto a flat linear space. So that part is easy to describe. Yeah.
Very nice talk. Questions. So both of these methods are data-based, right? Can you speak a little bit about how many adjoint sensitivities you have to run and how much data you have to collect for this to work well?
Sure. Yeah. So in this little example here, for each, let me just remember exactly what needs to be done here. Yeah, for each data point here, so there are 22 sample points. One needs to run one adjoint simulation backwards in time. And this is an adjoint simulation of the reduced order model. So it's not actually all that computationally intensive at all. Yeah, so yeah, that's how this works. So if we start as an initial guess, we start with this Cobras thing where there's no need to do any adjoint simulations at all, right? But for this optimization, actually, that was a lie. No, we do adjoint simulations for Cobras, but then it's just the number of outputs. It's not an iterative procedure. So if you have one output, you do one adjoint simulation. And for this iterative procedure, you do one per data point. Yeah.
Thank you for the nice talk. For the agnostic control, I had a question. If one, you could give us some information on how you find that finite set P, and the other is, I think I saw that as you increase the horizon, you had more points. Is there a sense that if you let T go to infinity, this might actually approach like a distribution or something?
That is an excellent question. I'd love to know the answer to that. I don't know what happens. I suspect you're right, that it probably does go to some distribution. I'll tell you how we find those points, and it's a little bit unsatisfying. We start with so let's say you already know these 2 points here. We just do kind of a continuation method where we say, okay, now we're going to increase the final time, and then we assume that the points just change a little bit. That's our algorithm. Now you do run into these situations where, oops, at this point, now a new point arises. And what happens is you discover there's no solution here. So you have to go searching for another point. And then we just have a little method to go search for a new point, which would solve the problem. But that's why it's pretty computationally intensive, because you sort of just have to gradually work your way up and then notice these little crises that happen and then find where the new point is. Yeah.
Time for one more question. So now that you know that this is the prior that you should use, do you have an intuition for why? You quite catch that. Is there any...
I have very little intuition. I mean, I can sort of, I have zero intuition for why it should be just a discrete prior.
I
I can see that you might not guess it at first, but usually when people then figure out, yes, this must be the prior, then that sort of gives them an increase, but there's still no idea why that is.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you how it ends up, what ends up happening is this regret is still a function of the parameter, and you're trying to minimize the worst case regret. So what happens if you've got these, if you have these two, and the worst case regret is going to, often the regret is some function of A, and often it'll have little local maxima. The idea is you want to adjust the prior so that those local maxima are exactly the same as each other. And those are sort of the way that's, the way that the prior that achieves that turns out to be a prior just at those two local maxima. So that's maybe a little bit of intuition,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, another round of applause for Nancy.
Okay, David, we're just gonna set you up here real quick.
Okay, sure. Shall I start share the screen?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? It's okay.
Yeah, I got you. How do I, do you know
Shall
how?
I share the screen?
Yes, go ahead and share your screen, David. I'm just gonna go ahead and see how we can get the audio on. Oh, perfect. Okay, David, you can go ahead. Go ahead with your.
Are you okay? It seems there's an echo on your side.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, I will. Should I start?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Well, thank you all for having me here, and it's a pity that I wouldn't be able to join you in person. So what I want to talk about today is about deformable object manipulation, right? Right? And deformable objects are very flexible, involves many degrees of freedom, has a high dimensional state space, right? It also has a very complex dynamics. Let's just think about how this for objects manipulation for robotics in general, and in particular for deformable object manipulation. Right? And more than that, we have many variety of different types of deformable objects in this room over here, a typical dorm room of college-aged kids like my son. We can have a piece of towel, which is a two-dimensional piece of cloth. We can have a drink that fills a three-dimensional volume. We can also have straps and ropes, which are one-dimensional objects, so we can tie a knot or something like that. Now, what we want, and what I want to aim for, is a unified approach to represent and manipulate a wide variety of different types of deformable objects. Okay. Now, to approach this challenge, let's think One is the more recent data-driven approach, right? And in the data-driven approach, we're going to use a general-purpose functional approximator, for example, a neural.
David, unfortunately, we're losing you here.
AI achieved in-hand manipulation, which is an open problem in robotics for at least 25 years. And this is also, we can also train a driving policy for autonomous driving. And of course, and we have make some changes. And what do you want to change, the robot arm or the hand, or if you want to change the robot camera? And sometimes we just want to change the mounting of the camera. And how do we generalize over different environment conditions and tasks? Maybe I do not want to fold this t-shirt on the tabletop surface or to fold it on my bed. I want to fold not only t-shirts, but also dress shirts, pants, ladies' evening gowns, and so on and so forth. Now, for those of us who play with this, we would know that very likely that we will have to gather a large amount of data from scratch and retrain the control policy. This is, of course, highly undesirable. And also that since we want classic model-based approach. In our probably first robotics class, the students are taught that a robot systems consist of a number of components for and the general strategy is that we will use a planning algorithm in this case, for example, to use these models and synthesize a control policy from the model. And to systems, actually, most of the engineering systems that we encounter in our daily life, from aircrafts to bridges to buildings, are all built this way, right? And now these two approaches, one focuses on data and the learning, and now the other one, the model-based approach, focuses on structure, modularity, and composition. And they are competing for dominance as the primary architecture for robot learning. And they competing for dominance as if they are conceptually distinct and mutually exclusive. Well, I would like to put forward that they are actually not as different as they appear to be.
Hi, David. I think you're dropping in and out. Would it maybe be possible for you to try to rejoin in Zoom?
Using an idea that called a differentiable algorithm network. Intuitively, differentiable algorithm network is just a parameterized computation graph. For example, a neural network. Right? The network of the neural network. And then we were going to use the neural network parameters to encode the robot system model parameters. So to give a concrete example, let's imagine that we want to encode a discrete Bayesian histogram filter into a we have the system models, and T represents the system dynamics, and the Z is the sensor observation model, right? And both of them are represented as matrices, and you can see that the Bayesian histogram filter equation is basically a bunch of matrix multiplications, basically linear operations. And we can encode these matrix multiplications as convolution layers in a neural network, right? Now, once it's encoded, and this is just the standard neural network, right? And the parameters of the neural network just encodes T and Z, this robot. Except that we are training T and Z in the context of the algorithm, in this case, that is the Bayesian histogram filter, and this is very similar. You can see that it's another bunch of linear operations, except that since this is a control algorithm, we want to choose the best action, right? So we need to choose a maximum order. Is the best action selection. We just need to extend this general idea a little bit further in order to use it for deformable object manipulation. First, we need to have a general purpose representation. We are going to use a particle-based representation. And particle is very flexible, and you can see that we can use it, a set of particles to represent the rope. We can use it to represent a set of beans. We can use it to represent a piece of two-dimensional cloth. And we can represent the liquid and the mixture of liquid and the solids, right? The other thing we need is a differentiable particle-based dynamic simulator for the system model. Right? One of the most exciting advances in recent years model, right? So it predicts what the new particle status will be given the current particle state as well as the robot action. Now, these simulators in our current work, we choose our own implementation, which is called DexBench. So details aside, so the thing that to keep in mind is that this simulator is fully differentiable. It can represent a wider variety of undeformable objects. Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Somehow I don't know why it's unmuted. Muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hi, David. Unfortunately, you are your internet is having some issues, so you're coming in intermittent.
Oh,
Would you
I'm
mind
sorry.
just rejoining and joining?
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe we should just proceed.
Sure. Yeah. The only issue is that it's coming in very intermittent. So most people are having a hard time following. But we can continue. Hopefully the internet gets better.
Just stabilize. Okay. All right.
Sure.
David, are you speaking right?
It's fully differentiable. And it represents many different types of deformable objects. And
Hi, David. Can you hear me?
so we are going to gather a small number of expert demonstrations from random start points, right? And then since our And given the learned model, I mean, the model parameters have been calibrated, we are going to use it for differentiable planning to find the best action given the model. So we're going to have an initial policy. It could be just it could just be the expert demonstration. And then we are going to roll out a number of trajectories using this initial policy, followed by optimization. Now, the first rollout, we are going to use initial policy completely from the first step to the end. And then the next set of rollouts, the first step of the rollout, we are going to choose trajectory tree, even though that it branches out only on the root node. In general, we can branch out more if needed, right? And then again, this computational graph is piecewise differentiable, and we can push the gradient backwards to perform gradient-based optimization at the edge, but also a combinatorial optimization, choose the best action at the root of this tree, right? And we do this at every step. We choose the best action at the very time step, and then execute it. We are seeing here are 4 tasks. One is the first one is to straighten up the piece of rope. And then we want to hang this piece of tower onto the rack. And then we want to sweep the beam into a tray. And finally, which is in simulation, is to pour this mixture of liquid and solid, which is tofu soup, from one bowl to the other, right? Let me run the video. Pure model-based methods, which is the cross-entropy maximization implemented in the context of model predictive control, and the 2 data-driven methods. One is the transporter, and the other one is the more recent diffusion policy. Demonstrations, we can actually we can do more than that. We can actually do a transfer when the dynamics actually changes. Here is an example. I want to show that the demonstration by the expert is performed on a
We first demonstrate an expert policy. It pushes the rigid chopstick through a small opening by rotating and aligning it. Direct imitation learning fails when the dynamics changes. It tries to rotate the soft rope, but fails.
This shows the benefits of learning the dynamics.
By reasoning about the rigidity of the roll, our method achieves better generalization, even with changes in dynamics.
Right. All right, so let me try to summarize all. Perspective, training from data end to end provides the benefits of making the entire system more robust because it's optimized for the end objective. From the data-driven approach, from the data-driven perspective, the algorithm such as particle representation. That's how we manage to use a single system and with a small amount of data and handle a variety of different kind of deformable objects. Even more fully observable planning, for partially observable planning, for dynamics control, and so on and so forth. And there has already been a lot of work that's going on to create a wide variety of different components. Now, with many different components, we can actually connect them together because they are just parameters of the computational graph. We can just connect them together and train them, build an entire robot system this way. And again, train the entire system end to end from data to data. And the benefits of end-to-end training from data is, again, that allow these components to adapt to each other for the best performance for the end task objective. I don't have enough time to get into details of the again, because of the benefits of end-to-end training from data, making the model more robust and less susceptible to modeling inaccuracy. And we do better than the pure data-driven approach because structural modularity And I want to thank the wonderful students who done this work, Peter Cockers, who did the work on differentiable algorithm networks, who's now working at NVIDIA, and Sui Chen, who's about to graduate soon. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Hello.
David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me, David?
Yes.
Okay. For the sake of time, I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Thanks again for giving a presentation of your work.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Max, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Do you know if Choo Choo's gonna be joining?
So I can just check if she confirmed on my email. I don't think she did. I mean, she definitely confirmed the invitation. I'm just checking if she confirmed on the Zoom test.
Okay. What's up?
So no, she hasn't responded, I think, on the Zoom test.
Sorry, what'd you say, Max?
I don't think she has responded on the Zoom test.
Okay. Okay, let's hope for the best. Maxie, can you just text me when she joins so I can come back?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Maxi, any progress with Choo Choo?
No, I didn't hear anything, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, no worries. Hopefully she just shows up at the time.
Yeah, this would be now.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 minute.
Could you maybe check in the official workshop email if you received anything from her?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Choo Choo, can you hear us? Yeah. Choo Choo?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, got you loud and clear. I'm gonna go ahead and we're currently doing the poster session, but I'll have everyone take their seats and then I'll quickly introduce you and then you can get with your talk. How's that sound?
Okay, so my talk is at 3:45.
It'll be at 3:40. But we weren't sure if you were gonna join on time, so we just figured we'd extend. Do you still need any time or shall we proceed?
That sounds good. So I somehow thought it was 4:45.
Oh.
Maybe I was wrong.
Let
me see.
No.
Yeah, right. You're right. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, I was I was worried that maybe we force you to come an hour early. I'm glad you showed up. Thanks.
Yeah, sounds good. I will get my slides ready.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I'll go ahead and get everyone seated.
Sounds good.
Okay. So the last speaker for today is Choo Choo Fan from MIT,
and she'll be giving a talk on constructing safety certificates in learning-based control. Chuchu, are you ready to give your talk?
Yeah, let me start my slide sharing. Okay, are you able to see my slides?
Yep, got it.
Great. All right. There was some echo, but I hope it will be okay. All right, so let me get started. Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but hopefully we can talk in person in the future. So today I'm going to give the last talk of the day of the workshop is about constructing safety certificates in learning-based control. So I guess I will have 30 minutes plus 5 minutes of questions. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I want to start with explaining what it means by safety certificate functions. Certificate functions are like some mathematical functions from control theory that has been developed for a very long time to prove some desired system properties. And if you are like working on control or related field, you may have heard some of those, like Lyapunov functions is a very classical approach people use to certify the system is stabilized around something called a fixed point. People also call it equilibrium point, or like desired stable status, etc. So basically it says if you have a Lyapunov function, then even if your system is somehow perturbed from a desired state, it will converge back to it. And barrier function is what most people use to prove safety. And as its name suggested, it's actually create a barrier. And this barrier is very closely related to invariance of in control, people also call it forward invariance. So it kind of like tell you a boundary or an invariance within it. If you start within it, you will stay inside this barrier or invariant site. And if this invariance happen to be within a safety set, then that's how you prove safety properties. And the last one I showed here is the contraction metric. It is probably less used than the previous two, but it's super helpful for system to converge to some desired dynamic trajectory. It's actually it's called contraction in a sense, like even if they're like, for example, you're flying a quadrotor and the wind is so strong, but you still want the quadrotor to be able to track whatever trajectory, reference trajectory that was originally desired. So all these functions, they were not developed by, of course, not by us. The Lyapunov function has like probably 100 years of history, and the other two also has been there for decades. But like as long as we already have those functions, why cannot we just use those to directly prove the system properties? So they are super useful functions. Unfortunately, unfortunately, there's not a general method that can help us provide these functions for any type of system that we are working on. For linear systems, these things are very well studied, and people know how to construct them, etc. For some simple dynamics, for example, polynomial dynamics, you can also use optimization methods like sum of squares, etc. And the people have developed a lot of different approaches for different type of systems. Now, today, what I want to tell you is two approaches that can help you construct these certificate functions for in the learning process. The first is in the reinforcement learning, and the second is slightly more straightforward. It's a supervised learning. So the good news is now, even if we want to learn a controller, we can simultaneously construct these functions to sort of like prove desired system properties. Although by saying the word proving, it is not really proving, because when we are learning these functions, we are learning from samples. So there's still you still need to perform a slightly more rigorous verification or analytical analysis to show these functions that we learned are indeed certificate functions, but it could give you a pretty good starting point. So with that, let's get started. First, I want to show you how we can get these functions in the reinforcement learning process, or even simpler than that, how we can get these functions in the stabilize avoid optimal control problem. So what is a stabilize avoid optimal control? It's like super easy. It's kind of abstracts a lot of control problems that we're looking at. Stabilize means we want the system to reach a desired state, like that green circle for the small arrow there. And avoid means there are some safety properties that you wanted to satisfy. Now, if I look at this problem and formulate it as a constraint optimization problem or constraint optimal control problem, I can first define the unsafe states as a set of states such that I can use a function h to describe what I don't want the system to end up being. So this is relatively general, and h can be of any format that you want. It can capture, for example, collisions or speed limits or like some obstacles you want to avoid or bumping to each other. Anything that you can use like a function to say, as long as this h is smaller than 0, that means my system state is unsafe. Then this problem can be solved as a constraint optimal control problem where we are optimizing some objective function, for example, to get it stabilized. We can say this last term is 0 at the desired state and it's not 0, and you can use your desired way to design this loss function or cost function such that h is always greater or equal to 0. That means we always want the system to be safe. And finally, the system follows some desired system dynamics. So whatever that robot is, that F capture the dynamics of the robot. Now, if I just look at this problem, where can I find these certificate functions? Maybe not every of those certificate functions, but we can actually show that, first of all, it's not difficult at all to find a Lyapunov function. We want to stabilize, and as I just said, the Lyapunov function is a very useful tool to stabilize some nonlinear dynamics or any type of dynamical system. As long as my last term satisfies these two constraints, it is 0 when x is at goal, and it is positive when it is not. Then it's this result is pretty straightforward that the policy value function is a Lyapunov function. So as long as we can, in the learning process, if we use this policy value function and have a way to approximate it or compute it, this can be used as a Lyapunov function. And where's the barrier function? We can actually also show that if we take the minimum of all the h along the infinite horizon, this value function itself is also a barrier function for infinite horizon. Now the problem turns to like how we can solve this constraint optimal control problem while getting these two type of value functions. Coming back to how to solve this constraint optimal control problem, if we want to use reinforcement learning, then this is a typical constraint reinforcement learning problem. And there are a lot of approaches. For example, a standard one would be the Lagrangian duality. Now, what's the issue of Lagrangian duality? It is a nice way of handling these constraints, but it will convert the hard constraints into soft constraints. And we could end up having, no guarantee that all the constraints will be satisfied. There are a lot of different approaches trying to explore how to guarantee the constraint satisfaction in the reinforcement learning process. And I want to introduce one approach that we have been working on called epigraph form. And I will show you why epigraph form is a pretty nice way to solve this reinforcement learning problem or constraint optimal control problem while having a very good performance on giving you the best, policy while all the constraints are satisfied. So with that, what is a epigraph form? Let me first kind of like show a few equations to introduce you what is epigraph form. Let's look at a standard constraint optimization problem where I'm trying to minimize some objective such that the constraints h is smaller or equal to 0. This h doesn't have to be the previous one, just it's like any constraint that I can put in this way. Then the epigraph form of this standard one is an equivalent optimization problem where I need to introduce an auxiliary term called z, where I'm minimizing the z such that I have the original constraint and also my j is smaller or equal to z. I can further write this as minimizing z such that like the max of these two terms, one is h, one is j minus z, is the minimum overall x of these two terms will be smaller or equal to 0. So what does this mean? How can I interpret this format on the right? This z, I can think of it as like a cost budget, because if I look at the original optimization problem, if I don't have the constraints, then I must have some minimum cost. But to be able to satisfy the constraints, of course, in most cases, the original optimal solution won't be the actual optimal solution with the constraints. So I need to sacrifice some cost. I need to like set separately some cost budget to, of course, in the unit of j to satisfy, so make sure like h less or equal to 0 is satisfied. So that is like basically defines how much I'm willing to take out as a cost to meet the constraints. Now, why we want to look at the format on the right, this becomes a two-stage optimization problem. In the inner loop, so we can just, for each z, let's say, like we have some good ways of sampling z. For each z, we can just solve an unconstrained optimization problem for the inner loop. And the outer loop, I'm just optimizing over a scalar value z. That might be much easier to do than the original form. Now, if I come back to the stabilize, avoid, constraint optimal control problem, then the original problem, the epigraph form is basically can be turned in the one on the bottom right. So due to the time limit, I won't go into the details of all this, but it's kind of like just following the similar idea as the top row. By the way, this work itself was presented at RSS last year, the epigraph form of reinforcement learning. So with that, I want to talk about like why we want to use epigraph form. Very briefly, use like a very simple toy example. So we figure that the reason that gradient for the Lagrangian dualities in a lot of cases does not work very well is because the gradient for the Lagrangian duality-based method, it will scale, it will blow up linearly with lambda. So if you can see that this lambda is the auxiliary term that we want to add to turn this original constraint optimization problem form into the Lagrangian duality. But if on the leftmost like enemy, you can see that if lambda changes, then the result is actually quite unstable. And this is basically what happens in the optimization process. This will cause the optimization process to become unstable. And, like this would ended up causing the system to have very unstable exploration process and not being able to converge to what both the constraints that we want. One is stabilize, one is avoid. However, if we use the epigraph form in the middle, you can see that even if the epigraph form that z changes a lot, actually the gradient will not change. I'm also plotting the gradient of both approaches on the right for this same simple problem. You can see that the gradient, which for the epigraph form with respect to z, which is the pink one on the right, it almost doesn't change. So this will avoid the instability in the optimization process. And that is what our hypothesis is like this is probably how we can explain why the epigraph form can perform pretty well in solving this problem. Now we have some basic understanding of why epigraph form. I pull back the original epigraph form of constrained optimal control problem, and the way we're going to solve for it is quite straightforward as well. At the first, we will sample some z over a range of z that we guess it could be a pretty large range, but because it's a scalar value, we can just collect, whatever sample that we want and just solve the inner problem using like PPO, for example. And we get both the value function and a policy as a function of z. remember the outer problem is find the optimal Z that give us the minimum Z of the outer loop of the problem. Once we find that optimal Z, we call it Z star, then the final policy is basically just the policy that we use optimal Z star. And this second step is just like it's a search over a linear space. We can, for example, use a very simple neural network to do some regression of as like the function of pi and the value function as a function of Z, then we can find the minimum Z. So that problem should be fairly easy. Then we get this final policy. Now, if we look at the comparison of these two different approaches, the left is the constrained PPO, it's like very close to Lagrangian duality, and the right-hand side is the epigraph form of PPO, where like you can see we want the hopper to be able to jump to the green region, which is a stabilizing problem, and avoid some like angles that we do not want the angles to be too weird. Of course, like epigraph form also has the difficult cases that it cannot handle, but overall the success rate will be much higher. And the other example we have here is a fixed wing airplane developed at the Air Force Research Lab. It's a 17-dimensional fixed wing airplane that the goal is to stabilize it at the green region, which is very low altitude, while avoid bumping to the two walls, starting from some pretty challenging initial points. We actually try to extend this. So the original model was actually a 17-dimensional state space model built in Simulink. So it's not a differential equation type of like system. It's like this lookup tables and all the different modules kind of connected together. And the original model was also only built as the state space control. You need a state estimation. It could track some desired waypoints. We actually further enhanced this model with a 3D LiDAR to simulate, if you have watched the movie Top Gun, to simulate what Maverick is doing in the corridor. Basically, now with the LiDAR, this is a learning-based control that directly taking the LiDAR hitting points and output the for input for this fixed wing airplane. And during training, of course, this airplane never saw this corridor environment before, and the goal is to keep a very low altitude while avoid bumping to the two surfaces of the wall. We can see that it actually works pretty well, and Maverick has some confidence in like how likely he could drive like his F-18. Actually, this airplane model is F-16, but now we have I would say we have a higher level of confidence, because during the process, we actually have a Lyapunov function to keep the airplane stabilized at a low altitude, while we also have the barrier function that to make sure like the airplane wouldn't bump to the surface of the wall. Now, with that, I also want to tell a little bit of extension of this barrier function that we have got. So as I said, the smallest, if we take the smallest value of all the h, that's as a value function, then that itself can be used as a barrier function. We have seen that how that can help make that fixed wing F-16 model get safe without bumping to the surface of the wall. But it actually can be used even further as a filter. So for example, in this case, that barrier function itself gives us a forward invariant set. And we know that within the forward invariant set, there's always exists a policy to make sure that your system is safe. Now consider another scenario where we actually have a different control policy, but it could be safe, it could be unsafe. Can we use like the barrier function that we learned in a separate scenario, in this case as a safety filter, to monitor what the original policy is doing? So that is basically another extension called saying the we can use this learned barrier function as a safety filter. We don't have to use that, just to use that policy. In this case, we are not using the reinforcement learning policy. There is some nominal policy that is working, but here it's trying to simulate that same fixed wing F-16 that is trying to pull up close to a very steep mountain area. Now, assuming that there is a pilot in it who passed out, or there's some nominal controller that is not working very robustly, then without a safety filter on the left top part, you can see how the airplane could crash. But what the safety filter is doing is it's not really directly implementing a policy. It is monitoring whether the current running policy, the nominal policy, is running within the forward invariant set. If not, if it detects that it could cause any potentially unsafe behavior, it will do a minimum perturbation to, you can see the minimum perturbation in this case on the left bottom one is that green force that is added to the original policy. Then it will make sure that the system is always stay within this invariant set. And we can also plot the safety region or the forward invariant set of different approaches. And you can see if we use this policy network policy network that use the minimum over time of the H as the barrier function, it can give us a much larger safety region. And we can prove that within the safety region, the safety monitor will always work. Of course, we can see, of course, we definitely want the bigger the safety region, the better. So that is another use. And for the remaining 10 minutes, I want to introduce a slightly different approach. The ideas are very similar, but how to use a novel architecture to construct this safety certificate for slightly different scenario. It's a multi-agent scenario. Now, I'm looking at a multi-agent system here. Let me briefly tell you what's the setup of this scenario. So these orange dots, they are robots. So far they're 2D, but it could be 3D. There could be, vehicles of different type. Their setup is fully distributed in the sense that they know three types of things. The first is they know their destination. So the destination is this green dot that they are connected to. They will keep moving to their destination before they reach their green destination. It's kind of also a multi-agent version of the stabilize avoid problem. But each agent actually they do not have a full picture of others. They only know where their neighbors are. So you can see that there will be a line connecting two agents if their distance are relatively close. And that's how we call it distributed. They don't know the full picture of this multi-agent system. Instead, we allow them to communicate with each other when they are close. And the third thing they know is a LiDAR. So we still have a LiDAR spinning around because we do not assume that the agents know the environment. They have to detect their environment. When they have this LiDAR spinning around, there's also a sensing range. They can read the hitting point of the LiDAR. Now, how can we construct a safety certificate as a barrier function? In this case, when the whole multi-agent system is fully distributed, we are actually going to use a very similar idea, and I will tell you the math behind it, but we are constructing something called the graph control barrier function, and we are going to construct this graph control barrier function as a graph neural network that can nicely capture the architecture of the multi-agent system. Another advantage of this approach is that it can be trained without explicit model of the obstacles, but just some randomly sampled point in the point cloud. This work was presented last year at the Coral conference. And if at the starting point, I want to show you this. On the right-hand side, I'm plotting a visualization of the graph barrier function. It's also fully distributed in a sense. I'm actually looking at the view from this orange agent in the middle that has a bunch of, arrows pointing to it. This is a graph control barrier function in the view of this agent in the middle. So what it's doing is, you can see there it has different types of neighbors. It could have other agents when they're close, there will be a connection between them. And there will be also the black dot. The black dots are some randomly sampled hitting points of the LiDAR array to kind of, just to simulate some point obstacles. And those obstacles doesn't have to form some concrete obstacle. They're just very randomly sampled. And another thing, the graph neural network can give us a very nice mechanism called attention. And that is kind of like reflected in this picture here. You can see that there are numbers on the edges of this graph. And you can probably tell if you read the numbers, the closer the neighboring agents are, then that number is bigger. That's kind of like, you can interpret it as this is how you need to pay a little bit more attention to this neighbor. And if they're so far away, for example, for the rightmost agent, the ego agent is not even seeing it. So it's not really paying attention to it. Now with that, what's the mathematics behind this fully distributed safety certificate? So we just model this multi-agent system naturally as a graph. This graph has the vertices and the edge. The vertices, there are two types of vertices or nodes. One is the agent, the others are the hitting points of the LiDAR arrays. And remember, those are all randomly sampled. The edge is defined between each two observed points, like within the sensing distance. If there's a neighboring, let's say the sensing radius is R, within this circle of radius R, it can see each other, the neighboring agents, if they're within the sensing radius, or if the hitting point of the LiDAR array is within the sensing radius, it can also read it. Outside it, we actually say we don't really see this neighboring agent or the obstacle. Then a graph control barrier function is basically defined as a function that will take in both edge features and node features and output a scalar value. So what is a node feature as a starting point? A node feature itself kind of defines what type of neighbors you have. It could be another agent, it could be a hitting point. And if we have heterogeneous type of agents, you can also give different type of agents, like a different node feature to define who they are. And the edge features kind of talk about what is allowed to be communicated along this edge. If it is just a hitting point, then it's just the distance and angle of that LiDAR array. If it's another agent, they can choose to communicate to each other what they are doing. In this case, I'm presenting here, they're only telling each other their current position and velocity, but we actually have extended work where we allow them to tell each other their own value function that is kind of updated for some common objective. So for now, let's just say they know each other, the neighboring agent's position and velocity. Now with that two input, the output, as I said, is scalar value. And we want this output to be bigger than 0 for states that are safe and smaller than 0 when it's unsafe. So clearly h equals 0 is the barrier that we want. And the third condition basically is the condition for the control barrier function part. We want to find a controller such that the derivative of this h is bigger than 0. In that case, h, if we only have h dot bigger than 0, then h, it will start positive, it will remain positive. So that's how we guarantee the system to be safe. But that might be too conservative. So in the standard control barrier function theory, people add another function called the alpha class K function. This basically can help the agent to move around, not just to stay further and further away from the barrier. They are actually allowed to explore the area around the barrier, but they kind of have to have a very sharp turn when it's getting close to the barrier. And together, all the three conditions will make sure the h value is always positive. That's how they make the system safe. And we can actually provide a theorem showing the existence of a graph control barrier function can guarantee the collision avoidance of arbitrary number of multi-agent systems from a non-colliding initial condition. And that is how the advantage of this fully distributed network can have. You can use a small set of agents for the training, but it can generalize to theoretically arbitrarily large number of agents in the multi-agent system. And we use graph, as I said, graph neural network to represent both the controller and the barrier function in this case. Of course, this is a more supervised learning approach than reinforcement learning. We do have extensions of reinforcement learning using this, which is still under work. Now, once we have these three conditions, how would we learn this as like a supervised learning approach? Basically, we just need one lost term to encode the three conditions that we want. I have color-coded these three different conditions. For example, let's just look at the first one, the red one. We want the H function to be positive for states that are safe. Then it's super easy, right? We just penalize the case when H is negative for safe states. And the way we do it is to take the maximum of negative H and 0 for the samples that are safe. If it is negative, if H is negative, then there will be a positive, loss term appear, and to be able to optimize this loss term, it will be able to get the H to be positive for all the safe states. So I didn't really talk about this gamma, but gamma you can think of as like a slack that you leave to make this learning process get more stable instead of oscillating around at the boundary. And the architecture for this learning framework is a standard graph neural network. We collect the neighbors as the node features, add features through an embedding layer, and this embedded information will go through the attention, and then they will each go through either go through a multi-layer perceptron to give us the barrier function and the policy. And as I said, you can always only use this that barrier function as a safety filter in a different case. You don't really have to just use the policy that is learned. So let's take a quick look at some experimental results. So we are actually training. In this case we're training with 16. It's a very small number of agents, but it will give it will give a controller and the barrier function that will implement on each of these agents in the multi-agent system. You can see that it can actually work very well with the increasing number of agents. I'm only showing the animations of I think 200 on the rightmost case, but in the simulation we can do all the way to 4,000. The second case, so in the first case, the previous one, when I'm putting more agents here, the space that we allow the agent to move around also get enlarged. So it's kind of like generalization using similar type of distribution for the density. But for the second case, I'm actually keeping the space to be the same, but start to put more and more agents in the environment. So the density through training to testing actually changes a lot, because in the training, it's just like a large space with a very sparse agents moving around. When I'm putting more and more agents in the environment, then it will be a lot denser, and the number, the type of neighboring agents each robot see will be quite different, but they still work pretty well. In the second case, it's definitely more challenging. You will start to see the success rates, meaning the safety rate and the goal reaching rate of the agent will start to drop. And here, probably you can see at some point, agent can get so congested, it takes them a while to get detangled and keep moving to their destination. And one thing I forgot to mention is we do not really have a deadlock resolution here. So it's possible that these agents, especially in the denser and denser case, they could end up being in a deadlock and cannot move, or it could take them very long time to be able to get out of this locally congested area and not being able to move their destination. We can also throw obstacles, as I said, different size of obstacles, different speed of the obstacles. These obstacles are moving, but they can slowly move. They can have different shape because we are only allowing the robot to use LiDAR to detect these obstacles. They kind of can generalize pretty well for different numbers of obstacles. I think we have some environments with thousands of agents and 200 obstacles of different sizes. It still works pretty robustly. We try to implement this on the hardware. They seem to be super robust. Everything's training simulation directly running on hardware with the first case is this case, I'm not sure. Sometimes the video get very dark on the big screen, but these are the small quadrotors trying to either switch their position or switch their position with an external intruder. It's like another a quadrotor controlled by human trying to perturb that formation, but they tend to work pretty well. We can also do like other type of hardware, like surveillance, or these robots kind of like changing their positions, and like with a spot trying to do move around. We have some surveillance quadrotor trying to, you know, keep themselves out of like the scene of sight of the spot, but being able to circle around and do the surveillance job, or they take off from a platform and the platform could move and they can land on a different platform. Also have all different types of hardware environments that I won't have time to show you those environments. So with that, I'd like to end my talk here. So I basically, what we talk about safety certificates, and they're basically barrier functions. And if you want stabilizing, sometimes people call stabilization also a safety problem. You can also use the Lyapunov function, or if you think tracking is a safety problem, then you can use contraction metric. And I talked about 2 approaches to construct these certificate functions in the learning-based control. The first is reinforcement learning, where we can actually construct certain value functions, and these value functions can serve as control Lyapunov functions, control barrier functions. And the second case I talk about for multi-agent system, how we can use a graph neural network as the advanced architecture to encode the distributed barrier function for the safety of multi-agent systems. With that, I'd like to end my talk. And if we have time, I'd be happy to handle a few questions.
Questions for Chuchu?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one question. Okay, maybe I have a question.
Sure.
Chuchu, I'm curious, you know, when you learn these functions, these barrier functions hold pointwise. So I was curious if you had any intuition about, you know, collecting data and where you should enforce these learned certificate functions, so that, you know, in practice you're sort of maximally guaranteeing safety.
Yeah, so let me get back to that lost function. I think what you're asking is like all the samples we collect are basically, you know, discrete points, and how we collect those points and how we, you know, enforce this satisfaction of all these constraints across the state space. Is that what your question is?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yeah, so that's a very good question. First of all, the way to collect samples is to, in simulation, let these agents to run. Once they start to run, they will generate some trajectories, and we'll collect samples from those trajectories. And they could be an iterative process. It's not like we just collect sample trajectories and then use this loss term to get the result. It will be like iteratively, we get some trajectories, we have this loss term to help us find the barrier function and the controller, and we use this controller to run the agent, and then, you know, collect more trajectories and keep doing it until it converges. It is, as I said, like at the very beginning, I said, even if these functions, they are, I say they themselves can prove desired properties, but once we learn them, they're actually learned only on those samples. We have to make sure they are everywhere, they host everywhere for entire state space to be able to use them as a legit barrier function, for example. That is super hard because the sampling space itself could be very large, and it's hard to say, you know, we have a good coverage of the sampling space. For the single agent system, if we have a good idea of how the state space looks like, it's an easier problem in the sense, like if, for example, if a slightly lower dimensional system, we can use some approach to enforce the, you know, the good coverage of the samples in the state space. And something I kind of skipped is this slack term called gamma. Gamma here is also not saying that we're not only saying these conditions should hold, they should robustly hold. If like basically ultimately if this loss term converges, then H is not just bigger than 0, it's actually bigger than gamma. And if by playing with that gamma, we can and assume there's some, you know, Lipschitz continuity of the learned results, then we can say even for the samples that for the states that are in the samples, because of this continuity and also the robustness, they still hold. But overall, if the sampling space is very large, it is indeed going to be a very challenging problem. And I think so far what we can say is only empirical evidence that it works pretty well. And it will be as hard as the verification problem to all the big network neural networks.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a great answer. Thanks, Chuchu.
Sure. Yeah, I know, like, sorry, I was late. I feel like I made some mistake in calculating the time difference. So I thought it's 1 hour later.
No worries at all.
Okay, so I will stop sharing here
and yeah,
the workshop move forward.
Yeah, thanks, Chuchu. Really appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and move to the panel session. So if give Chuchu another round of applause.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and move to the panel session. If I could have some of the organizers help me move the chair over here for all our physical speakers who are here physically with us. We'll have you just sit in the front here and we'll have a nice discussion about structure and priors and inductive bias. No, this is fine. Yeah. Okay. I guess this is my seat here. Well, we can go ahead and get started. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today and for giving such great talks. I think we really learned a lot about how useful these structural priors are, and the diverse perspectives that you guys have to offer. I think is really a great benefit to the robotics community. One thing that struck me was really a few remarks that were made obviously from academia, but particularly in industry, the usefulness of these priors. I think one of the things that you mentioned was, maybe, if we take into account engineering constraints, it might actually be easier to just, make it all data driven. And considering that the work that you did in your PhD, I'm curious, from your perspective, when do priors actually matter? And then I'm curious to see what everyone's sort of reaction is to that, Michael. So let's start with you first.
I mean, I can also give a bit of background on my PhD.
Yeah.
I spent most of my time in my PhD doing dynamics learning and model-based cross-learning, so I looked a lot into how can you use dynamic, civic priors, such as quantum mechanics into dynamic models. And I mean, if you look at nowadays work which we, and I kind of really like, and these works and would like them to succeed, but honestly, if we look at the work we do nowadays in loss dynamics, it's very little structure and priors on learning sites. It's much more on the engineering and systems side. So we're more about combining classical methods with model-based or data-driven methods. However, for data-driven methods, we usually just use the most naive learning approaches that exist. And I mean, it's the bitter lesson over and over again. It is, if you give it double to triple the amount of data, the most naive algorithms kind of win. And I think a lot of in terms of a trade-off between two cost factors. One is training time and one is engineering time. Mm-hmm. The most simple algorithms are just the optimal in terms of engineering time and training time if the algorithm is so much harder to implement, and I have to spend so much more time like engineering hours. It's just
yeah.
Data is often cheap.
Yeah. Do any of you guys have anything to add to that? Any additional perspectives?
The question is in which context
Yeah.
and how much data? Because for me, I agree, if you have to solve an engineering problem that is the same structure, you can afford having some people collecting the data or collecting experience. But if you want to have robots in the real world interacting with humans, would you like collecting all the experience of the world? And I totally agree with you. So I think it's still striking the right balance between engineering and model-based approaches. And I see your point of adding physics-informed objectives into learning, and maybe it's not always the easiest thing to do, but maybe we don't really use the right architecture and structure to actually do it in a proper way. So I think it's like a scientific research, open research problem, and I totally agree, and I see why from an engineering, like from industrial point of view, what you're saying makes sense, also in terms of resources. Like you can, in some sense, afford to put people, say, let's teleoperate 10 robots and collect a bit more data to make this, I don't know, let's say that you do deformable something suturing, right? That it's needed in the industry, for example, for many applications. It's a semi-structured setting, you can afford to do it, but for the real open world learning, it is very, very difficult. And then we have to rethink how we do things.
And then very much about context. It is, if we get new interns, if we get new full-time employees, for them it's always kind of a shock because it's completely different math you do. It is, they're used to my supervisor giving me one GPU and I have to like use the GPU, and I'm not thinking, GPU costs me nothing, you cost me a lot per hour, and like in academia, labor is free. And like we spend, like, we still use a lot of structure and bias, just looks different. It like, we spend a lot of time fine-tuning our simulation. It's more like, there's so many people looking into modeling, like fine-tuning, what kind of like, how should your simulator look like, how do you adapt it? There's a running joke, like every Mojaco model is wrong, like has a bug, not wrong from a simulation standpoint, but like somebody put wrong numbers in the wrong location. It is just super hard to like align.
I can add a little bit to that because I have always also been learning dynamics models of this environment using graph neural networks, which I find to be a very nice structures to have in the dynamics modeling process. But I also been constantly thinking about over the years what other type of pairs or structures that physics-based knowledge that can be integrated. And I sometimes will face this type of dilemma. Because the more physics you add to the systems, then typically means you have to have more knowledge about this environment and better state estimations of this environment. So in that regards, so because I work on manipulation, and sometimes having this full state estimation or some like reasonable estimations of the state of this environment, sometimes it's very, very hard. And here sometimes nearly impossible. Imagine examples where you spread peanut butter on a piece of bread making salads. Like, how do you add those arrangement type of like constraints like inits to make it the right pair? So typically when I think about it, I'm thinking about whether this pair that is something that you are really confident about for the problem you selected. And for different type of problem, for different levels of knowledge you know about your system. Like for example, you definitely know different levels of information about your robots and the environment the robot is operating in. You might be knowing much more about the robots. So if you are confident about that, you can totally add a lot of pairs in that regards. But I also feel like recently there has been a lot of like developments also in the computer vision side that help us have a better representations of the world around the robots, especially for example, nerves, Gaussian splattings. Some of those are actually particularly compatible with some of the dynamics, or some of the physics-based constraints like spring mass models and MTM models. They can actually be integrated with some of those visual representations. So to summarize a little bit, prior is good. When you are confident that this prior is suitable for your problem. But as our field has been evolving, both from the robotic side, the vision side, and foundation model sides, there could be totally new opportunities emerge that will give us some new surprises.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the abundance of data and the abundance of computing. That I think we're very accustomed to thinking, oh, we have loads of data, we have loads of compute. But just wanted to make the point that there are situations where we have neither, and that's if you're trying to do something, in real time, like the problem I spoke about, where you're trying to identify other dynamics, just based on what data you have available right then and there on your vehicle, trying to control some vehicle, something happened to it, got damaged, you need to figure out what happened. The only data you have is what you're able to collect, which is not very much. So I think these are settings which I think more and more to the structure of the prior of the underlying constraints can really help do something with limited data.
I want to come back to the status because I fully agree that we have a fun discussion which we have internally in the company is often status estimation. The status estimation for manipulation is hard. I can't, in my mind, ever estimate all contact points between the hand. Just not possible. Same goes for think about locomotion, my linear velocities and stuff. I can't do it. And if you have a lot of you change these model-based components, the requirements kind of they multiply. So the more you add on, the tighter the requirements get. But then it's the question, I'm not seeing learning as a replacement tool. We kind of know often how to do 80% status, the 80% problem is usually quite simple, whereas the 99% problem is really, really hard. And we fail in the model-based methods because we can't do the 99%. So I'm really interested, if we just assume we have 80% state estimation, can learning algorithms actually just use 80% of the prior and a lot of randomization? Because 80% we can do very easily. Yeah.
But I also think when we are talking about models and we think about humans, I think we have different levels of modeling that we want to do. So we as humans, for example, develop intuitive physics understanding that it is very close to basically doing reasoning about physics. I mean, of course, eventually you learn, the laws of Newton and so on, but yeah, you don't solve explicitly, oh, now I'm sliding, it must be the parameter of friction, now has to be the 0 point, blah, blah. You don't need this, but you just adapt. So this is a level of you simulating what is happening in the environment, but without explicitly having all the parameters. And then there is the level that comes to the lower level that I guess we are kind of discussing, of really explicitly identifying the frictions, everything, that it is extremely, extremely difficult. And I agree with Michael that they're doing proper domain randomization and model-free going for the part that it is extremely difficult to model. It actually makes sense. So we really need to think as a community where this kind of abstract reasoning would help a robot simulate the future, simulate uncertainties about the future, of where I'm going to be, or even if it is about state estimation of where I'm going to be practically in the future, or even if it is projecting with Gaussian slotting how the scene will look like in the future. I think we will arrive soon into doing this kind of projection because of also the video models, they will become 3D, so we are not very far away. The question is how all these things communicate and understanding what should I learn and combine, then what I know about my robot, what I don't know about the world, or what do I know, and figure it out and have strike the right balance of learning, how much data do I need, are the data good or not, for example.
So, I think, from my own research and perhaps also related to Yunzu's research and Bhavint and parents, the problems that we care about is, related to applications that have infinite dimensional systems, right? And in this case, I mean, this is really difficult because ultimately these applications, when you translate them in practical terms, they become, they're high dimensional. Perhaps you don't have a lot of data. So then here it becomes really important to really have some prior. And one way that you can sort of encode this is by choosing the right latent space. And so I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are in terms of how to choose this latent space to sort of exploit some of the known structure. At what abstraction layers should we be sort of thinking about, obtaining these latent spaces? And, what are the new opportunities, let's say, what latent spaces can we leverage that maybe most of the roboticists don't know about? And I'm speaking primarily for the dynamical systems guys here. So.
Thanks. So first thing that comes to mind is maybe these priors they could be less physics informed, or the way I think about it is it's not a physics informed prior usually, but more of a dynamics informed one. And the reason I make this distinction is that different physical systems can have the very same dynamics. So I'm speaking also maybe from a biased perspective, but I think really investing in the dynamics would be the way to go. And once we understand the dynamics, maybe just from simpler systems, and then we can target something target something that we have a good confidence that is there in the dynamic system itself. Then that will give us the latent space. That is the correct thing to target.
Yeah, so I completely agree about this importance of acknowledging the dynamics and making that kind of forefront when thinking about the latent space. And just to add to that, I think that there's a temptation in machine learning just to look at data as data and just sort of stack and say, okay, if I define a latent space that can reproduce that data, I've done a good job. But the thing is that these notions of sensitivity can be really important for getting the dynamics right. And I think that's one thing that I've certainly seen in problems I've worked on. So you can have something like singular value decomposition, which works just great for getting a good latent space to just reproduce the data. But if you want to use that as part of a dynamical model, you can really miss a lot of stuff because the dynamics can be very sensitive. The things don't show up very much in the singular value decomposition. So you can't possibly know that without looking at the dynamics and measuring something about the sensitivity of those dynamics to low perturbation.
Yeah, the question is about what should be the right latent space for the dynamics model, and at which levels of abstraction should we model this type of environments? And actually, in my PhD, there has been a few years because I was determined I'm gonna learn the dynamics, and then when I want to learn the dynamics model, I have to think about what should be the right state representation. So I was doing exhaustive search. I'm trying all the representations I could possibly find and see what type of problem, what type of systems that this representation can be compatible with. I tried latent representation with all different kind of objective functions, some are task relevant, some are just reconstruction driven. I tried key points, particles, object-centric representations, and then trying to identify the problem that those representations are compatible with. And after a while, I suddenly realized this is not the right way to do it. So, and as I'm going through this process, I also realized that there may not exist one fixed representation. It just works for all the tasks you care about. One typical examples I will give is that if there's an object that's far away and you want to grab it, you only have to know there's an object out there. As you're getting closer and closer to that object, you probably have to know more about the details and local geometry of that object. You have to pick it up, not to tell even if you want to open the cap of that object. So maybe the right levels of abstractions has to be dynamic, depending on the different stages of a task, and obviously also depending on the task, or probably also have to depending on what specific type of materials you're handling. The rigid objects representation might have to be different than a pile of granular sands, or for example, dough or some other type of objects. So as I've been trying to like put it together, I'm coming up with this term called like online model order reduction. Like given the task, given the objects, or given different stages of a task, how you can automatically and dynamically select the levels of abstraction and reduce the environments to the right level, such that you have just sufficient enough information for you to do the downstream task. That would be a pretty interesting topic to study.
It's actually quite interesting because from a cognitive science point of view, this is exactly what happens in the human brain. So usually humans have an area, okay, we will not go down with all the specifics, but I can send you some papers that are talking about these things, that we basically have topological maps, but very abstractly create layouts. Like I remember now the layout of my house, but I don't remember the positions explicitly of everything. But when I go close to my kitchen explicitly to interact with the mug that I like to use my coffee, then you activate, they work synergistically. So you have some hierarchy, but they are also synergistically working, and it activates another area in the brain that it is responsible for extracting edges, other kind of features, which is more relevant to the task that you want to solve and the respective affordances that you have. So I also totally agree that there are levels of abstraction, and there are researchers that have been working on these levels, different levels of abstraction that allow different level of reasoning. And I agree with Yunzo that the thing missing is how do I switch and how do I inform the different levels and the different layers about something not working well on a lower level, or now I'm getting stuck as I'm navigating, how does this change my whole behavior? And for me, there is another point of view that I'm excited to start working on with my group, is that I believe the problem is usually that we have a unilateral perspective. I do an action, I wait to see what happened in the environment, and then I try to see how this feedback has affected me. While usually the agents co-evolve with their environment. So you need to somehow model, I will keep it a bit abstract than the word model here, so not an explicit modeling, model both the agent and the robot as coexisting evolutionary systems together. So I think also this approach of always having the one way to go, it's something that is limiting us compared to how humans evolve in an environment, especially if you also consider other agents. But overall, everything shapes our behaviors and our skills. So it's also this kind of abstraction that we need to figure out how the properties of the environment affect us, basically, or the agents that we train.
So I guess that leads perfectly to my next question, really identifying, I guess, the right latent space and making sure that you're learning the right model for the particular task is also dependent on your sensing modality. So, for the types of problems that you're sort of interested in, I guess this is the question for all the speakers, what sensing modalities do we need to make sure that, that application is amenable to the algorithms that we develop?
What to think about?
What sensing modality is a good question. It is. I don't have an answer. I can give you a few negative examples. So point clouds are very heavily used in academic. There's a lot of papers which do grade manipulation. They use resense. They use point clouds, and all the papers do the same thing. They place the real sense as a perfect location for the sensing capabilities. If you are a humanoid, you have only one camera or N cameras in your head. You are much more noisy. You're not at the optimal distance. You kind of have just one perspective. You want to have the different scales, but you don't really get them. So we have a lot of people who love point clouds and work really great with point clouds. If I ask our perception teams, they hate point clouds. And I kind of want them, but they say, no, you're not getting them because
Especially if you look at a lot of like industrial objects, it's like black on black, a lot of reflective stuff. So
there are some industrial grade, like $20,000 expensive sensors that are very good.
Yeah, but I have heard I have to deliver a humanoid at 25.
I agree. And from my research, whenever the camera is moving, it is a disaster. So for mobile manipulation, this is a huge pain. And this is why there is no algorithm. You cannot convince me. We have tried a lot of things. Sorry, unless you show me something that I haven't seen before or tried before. But there is no way that any of the algorithms that currently work for tabletop scenarios where I will just scan the scene, fit something, and then it's done, that is going to work for a moving robot with a head camera, with an embodied camera. Of course, they will have the important people saying, why do you want only the head camera? This is what they tell me. You can put cameras everywhere. So you can render the scene. So why do you care? But I totally agree about the point cloud. The problem there is that we put the bias of the algorithm that extracts the point cloud that is extremely noisy, erroneous and stuff inside of our system. So we could actually try to solve these problems differently. I don't know, let it learn the depth itself. This is something that in autonomous driving, for example, they do a lot. And currently also with nerves and everything, we try to do to like predict also depth information. But I think for manipulation in particular, tactile sensing is also very important. I don't think we properly address this issue. I am very happy to see that some works come up now with extending like visual language models or whatever with tactile sensing. I think it's very important. But how we also use it, how fast they are or not. So Nicholas there developed a new, for example, super fast tactile sensor with event-based cameras for dynamic manipulation. But still, where and how we're going to use it and how the uncertainties of all these sensors and the noises are translating and what do they do to the policy that you are learning and how will it generalize, it's not clear to us. I think it's a very challenging problem, especially for manipulation, where you have to really have very, very close millimeters error. This is very challenging. I don't know.
So maybe this is a good point to confess that I actually don't know what sensing modality is. I assume that it has to do something with resolution of the sensor or something. I don't know. So yeah, so how you collect data. I mean,
yeah, it's like where do you put your sensors? Right, what sensors are you using to be able to, let's say, infer, your dynamics?
Right. So from that perspective, I think we are very lucky that we can afford to be in this academic bubble, because and maybe not from the reason that you described, but we work with usually experimental people, or experimentalists who want to study a natural phenomenon. So they have experiments already. They have that set up, and they have set up sensors for that, and they know where they need to place them. And maybe there is some aspect of the dynamics that they don't understand that they think would lead to a better scientific understanding of this problem. So then they just give us data, and then whatever happens, we have to work with that. We might be able to come up with a model, we might not, but still that's a given. So that's my perspective on that.
Yes, I also echo that we also had a lot of issues on tabletop settings using depth cameras. I think there's also one of the reason why some of the self-driving car companies that get rid of only goes to like vision only like solutions. But I also want to give some positive examples. Like we have experiences working with like both touch and audio. And one canonical example I typically give in justify the usefulness of audio and touch is when you're thinking about you are cutting through a carrot. It's a tactile feedback where this knife touches the board, as well as the sound from your knife touching the board. That is reinforcing like your confidence that I'm cutting it through. Now I can move on to the next cuts. So there's a lot of like overlaps and correlation between different sensory modalities that we humans just take for granted. Like why do you know like you are sitting there like in a stable postures? Because it's the tactile information. that tells you that you are sitting there in a stable postures. So all of this information can be extremely important for the robot to make very effective and precise manipulations of these environments. They have been working with like different types of tactile sensors for a few years already, like starting from optical ones like gel sites, like soft bubble from Toyota Research, as well as some like pitot-resistant materials that using like force-sensitive materials to like sense the tactile informations. All different kind of tactile sensors will come with their pros and cons. And I have like a few notes to make. The first thing is that different sensory modalities may imply informations of the interactions at very different levels of abstractions. Typically, when we see this environment, vision gives us some more global observations of the environments. But touch is extremely local. It only covers very, very local informations. And this kind of scale difference is somehow we have to consider carefully in how to integrate the information together. That's about the scale. And the second one is about the type of information about the dynamics where, for example, touch can give us. We identify several like interesting ones. One is about estimating the object materials, whether this object is like squeezable or it is a rigid. So it is very useful for example, stowing tasks or type of packing tasks, which is something that we might want our robot to do. We actually have a paper this Friday. It's on using Toyota Research some bubble papers to model dynamics of the environment, to understanding whether you can squeeze to make space to do the insertion or not in packing scenarios. And we have some other works that's trying to really investigate what type of tasks, for example, that touch can really show their benefits besides, for example, this material estimation. Some of the notable ones, including like manipulation in the face of heavy visual occlusion. For example, like raise your like hands into your pockets, like pull out your keys without interfering with all other objects along the way. This has like huge like visual occlusions. The touch that tells you how to like accomplish this task, and touch is extremely important. There are some other examples, like for example, in-hand reorientation and in-hand manipulations, which can also be very useful when we're trying to, for example, like reorient tools, reorient pens, and inside your hands, reorient some kind of marks in your hand. Those can be very useful. And there are other ones, like for example, manipulating fragile object. Like, forgive me, I'm also always talking about from manipulation perspective, because I'm thinking a lot on manipulations, like manipulating like tofus, like grapes, etc. And sometimes touch can also be important for you to tell whether it's time to proceed to the next stage or not. For example, we have seen many demos where the robot trying to like pick up some stuff, and without having already picked up the object, the robot already moves, like moving nothing. So tactile sensing can actually give you confidence that, oh, you are actually holding this object tightly and it's time to proceed to the next stage. So to summarize, like for industry requirements, like the sensor needs to be incredibly robust and providing the information you definitely desire, and they can work with the entire pipeline. So it makes sense. You give up some modalities, but I think as academics, I think there's a lot of like interesting potentials and problems we can explore, and there's a lot of opportunities can be unlocked by having these additional sensory modalities like touch and audio.
Here comes a question which I have to answer, which is, what kind of representation should your tactile sensor give you? I can go from really coarse binary signal to force to milli-Newton force requirement. Where should my sensor modality be? Is binary sufficient? Maybe 10 binary signals from like close to no to really hard. Like, what is the resolution we need? It's also like, we have to.
It's task specific.
It's task specific.
It's task specific.
It's also very hard to do in academic settings because you would have to have the range. Somebody needs to have the range of skills going from my learning algorithm, or my algorithm needs X. Can I design the sensors?
I mean, another problem there is not only it's not only the representation, as you say, like deciding or even having, ideally it should be intelligence, the algorithm deciding this abstraction, not me, because then I put engineering effort. And for me, as a person that I'm not in the industry, I would like to investigate how can I do this automatically, just to understand. Now I am in contact, now I am not in contact. But I think it's not only this, it's also how do you correlate and I will put it again in quote because I don't know if it is always a correct term, align. This representation that comes from any sensor with the vision sensor that has very dominant features and what is the correct fusion that you need to do. All these are very difficult things. I have been recently diving more into multisensory learning, and it's extremely difficult to really guide the signal to focus on the proper data also in an informed and an efficient way, compared to have millions of data points and hope that self-attention will going to do the job for you. And I've seen a lot of tricks of adding additionally auxiliary tasks, having learning embeddings, but it's unclear what is happening inside there, because then if my policy is not robust, I don't care in some intermediate layer vision aligned with touch, for example. If my downstream task doesn't generalize and it just learn to do like a pick and place in a very specific setting, then it's not good enough. And I don't have an answer to how to do it, at least at this point, how to do it better.
And the other thing to consider is interpretability. It is your Latin space have to be grounded in something, and they kind of have to be interpretable. Because especially, I'm bringing a lot of industry like examples because I'm just used to them. So imagine you have thousands of robots in the field, something at a customer site fails. All you are getting back kind of a trace what have happened the last 5 seconds. If this is just inputs and outputs and no intermediate steps, you're basically lost. You can go to your customer and say, yeah, it failed. I don't know why. Let's retrain and hope tomorrow it succeeds. It's like very like hard to nail down. Oh, it's this thing which failed. It is this thing which failed. And like a thing which I never thought about 2 years ago. You are having a 70 people walk. You have to point at people. It's not like, oh, we have to say this failed and it's your responsibility. There's a lot of more like grounding interpretability, which is just like really important for deployment.
So my alarm went off, which means we're running out of time, but I wanted to give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions while we have our speakers here.
You're all great. The one thing that always kills me in these discussions is that two things are conflated. One is the engineering problem. I have some problem, I want to solve it. What do I do? And the other thing is, how do I make it, what does a human do? It's a totally different question. And in all the things that we discussed now, like what sensors should we use, these two things were always kind of conflated. So, for example, touch, what kind of resolution and so on, what do I want? Well, if you want to solve an engineering problem, then you'll figure it out when you're engineering. If you want to figure out how a human does it, well, look at what the human has. Like what kind of touch sensors does the human have? Human can sense change in pressure, and it can change what is the current pressure. And so you have to build with what the human has. Basically, you have to start with the priors that a human has. And what I see happening is that everybody starts out sort of from this, not everybody, but lots of theoretical people, they start out, looking at the human, they want to understand the human, but then the money comes from the application. And so people move sort of towards that. And so my question is, it's sort of two questions. Do you know anybody who is still researching really how the human does things, like taking exactly the sensors that a human has and figuring out how the human does it? As an example, we don't have cameras in our heads. Our eyes, they don't come calibrated. They have to self-calibrate themselves somehow. They have the receptors sort of randomly placed, and somehow the eye or our visual system figures out how to do it. Is anybody researching this still? I don't know anybody.
Yeah, cognitive scientists research this.
If you can tell me a name of.
But I mean, the sensors, as you call them, sensors do not exist if we knew them. If I could have the tactile, of course, there are people developing tactile skin, but it is not the same thing as a human. And obviously, one thing that probably we didn't refer to is that we humans are we are not only rigid, we are quite soft and flexible, and we don't have this yet in our robots.
You could
So,
simulate it
and
with
this
a
is
camera.
very important to know. You cannot.
So you get a camera, it has a, pixel array that is perfect, but you could resample that into sort of random pixels and pretend you have a retina that is not perfectly aligned, and then you could
Yeah,
start
but
from
even for that, this is not actually true, because there is research, if we want to now to touch on cognitive science. I mean, I'm not a cognitive scientist, but I find it exciting research. I'm very interested to understand like how we learn. But it is now well established that we don't come blank into life, and evolution gives you a prior, your genome has you with priors. So you calibrate very fast your eyes.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last.
You talked about calibration of the eyes.
Yeah.
Right now, as a human of evolving, and not only as a human, all the species that have eyes, through evolution, you have now in your genes a pre-coded information about how things work. And this is why you evolve so fast.
Sure, but your retina is very different from mine.
Yeah,
For example, you might have a totally different ratio of red cones to whatever the other color is, green cones than I do. And still you figure out how to see, and I figure out how to see, and we sort of seem to figure out how to see.
Yeah, but it's not context specific. It's like a function. And also, actually, it's not like this. Humans learn to see and coordinate by trying first to track your hand. And this is something that happens already in the womb. So it's your own body coordination that really coordinates vision and body, and then comes everything.
I don't want to hog the microphone,
Yeah.
so I'll ask one last thing. Aren't you worried that if we're not researching this in detail and try to reproduce this in our robots, what you're saying, how the human does it in the womb and so on, that we might be missing something, and we might never get to human performance?
Any comments on that?
I don't answer the question. I just give the name. INI Zurich used to do a lot of these things. So
what's the name?
INI Zurich, which is the event-based systems.
Right.
Yeah, they used to.
The name, all right.
They used to do a lot of these stuff. I don't know how the funding situation looks like.
Yeah, but I also want to say, like, when you have an engineering problem that is very specific, you should do engineering with a bit of learning, just to what we were discussing before. There is not always the need to be human-like. When you do engineering, now it's another thing if you want to do general purpose robots that look like humans and act like humans. This is also a bit researchy, also because I think there is the kind of overarching goal and idea that you will be able to have humanoid robots being able to be general purpose, and this would make also mass production of these robots and will lower the cost. Exactly like it happens with the cars. Just like that. So yeah. But I think traditionally every AI researcher is getting inspiration from humans, and roboticists got inspired from humans. So I don't think this is something that we are missing currently. There may be trends, but there are still people researching this kind of things.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for our panelists while they're up here? Otherwise, I think, you have one. Okay.
Sorry, I can show you. I would just curious, kind of as you discussed about data and how you would incorporate it into your method. You kind of treated it as like a predefined set. But I was curious, like, what do you guys think about the idea of improving priors to like online decision making of what data or that kind of thing you want to approach that kind of thing. Like for example, with the occlusion in your tactile sensing, like could the another solution be like perturbing some kind of object such that you can achieve similar effects even from like a vision only basis. I was just curious.
There is indeed a lot of nuances in how to collect the data and what type of data to collect. And there's actually a lot of human priors that has to be involved in collect the right data. So I can give you example. So for example, Google have been collecting a lot of data, like for like training RT1, RT2, secant, threads of work. And what I learned from their results is that you can be a little bit sloppy on data collection for vision and language. You can still generalize to a reasonable extent, but you just cannot be you just cannot be sloppy in data collections for your robots data. Because like sometimes like you can hallucinate a little bit for vision and language, but you hallucinate for a little bit for your robot actions, you just even get the pick and place right. And the best practice is that we found, specifically for example, collecting data for imitation learning, is that you want to make the loop of data collection, model training, and evaluation, this type of loop as efficient as possible, and by the same persons, ideally within a day. And by the end of that day, you'll be able to see what are the failure modes that your robot is executing. And those human priors, human priors was coming. And human will either implicitly or explicitly collect the data that corrects those mistakes the second day when the person is collecting the data. So this is by far the best practices that we find, and actually a lot of like industry collaborators also told me that's how you can get a policy as fast as possible. They are working very well on one, also can be a very complicated but restricted type of tasks. So in this type of processes, like we have to think about where does the robustness come from. This robustness is exactly coming from this human priors by looking at how the robot behaves and collect like targeted and purposefully collect those targeted data in order to make the robots robust to those type of like errors or mistakes. That means collecting a whole bunch of data and training a policy and evaluate may not be the best practice. Having this loop running as fast as you can should be the way to go. And there's a lot of human priors actually involved.
I think it would operate. I don't think there's any approach which doesn't make sense. I mainly want to recite X1 or like X1, the humanoid in Norway, basically. They did like Eric Yang did a lot of good talks. And one thing they said in the talks is they have the teleoperator and like collecting the demonstration and training the model. They fully close the loop on teleoperation to deployment, to training, to deployment, exactly because of this. Because they get, or it is assumed that they get the robustness from the human knowing where to collect data, because there is no algorithm on where to send them. So amazing
And
research problem.
how do you handle this with a simulator? In the case where, because there is all this research line that says, okay, the data that I'm missing from the teleoperators, I'm going to collect them from the simulator. Because I think there also the problem is the same, like where should I sample dynamics to randomize to ensure that I close the gap or whatever. I think still this, when you go to autonomous learning, you cannot always consider that you will have the human in the loop. So I think there is active learning research on this direction that is important, yet it's a very difficult research problem.
What is the best solution to a MVP? Just solve the MVP.
Solve MVP, make it an MVP.
So, I think one of the things that we really wanted to emphasize in this workshop was the cross flow between different communities. Sort of inspired by my own research, really being able to look at, outside of the field of robotics and being inspired by some of the techniques that are coming out of applied math and dynamical systems. so on and so forth. So I wanted to sort of open up the discussion, or perhaps, if anyone had any questions for our applied mathematicians and our nonlinear dynamicists here, particularly when it comes to perhaps, opportunities applying some of these techniques and bringing them into robotics to, create new innovations within our field. So if anyone has any questions on that, would love to give you the opportunity to ask that question. Okay, so in that case, maybe I have a question. So as I mentioned, I'm, from my own research, I'm very inspired by this. And what I've noticed is that a lot of the effort is really a matter of translation. So taking some of the things that, some of the rigorous techniques that's being done or used and developed in applied math and dynamics, and making it make sense in the robotics domain. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are in terms of sort of, bridging that gap, or at least shrinking, so that, we can be, as roboticists, be inspired by some of the techniques that are happening sort of, or developed outside of our community.
Yeah, I agree. The translation is very important. Part of it is language barrier, just making sure that we can speak a language that we can understand. But I also wanted to emphasize the importance of kind of two-way communication. That, it's not just about what, techniques from applied math or nonlinear dynamics can be used in a given field like robotics, but it's also what are the problems in robotics that applied mathematicians or nonlinear dynamicists should be looking at. What are the tough problems? What's really the core problems? And oftentimes it's not quite clear how to identify those problems. There might be problems because the real world is messy. There are issues of sensing modalities and there's computational difficulties. There's just messy stuff that's hard to, distill down to a math problem that a mathematician can even look at. And so I think it's really important to have kind of a two-way communication. I think actually workshops like this are great at facilitating that sort of thing.
I completely agree with that. I think from our experience at least, there are a lot of methods that we think are great. We are generally interested or are excited about them because we think it's just the best thing. But of course, when you talk to someone who actually does the hardware work, and they find that, well, it's not implementable, and in the ways that we wouldn't even think about. So I also agree with Clancy that maybe so encouraging the information flow from the practitioners towards the theoreticians is the best way to start this. And of course, this starts a feedback loop where we can discuss and start speaking each other's languages and learn each other's words, which is very important. And then maybe that's the best way forward, so that we talk to experimentalists or practitioners and figure out the questions to ask.
Okay, I think that's a perfect conclusion. So with that, we'll wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for joining us both physically and virtually. I'd like to, thank the speakers again, if we could give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, and that's the end of the workshop. We'll go ahead and award the best paper, and then we're done. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much for joining me. Thank you.
Or are you just taking an example with early and then try to replicate that? Right.
Okay, I hope our spotlight speakers are here, but we'd like to congratulate Nicholas Funk and Julian Lorraine for their best paper contribution.
And then we'll just take a quick photo with the rest of the organizers here. We have,
Oh, yeah.
Your name is maybe not John or Laura. Okay, structure private spotlight, right? Yeah, share, boom, and then boom.
Yeah, that's
boom.
a good one.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah.
Go. Okay.
That's good. Okay. Congratulations again. I saw that you guys had a equal contribution.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, and then I had to write you a check for your $300. Congratulations again. Okay, so with that, thank you again for joining us for this exciting workshop. Really appreciate the speakers and everyone who attended and participated. Thanks again.